What's good, everybody? Hopefully, you can hear me very well. Let me make sure. Yep, what's good, everybody? Let me know if you can hear me well. Okay. Got a couple of people in the building. Sorry for the wait. Uh, Might as well do a stream/car video. My son asked me to drop him off his one of his best friend's houses. Since he doesn't have school tomorrow. So let's get it in. Hey, let me know if you can hear me. Hopefully everything's coming through. Thank you for everybody showing love with yesterday's Antoine Daniels versus Corey Holcomb. Hopefully we get some more fire today because I know I had a couple of people in the comment section. Oh, well, you choosing the battle. You saying the same thing about Charlie Kirk and all this other shit. First of all, I want to see these cowards who come up here and say, you say the same thing about black women. No. See, in life, people confuse freedom for do what the hell I please. Freedom is responsibility. Okay? That's the total misnomer that a lot of fools get. But you are also free to take the consequences that are with it. But nobody likes to talk about that part. Nobody wants to talk about the incoming. Nobody wants to talk about those incoming artillery blows that are coming down on top of your head. Because you feel free that you can say anything you want out of your mouth. And don't expect any retaliation. That's a fool's errand. Let's go to your boy Charlie Kirk for the dude who was in the comment section. And I don't even think it was a dude. Either way, male or female, I think you're a coward because you won't come up on a show now. Let's talk about Charlie Kirk. Did he deserve to die? No. But you'd be damned to say the shit he said if nobody was going to take a consequence against him or any repercussions. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. I expect a lot of people to take either very neutral stance about the Corey Holcomb Anton thing because you see a lot of things different. Of course, it's going to be mudslinging. Of course, it's going to be some idiocy. But this is the one thing a lot of you fools don't understand. I look at body language. There's a lot of fools who be like, yeah, let's go outside. Nah, hold me back. Hold me back. As soon as you let the motherfucker go, why don't you hold me back? This is how I know masculinity is on an downswing. Do I think Anton kisses white ass? Yes, it's proven. But at the same time, for a lot of people who weren't listening, especially the idiot who was in the comment section, did I not say one of the biggest things that we need to stop doing in the black community is pontificating as everybody's the toughest guy in the world? Could Corey word it a lot better? Of course. Could Anton actually answer a direct question? Of course. But nobody wants to hear the debate. Everybody just want to hear some down old nigga shit. Even if I don't agree with somebody, it doesn't mean I'm coming for their neck. It doesn't mean I hate the person. But only in the black community you could give an honest critique and you're hating. I've asked this question even in the cigar lounge. At what point is it hating and is not critiquing? Because even if you've proven something, people will still go for the bullshit narrative. At some point, something's got to give. Something's got to give. See, those consequences and repercussions is something that men used to carry around with them every day of their lives. Certain words get said, certain actions are taken. See, this is the part where I got to go back and explain masculinity for idiots. What's up? What's up, angry black man? What's up, Chad? You can't go around talking shit to each other, and at some point, actions are going to be taken. Last time I checked, whatever happened to the narrative, a hard head makes a soft ass. See, that's female line of thinking to think you could come up there and keep poking a goddamn bear and the bear's supposed to be civilized. There's going to be a limit that somebody's going to take disrespect. Some may can take a lot, some may take a little. There's going to come a time when claws are shown or unsheathed and teeth are baring. But because many of you have been brought down to this feminist ideology of use your words, that there's plenty of you who are going to take a massive ass whooping instead of teaching, especially your sons, how to defend themselves. Some of you motherfuckers in the comment section probably believe that your son shouldn't fight the bully back, especially when the bully's accosting him, assaulting him. We'll use our words. We're above this. At some point, to defeat the monsters of the earth, you may have to become one yourself. Consequences and repercussions. You ever seen it when the quiet kid gets picked on and he gets enough of that shit and he knocks the bully flam the fuck out? Heavy consequences. But you know, it's true, Chance. There's some people who really preach for their kid, not to defend themselves. You lie to your children and not teach them the real world of how cruel and how mean it really is. But at the same time, there's only but two things going to happen. Because men, especially, have three ways of communication. And I've said this for over a decade, 12 years to be exact. We talk it out, we yell it out, we fight it out. This new age way of thinking has gotten in the way of not only masculinity, but standards. Oh, but you're preaching violence. Why don't people break into your house right now? Because of the fear of violence, the fear of some divine retribution. It's not because we're going to put these people in the moral high ground or some bullshit like that. No, no. When you call the police, guess what every police officer's coming with? A gun. Probably a couple of knives if they're smart too. You're believing if you're getting a cost or somebody's breaking into your house or a crime's committed, you're hoping that police officer can administer enough violence to get that motherfucker off your ass and come in time to do so. The same thing about being an American citizen. People don't respect you because America's the land of the free, the home of the brave. People respect America is because we'll bomb you out of existence. We will send so many troops, if needed, that we will sink your country into the ocean. To believe anything else and otherwise is silly. But it goes back to what I said earlier. You forgot about the consequences and repercussions. You forgot that the world is its sunshine and rainbows and ice cream and shit. That at some point, you have to draw a line. Notice certain words weren't said anymore. And I'm going to leave it as that during that little confrontation. Just like certain people and certain animals will not be tried. They look at me and say, well, you telling me, and I've said this to women before, you telling me if a little old woman hit you, you would hit her back, I would slap the shit out of her. Especially if I warned you not to do that. But you're this big, strong man. Yes! That's exactly the reason why I'm going to slap the shit out of you. Because if I wouldn't let a man twice my size get away with that shit, why would I let you? Somebody I could literally maul. But consequences and repercussions, it garnered respect. And guess what we're missing in the modern world? Respect. Remember, ladies, y'all said y'all want to be equal. And I'm not a violent person. I'm not a woman beater. But at some point, if I'm not causing you harm and I'm supposed to be protecting you and you're abusing me, what the hell is wrong with you? But we don't want to ask these questions because we're going to be looking, we're going to think the other person's a monster. Instead of saying, you know what? That is logical fucking sense. I'm not gonna go up to a Carne Corso and then tease it with a goddamn medium done steak. I'm not gonna go to the African savannah and elbow drop a 600-pound lion. But why did we have to play the tough guy and test each other? Why do we always gotta see who's the toughest? In the black community, do we really think about live and let live? I don't care what white people do. They do their bullshit. I'm not one of them. And trust me, they do plenty of bullshit that eclipse whatever the black community is committing any day, every day. But I will ask this question: do we live and let live? Is there enough respect going around that has been instilled in not only the children but the young adults? Because right now, I will say this and go out on a big limb. I think there's nothing but failure. Grave, massive failure. Hate it, like it, got it, good. Failure. I want to take you back to consequences of repercussions. Chat, panel, anybody in the future? Why is it not smart to have a child while you're in high school? What are the consequences of repercussions of that? Number one, you're not adult enough, especially in this day and age, to take care of a child. Number two, you bring on a burden to the rest of the family, especially if you have younger siblings. Three, you are literally a child making adult decisions that usually goes into catastrophic failures. But nobody wants to talk about the word catastrophic and failure. Oh, but we got to give everybody a chance to be nice with them, and we here. Okay, that's all good and cool. Good and cool. But what's gonna happen when somebody else has to clean up your goddamn mess? What's gonna happen? Do I agree? For example, with the incident that I posted yesterday. Could Corey word it better? Sure. Could Anton answer a question? Sure. Don't come to me saying that we need to go outside. No, no. There's too many black men out there trying to save face, trying to be the biggest, baddest motherfucker you ever seen. All for what? What do you get out of it? You have a whole generation that can't fight. I've seen the videos. Excuse me for a moment because the Baltimorean's going to come out of me. You only fight when you're banking somebody. That's colloquial term for Baltimoreans for getting jumped. Or the person doesn't want to fight back, or they don't want to fight. They just want to go away. Can't throw a punch correctly. I've literally seen videos where two dudes are going at it, and they literally missed every punch they threw. The obsession of being the hoodest hood is astounding to me. Nobody brags about being smart. Nobody brags about staying out of trouble. But we got to brag about being an ignorant ass, and that's publicly. That's publicly. Big Mo said Anton been talking shit behind a screen for too long. He can't handle the type of questioning you see at the barbershop. That is true. And that's true. 90% of guys nowadays can't fight. This is what happens when feminism and single motherhood is violently injected into your sons. They're bitchy, they're emotional, they can't settle their issues with a clean fight. Think about it. You got kids from Baltimore County, Anne Arundel County, all these fucking counties in Maryland, PG County, Baltimore City, all these goddamn counties, and all these motherfuckers claiming the hood. Nobody wants to be the person who lives in a nice condo or the mini mansion or at least the goddamn brownstone, the townhouse. No, we all gotta be the hood. We all gotta be the project nigga. Is this the is this the toughest nigga you know? Everybody gotta be the hood nigga. I'm from Chicago. I'm from Detroit. I'm from Miami. I'm from this. I'm from Charlotte. I'm from here. I'm from Baltimore. I'm from DC. I'm from New York. I'm from this. Last time I checked, geographical locations does not save you from an ass whooping. I've never seen one person whose hometown and mentioning their hometown have saved them from an ass whooping. Dismiss me with that bullshit. I'm from here. I'm from there. Put up a bunch of hoods that a bunch of old Jewish people own. No repercussions, no consequence, emotional, pit bull mentality. All for what? For some goddamn entertainment of other people who don't even like you. And we're gonna get back to this little comment section shit. There's a lot of motherfuckers who say some scathing shit online. What's up, Two Trib? And Longo, what's up? LAPD SWAT, what's up? T Riddler, what's up? There's a lot of motherfuckers that say some scathing shit that they know they wouldn't even be caught dead saying it in anybody's face. And we're gonna keep it 1,000 on that shit. Keep it 1,000. This pontificating of your badassness should not be the way of anybody's journey. See what I mean? Hey, what's up, Loss? See what I mean? Bullshit, more nigga babble. See, you got a faceless jackass right there coming up here just to be another dumbass. For what? For what? You're not going to come up on a panel. You're not going to say anything because you're the same exact cowards I spoke about. See what I mean? This is that cowardly shit right there. Do you think this individual will say this in my face? No. No. This is exactly what the hell I'm talking about. Thank you, dumbass, for being the example. Now, somebody time this motherfucker out till next Friday. Please. What's up, Loss? This is the reason why men have stopped being men. You internet trolls will do whatever you can do because you know it's safe in the basement of your mom's. While your stepfather and his brother are taking turns on her. What's up, Simply Deep? I'm glad Homeboy did that shit. Because guess what? That's the perfect example of why masculinity has failed. Why there's some of these dudes who women disrespect openly and frequently. Because of shit like that. It takes one to make an example. See, playing tough Tony, doing all that negative shit. If you don't like what I'm saying, why you here? You're not even a good troll. You don't get paid to do this. You don't get any notoriety. All you gotta do is get blocked. That's all. Last time I checked, it's unlimited ammo on blocking. You're an idiot. You spent all your time to come to little old me's channel and to give me viewership, which works in my favor. And then what happens? You get blocked. Starting route to 435. You get blocked. I mean, that's what happens when you have an idiot stepping in the realm of men. And that was the perfect example of that. Now, audience, do you think he would say that ignorant shit to a black man in person? No. Did it trigger me? No. But, because his daddy left his mom, I guess he's really feeling a certain way. And the sad part is his dad left his mom for his girlfriend. What's up, All Star G? It goes back into those repercussions and consequences, man. You think that you got the right to say whatever comes out of your mouth and nobody's supposed to ever check you. You got the right to say and do whatever you want, but you have the absolute duty to take those consequences. And that's what's failing masculinity. Hell, that's failing just decency, period. You come up there and disrespect somebody in such a way. It used to be you used to catch an ass whooping, a knife or a pot with your ass. But once again, you see the type of characteristics and characters we're dealing with. What's up, Claire? St. Clair? You see what type of individuals who go around trying to be tough, trying to be bothering, trying to be annoying, but as soon as you smack them on the hand, as soon as you do something what's called preventive maintenance and correct that action immediately, they wanna play victim and say you're mean, you're the bad guy. When all in all, you're a dumbass. And it shows. It greatly shows. See what I mean? Dumbass shit. That individual will probably most likely be you. No, it would be definitely you. You wouldn't say it in my face because I know cowards wouldn't do that. You wouldn't say it in my face because your mother would actually be what? Waist high of me? You wouldn't say it in my face. Why? Why? Because you would be scared. But yet, you brought your ass all the way over here for what? As a matter of fact, wasn't going to really do this today, but there we go. There we go. We're going to see if you're at least brave enough to come on the stage. If not, I bid you a farewell. But see, this is the part. I'm one of the most egalitarian people in this space. But you get a bunch of these phony, tough, crazy, brave individuals coming at me and don't even have the balls nor the ovaries to get your ass up here. You have no argument. You have no statement to make. You are just an agent of chaos to do what? And the sad part about it, you're not even disrupting my channel. You're actually confirming what I'm actually talking about. And that's the saddest part of how stupid you are. It's not even funny. It's actually pretty damn shameful. Let's be honest. Hey, what's up, Gavin?
Hey, Commander Faulkner, how you doing?
Doing all right. Waiting for this fool to come up here so we can have a one-on-one talk. And I'm just wondering. This is the part where I'm just waiting because I had a lot of people who had some really scathing shit to say. They want to bring up Charlie Kirk. Oh, this is the same thing you say about black women. And Charlie, see, if you motherfuckers give a fuck about Charlie Kirk, that's your business. I don't think nothing special of the guy. Come on, where you at, buddy? See, see, when you actually make somebody and give them attention and challenge them, nobody wants to come up. This is that repercussion thing. How many times have you seen people, and we're talking about legitimate, not planting no guns on anybody, planting drugs. How many times you seen people pulling out a gun and point to the police, and the next thing you know, he gets shot? And who's the first motherfucker to say he was a good boy? How many good boys point guns at police officers?
Try zilch, nada, none, the whole bit.
How many? But yet, when you're not even brave enough to have a conversation and stand on your own two damn feet like a man, I'm gonna look at you funny. It's a bit disturbing, actually. And this is what I'm talking about. You can't go around disrespecting people and then get shocked and appalled when people call you out on the shit. Can't get mad, can't get upset. You want to troll, you want to do this, we're going to make you happy. Get your ass up here or get lost. Obviously, he got lost. This is the part about masculine endeavors. You go direct to the source. If you notice that people have an issue with me, I invite you on. I may make one live stream to talk about it, and I'm done with it. I'm done with it. Don't mention me, mention your mom and your daddy. Why? Because there's more important shit to worry about.
Hello.
That's the same. That's the same type of dude who's worrying about a bitch who's cheating on him, but can't worry about becoming economically safe in the next 5 years. Well, actually, for the next 5 years. Nope, nope, nope. want to talk about black women. Let's get this shit out the way real quick. You can't talk about a guy who's dated nothing but black women and he starts to see a pattern with black women he dates. And I've dated all types of the social economic ladder of black women. And here's a key factor: I can attract women. If you can't, you have no room to even talk. You just sit there with your silly ass and listen. But yet, when a black man takes a critique and says, you need to do A, B, C, D, E, F, G to be better, especially when you coach black women into meaningful relationships like I have, I want you to think about this.
Mm.
No matter how much you kiss a black woman's ass, she's going to find you attractive even less because nobody likes a doormat. Nobody likes a kiss ass. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. The repercussions have been so hard for black men that black men said, fuck it. I'd rather be single. Can you blame black men?
Ah,
Do we blame society? I mean, I want to really know why is it when black men take a stance on saying I don't want to play the game anymore, they're ostracized.
hmm.
I want you to think about that. A black man's not man enough to make a decision to travel and go find love or sexual escapades. But yet, you had a whole goddamn Epstein Island full of white people and y'all ain't say shit. And the only reason black people even mentioned it is because your dumb asses thought you could get Trump in some shit. And come to find out, he's not in there. He's not in there doing anything explicit or illicit. The craziest part about it, you find a lot of Democrats who are involved, and I'm not even a Republican. See, can't even stand on your own damn square.
Yeah, yeah.
And the messed up part about this shit is that when you start allowing this behavior of cowardice, trolling, not checking idiocy, it becomes contagious. You're going to go to your jobs, especially if you're 35 and above, and you got to work with younger people. It's going to irk you to your soul. Like, who taught you? Who raised you? The hell's wrong with you? Hold on for a minute. I think it goes back into the old adage: mean what you say and say what you mean. Don't just be about it, talk about it. Just do what the hell you need to do. Hold on.
Nowadays, who's ready for that? I mean, this generation coming up.
But it goes back into these narratives again. I want to be the tough guy. I want to be the noticed. I want to pontificate. I'm not a coward. It's okay to be scared. I'm telling you, as a police officer, as a war vet, as a person who has armed security, it's okay to be scared. Hold on, folks. I'm going to tell you, it is okay to admit that you're scared. You're telling me that everything you've done in life was brave? Hold on. Hey, I got to order food. I didn't eat today. Um, it's okay to be like that guy and say you're scared. I've been on operations where the hair stands on the back of your head. You're screaming. It's okay. You're telling me, as a human being with emotions, you were brave 24/7, 365 days? I, for one, find that incredibly hard to believe. We're joined by Baltimore's other favorite son, ABM. What's up, man?
What's good, man? What we talking about? Anton and them?
Well, a little bit, but also consequences and repercussions. How a lot of people disrespect each other, not understanding what consequences and repercussions are, which branches off from that. Because back in the day, niggas would have thrown blows. I'm glad niggas are smarter now and thinking about their money, but niggas would have thrown blows. But, just like that troll who was up here, they wanted to say, oh, it's just a bunch of nigga babble. That's cool. But why are you here if you don't want to listen to nigga babble? What's your thoughts on that? On the Anton thing and a lot of dudes out here forgetting what consequences and repercussions are.
Well, Anton to me, I lean more towards Anton the more I watch it because I'm like this: the man invited you outside, so if you wanted to smoke, if you was really that mad, you would have got up and you would have went outside and handled that. So Corey wasn't that mad about it, and I think Anton felt like he had to try to match Corey's, for lack of a better term, hood nigga shit. Because Corey was really pressing him in the interview for whatever reason. And Anton seemed like he got defensive. So he had to outman him, and he let that slip out his mouth. I don't think he really meant it. So now Corey jumps on, the tough guy shit, and he really wasn't trying to be a tough guy. When he even when he said and got right in his face, Anton didn't budge. But you can hear in Anton's voice that he was a little, because he's getting a little excited, a little, a little nervous. So you can hear his voice is getting high. And I think ultimately it was just some not coward, but childish shit. It's like, yo, if you disagree with the guy, fine. But what are you pressing him so hard for, Corey? You talk shit about black women better than anybody, but you don't like Anton's views when it comes to white men. I don't understand what the problem is. I thought it was really, really niggerish. Now to the whole consequences thing. Hey, it's the famous Mike Tyson quote: "The internet. The internet has made people comfortable with being disrespectful." And oftentimes people go outside and they forget that they're outside, or they're so used to the keyboard that the disrespectful stuff comes out of their mouth and they don't really think about it. And yeah, there's going to be repercussions because you're not going to disrespect people, particularly men. And I don't care what anybody say, the suck my dick shit, that's a no-no. You don't tell no man no shit like that. Even though, like I said, I don't think Anton really meant it. He was countering the "you kiss white ass" from Corey. So then he said that. But yeah, there's repercussions as men and as women. And people nowadays have got way too comfortable with the idea that I can say and do whatever I want and nobody's ever supposed to say anything or do anything. And that's just not how reality works. You will receive consequences for your actions, whether you like it or not. That's my take.
Couldn't say it better. I told a lot of Negroes, I said, look, at the end of the day, nobody's above an ass whooping. It may be your day, it may be
You can
somebody
AK
else's,
for
but
hoofy.
nobody's above one. And see, it gets back to what I said yesterday. There are some people out there who are not used to being in the realm of men. It doesn't have to be hood men. There doesn't have to be none of that shit. The realm of men dictate how you go because there's certain thing as a man you can't come back from. For example, homosexual allegations for men, you can't come back from that. You can't come back from that. So there's a heavy penalty for men accusing or attempting to call a man gay in any type of form or fashion. That's something women don't have to deal with because everybody takes you as being fluid anyway, even if you're not gay or bisexual. The penalty is not nearly as severe for men. I mean, nearly as severe for women as it is for men. Here's another one. a man being accused as a deadbeat father is enormously more severe than an obvious deadbeat mother. You can literally look at the mom and see her on drugs, alcoholic, lazy, not taking care of kids. The world will literally say she's doing the best she can, and she's not even trying. But let a father have to miss something like a Christmas recital because he's got to work overtime to put gifts in your goddamn tree, underneath that tree. Oh, he's the worst motherfucker ever. You were never there for me. There are certain things that us as men, life is not forgiving for or towards. So when you have incidents like we saw yesterday about telling a man he kiss ass, and then you respond of he's sucking dick, you got to be careful with that shit. And you see this even more prevalent with younger men, where blatant disrespect is the norm, where a lot of black mothers don't correct their daughters. Where my ex said her daughter actually smacked her boyfriend in the face when they were having a birthday party for the mother. She brought her little her boyfriend over, the daughter. She gets mad about something and slaps the boyfriend in the face. These two little 20-year-olds. And my ex is telling me this, and she's saying, well, the whole family was about to get up. If I was there, I would have stopped everybody. And I'd have been like, why are you about to go? If he's about to slap the shit out of your daughter, which she deserved, by the way, because that was unprovoked and uncalled for, but you were not upset that the fact that she slapped her when it was your job to slap your daughter for disrespecting somebody else's son. Where's the repercussion and consequence of teaching your daughter that shit? Because guess what? There's going to come a time and day where your daughter does that to either him, because I hope he left her, or another dude who ain't playing that bullshit and beats the fuck out of her like he doesn't know her. I'm praying it doesn't happen, but you keep coming down that road, somebody's gonna take your bluffing. And I said, so why do you slap the shit out of your daughter? Because did you teach her that behavior? What if he would have brought his sister down or his cousins? People don't realize your failure to stop something right then and there and correct it can lead to long lasting repercussions. And those repercussions can be very costly. What if your daughter's coming home from work and five girls beat the crap out of her just for retaliation of what she did to her boyfriend? You wouldn't know. They're all wearing shiesty masks. You wouldn't know. because he doesn't want to feel disrespected and slap your daughter in front of you. So he said, "Fuck it. I'm gonna tell my sisters or my cousins or some girl who likes me and really want to suck my dick to beat your ass with her friends." And because you don't know who it is, guess what? He could come there and be like, "Oh, baby, I'm here for you." Hug and kiss you while you all lumped up in the emergency room. And he got his payback, and you never knew. Kind of fucked up, isn't it, fellas? But you see where I'm going at? And this is the conversations I have with my ex, so y'all can't say I don't keep it real. And I told her, if she does that, what does she do when it's that gynocratic bullshit that's so baked into goddamn culture that people don't even know when they put their lives in danger. People don't even know when to tell your damn children, keep your hands to your goddamn self. People don't play these games. But yet, if you think what Corey and Anton was doing was wilding out, come to Baltimore any given day. Come to Baltimore any given day. How many motherfuckers lose a dice game and start shooting? Remember a few years ago, chick was married, and instead of actually owning up to her bullshit, she sends her sup ass brothers, her brother and his friends, and dude came out with the AR, and a couple of them motherfuckers didn't make it because you feel vindictive and you need some validation and some vindication. You're going to send other people to do your dirty work. I don't know. Because, God damn it, we used to be the most God fearing people on planet Earth. Now we're the most godless people on planet Earth. And all it took was like one or two generations.
Charles,
Yep.
I literally have a cousin awaiting trial right now behind a dice game.
Was I lying?
Nope.
Any given day in Baltimore, right? A dice game. A fucking dice game. What's up, Aqua Dragon? Another Baltimorean. A fucking dice game. Because you can't keep your emotions. Either don't play or count your losses. Nope. My ego and my pride is hurt, and I need something vindicated. Now you're going to spend order of a century or the rest of your life behind bars. And how old is your cousin?
47.
Get the fuck out of here.
Nah, facts.
Get the fuck out of here. You old enough to be somebody's granddaddy. You mad about a dice game? You potentially could spend the rest of your life in jail. So emotional, so destructive. Shit's not cool, man.
Sir, did you say 27 or 47?
47.
Whoa.
Wow. You know, you don't get that much coverage. Talking to young people about consequences of repercussions can actually save their life. Is it worth it? When all you got to do is walk away. Momentary pleasure will give you a lifetime of pain. And this ain't even shitting on your cousin. There's numerous examples I could give.
Well, it's just like that Travis Rudolph situation you brought up. Here's a married woman with her side dude. She's mad at the side dude because he has other hoes. They got into an argument. You can see from his ring cam, he's saying, "No, you're not coming to my house. Get the hell away from me." She turns around and lies to the brother and say that he hits her. So in true black community fashion, here's a black woman putting the battery in the back of some black man, a relative,
Mm-hmm.
to go out here and do some reckless shit on her behalf.
And she doesn't have to deal
And,
with the
and,
consequences.
and she doesn't have to deal with the consequences because Travis Rudolph comes outside with the chopper, lights him up, kills the guy. He has to go to jail. He has to stand trial. He loses his football career. And she's on the stand, and they have the text messages. They have the door cam footage. And all she got is, "Oh, well, I was just mad at the moment." And there's zero consequence. She's not in jail. Nothing.
Well, that's why I tell a lot of you young men when the law was telling us about the girl, did we not give that young man good advice? And I'm glad he kept his wits about it. Nah, Shorty ain't giving you the whole information. Hold up on that. I had to do building raids with fucking Iraqis with fucking AKs. You got to give me some intel, something. Of course, you can't go into a situation totally blind. If there was any true justice in the world, that bitch should be in jail for being an accomplice to her own brother's murder. For some odd reason, this world allows black women, not just black women, but women period, to literally get away with murder. The most manipulative creature on earth will actually manipulate her own goddamn children if necessary. It may
Yeah, like
not
that
be
mother in
all,
Atlanta.
but it's too damn many. Huh?
Like that mother in Atlanta. That the boy, she got in an argument with the dude in the sub shop,
Yep.
and her 14-year-old son ended up shooting the guy.
Now, she knew, obviously, the gun was in the car. So now, and I think, did she move out of there? Because I did a show about that years ago. So
I'm not
now,
sure.
if you're ignorant enough, which a lot of black people are, to stay in the spot where some shit got hot, and you stay there, and now your son's catching hell because some retaliation is coming for his ass. When first of all, what's the first rule of protection? Obedience. Why are you arguing with a man? The first thing I tell every chick I deal with seriously, if I'm not with you, or even when I'm with you, you don't argue with no goddamn men. First of all, most of the time, women are poor perceivers of danger. Okay? That's why a lot of women get into a lot of dumb shit, by the way, because they perceive danger very poorly. Now, if I'm telling a woman, you gotta get the fuck in the car, go start the fucking car, that is not your goddamn time to be arguing with me. Why are you yelling at me? Get the fuck in the car, start the goddamn car. You don't see them two niggas arguing? You don't see that gang of fucking fools that were following us 3 blocks away? Get the fucking, start the fucking car. No, that is not your. And there's a reason why, and I'm going to repost the laws of protection on my community tab again, because first and foremost, I've seen it time and time again. If you don't obey the laws of protection, the laws of protection will break you. The shit's damn near undefeated. And the most fucked up part about it is, folks, is that when that shit happens, and that female has no justification, because remember this, either you're going to go to the grave or you going to the prison, she's going to be on the next dick before before they finish putting the handcuffs on you. Remember that. If you ain't learned anything I ever said, a man will date and mate to his ego and his wallet. A female will date and mate to her options. That's about as black pill as you could get it. What about love? Fuck love. Fuck that Disney shit. I'd rather have a wife if I ever got married who respect me more than she loved me. That doesn't make sense. That makes perfect sense. Your wife loves you, but she disrespects you all the damn time. The love in my damn relationship could be so, but she respects me so much, she'll do what I need her to do. But this is the craziness of it all, is that we got away from just being a little, not saying afraid, but a little leery. I don't care if you do like me and you carry. I don't care if you got a knife, a gun, a bazooka, a tactical nuke. There has to be a level of thought to keep you level headed. There has to be a moment of reasoning to say it's not worth it. It's like fighting your little brother at one point. Yep, can physically beat him, but is the damage that he's going to put on me worth it, even though I win? And the answer is going to be no. You may physically beat him, but he's going to give you everything he got. And everything he got might be like, you might come with a black eye, a chipped tooth, a bloody nose, split lip. Hell, he might even win a feud.
Man. It's already in.
Yep. And I mean, what happens is that when you have these people who don't have this reverent respect, just like children are supposed to have reverent respect to their parents, because while they're small, your parents are your God. If they don't feed you, you don't eat. They don't clothe you, you'll freeze. It's the same way you do about people who hold dominion over you, or that reverent respect, meaning, you know what? Even if I beat you up, is it worth it? No. I don't have to have the pissing contest. I don't have to have a dick measuring contest. All I got to do is just be me. Be cordial, nod my head, give them air, give them a nice little hat tot, tip my hat, keep on going about my business. Every little thing does not concern nor trigger me. We lost that ability, man. We lost that ability. Man, we lost that ability. Here it is. ABM just shared something about his life, about his cousin, who's older than the both of us. Not both of us, both of us. Over a damn dice game. Y'all thought I'm making this shit up. My God. That's not shocking to me. That's sad. You're old enough to be somebody's granddaddy, doing juvenile shit. And then when you try to say, I'm gonna live a better life, I'm gonna be a stand-up kind of guy, you're laughed at by your peers, by your family, by your community, your neighborhood, your race, because you chose to be a stand-up individual. I don't want to be in that violent situation. That's not for me, folks. A guy says that, and then guess what? You're laughed at. You're laughed at. And, and the most fucked up part about it is, right, is that you have genuinely great black men and women, especially people who frequent my channel, even though we have an issue with the gynocracy. I'll give you one thing about it. There's plenty of women who've been on my channel who were respectful, at least. What's up, Josh? Hey, Josh, come open the damn door, man. Right in front of your house. It's sad because you literally have black and black women out there having some godless lives that are super dangerous. And the first thing they want to tell you, you can't tell me shit. You can't tell me anything. But hilariously, these are the same motherfuckers that expect you to pull them out of danger. You can't make this shit up. You literally can't make this shit up. And this is the reason why I did this show today. Because people, you notice you're not going to hear the consequences of repercussions of black men saying wild shit to each other. And
And
we know
also,
why.
Commander,
Go
sorry,
ahead. Go ahead.
just the other side of the spectrum, black women not really understanding the consequence or repercussions of their behavior. To my understanding, and where I get this from, where I'm going with this is what I just heard just now, today, and when I got off work about the WNBA players are acting like, oh, they don't need to sign a new contract or renew a contract, and they're threatening to strike. Strike what?
Well, you know what's comical about that?
Talk to
The
me.
comical part is that WNBA players are too big for their britches. Too, too big for their britches. Instead of saying, you know what, oh hail Caitlin Clark, the white bitch that bringeth. Somebody appreciate it. Say what's up to everybody, Josh. What up? Instead of saying, Caitlin Clark, we're going to protect her at all costs. Number one, all of us over the age of 40, right? On the panel, right?
No, I'm 30. I'm
30.
30.
But
55.
55. So we're all over we past grown man status. Remember back in the day, every team in sports had an enforcer or two. You didn't fuck
Woo!
with
You
the,
pay that.
you didn't fuck with the star. Whoever brought the money, he was well protected. He was well
You know,
protected.
other teams, like whoever was bringing in the money, they would even other teams would protect them too. Like, nah, you better keep your hands off of them.
Yeah. You didn't. Mm-mm. Who was one of the biggest enforcers of all times in sports?
Hell, even hockey had your enforcers. The motherfucker who would jump out there.
Oh, you got something to drink? I was just about to ask if you want something.
I was about to bring my cigars and my goddamn liquor out.
Shit. What you have in the car?
Yeah.
Go get that shit. Oh, you want me to get it?
Go get that shit.
All right, you know.
Well, it is their front seat.
Front seat? Okay.
Shit. You bring that cigar box and that book bag. That's where all the liquor is. You know, that's liquor with a Z. Liquors. Oh, we
Man, I
better
guess
get that.
I'll be back.
Okay. You got to realize this. There was an enforcer on these old teams, especially. You didn't.
I'm gonna move your car because them told motherfuckers they act weird when you close to that line. I'm gonna just put you on the other side.
All right,
Go
cool.
across the street. You good.
Cool. I'm just like, yo, you got to realize this. There was a price to pay if you touched the star. You know, especially if that motherfucker was capable of getting them motherfuckers in the championship. You didn't touch that person. There was a penalty to pay. Just like I say in this space. You know, I love BGS to death. I know he likes to debate. He's pretty capable of it. But there's some motherfuckers who shouldn't debate him because some motherfuckers need to go up to the gauntlet. I'm not saying I'm the greatest mind in this space, but I don't think people should. There's some people who should not debate Dr. T, Dr. Neal, Dr. Dunbar, Art Newstyle. Hell,
Don't forget Thunder.
Dr. Thunder. I don't think people should. There's a lot of people who should even debate Angry Man without actually going through the gauntlet first. And see, that's the part that a lot of people fail. They fail. And that's just out of respect. You didn't go challenge M. Bison when you put the quarter in the machine on Street Fighter. You had to go through the gauntlet. So when we look at this shit and we see how destructive this shit is as a community, where we could just clap off with anything we come out of our mouth. And I'm gonna read this because I was driving earlier with All Star G posted. Charles, a purebred gynocrat, lives on the first floor of my apartment. And yeah, she said, and yeah, everything said in this space is facts. And where's the part? She has a kid and a felon boyfriend. Of course. That's her level. Of course. And then,
Rosie, I'll move you to the other side. Just literally, you just across the street.
I appreciate it. Oh, I got my smoking on. This is the part about it. Thank you. You'd be like, how the hell you lift this motherfucker?
Bro, I almost died.
He's like, you make this shit look easy, nigga. God damn. And shout out to Loss and Josh reading my story so far. They love that shit. And it's getting even better with time.
You need glass?
Oh yeah.
I got better glass. Give me like 2 seconds.
All right.
I got the good.
We got the good times, folks. The good times. It's funny that the consequences of having a felon boyfriend are lost on niggas now, man. And I do agree with BGS. Why is the black community so enticed by being so goddamn hood and vile? Maybe because my parents were. Go ahead.
I'm sorry to cut you off. No, I was going to say because that's what women like.
Thank you.
Yep. I'm not even going.
Because divestors, I always say this, divestors are right about one thing. Black men don't lead. That's why you got people calling it a gynocracy. You black women lead.
Yeah.
And this is what you black women dictate. This is what you tell the men. And I always say it. Pussy rules the black community. So if the pussy is saying, "Hey, this is what you got to be in order to get the pussy," well, then that's what you're going to get.
And you know what's really funny? My cousins used to get like upset at me because I used to be like, yo, man, the pussy ain't worth it. When she's saying some dumb shit, I'm like, yo, fuck her. Because I'm not gonna tolerate any of the bullshit and just like, yo, man, you're gonna talk yourself out of it. I'm like, dude, she's not even worth it.
And that's the part that gets me out. By the way, she put him out once on New Year. Appreciate it, my brother. A little bit of ice. Oh shit. See, you gotta understand this, right? It's all about control. You know, take it back to your attitude era, right? Pro wrestling. It's all about the game. Oh, that's good. It's all about the game and how you play it. It's all about control, and if you can take it, Triple H. Yeah. You know, that's the truest statement ever in a theme song. It's not only control. Women have a natural power fantasy. Did y'all know that?
Hell yeah. They low key, if you honestly, when you see how women act, especially nowadays, they low key want to peg dudes.
Because they can't physically beat you up. That's why. They can't beat you up. Which one you want? You want the yak or the Long Island, Strong Island?
Yeah, let's try that Long Island first.
Oh, that shit's smooth. Don't mind us. We gonna talk shit while we on this live and get drunk.
That's right.
And he's gonna smoke his weed. I'm gonna smoke my cigar.
That's right.
Smoking no hey man shit, right? Man shit. It's
Man, I had
smoking
to quit
no.
smoking weed. I had to quit doing that, man, so I could get this job being a bus driver.
And then once you get it, oh shit.
This game with the
Oh, those are the
freezer.
those are the metal cubes. Oh, fancy. And see, this is what happens when black men forget that you're on your own in a lot of times, okay? You have virtuously no allies. Cheers. You have virtuously no allies. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's a lot of penis envy. Either they're not getting any, and Lost, you experienced that. Tell us about the chicks on your job. You experienced that. Fuck. Oh yeah. He ain't done. That's just some good shit.
Hey Charles, I wanted to ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry to change the topic or something, but
Oh, you good.
say that you are out with your family member, like your dude, like a dude family member, and some random chick just came out of nowhere and started attacking him, and he's like, "Yeah, screw this. I'm beating the shit out of her for this stuff." What would you do? I say there's three. I say there's three ways of handling it, right? And it's like, either
If a chick comes out of nowhere attacking me,
yeah, either you or your cousin. Just say like just start attacking your cousin right in front of you. Say or your whatever, your cousin right in front of you. I say there's three ways to handle it. Either
male or
you gonna
female.
pull it's a dude.
Oh, we banging
And
that hoe.
that see, I said this thing to my cousin, right? Because I was like, yo, if me and him was out, because we were talking about basically no, let me just get to the thing. It's like if we were out or something and some chick came out and attacked me, I'm like, yo, I'm beating the shit out of her because if she hits me, I'm just beating the shit out of her. I'm not even playing around with this chick because she should know her place as a woman. And then he's like, he said like, oh, if you beat this woman right in front of me, I'm gonna beat your ass. And I look at him, I'm like, dude, it's three options about this shit that you should be on. First of all, it's like either you or what's it called? Either you pull me off of this bitch, or you let me get my licks in, and then you pull me off of this bitch, or you helping me jump this bitch. And
Number
he said,
number one, on my show, we're not woman beaters, but
mhm,
if a woman puts herself in a position to be a threat, we take care of threats.
that's what I'm saying. And then he's like, well, you're a man though, but you're a man. You're not supposed to do that. I'm like, but she's a woman.
I want people to show me this mythical book that everybody talks about what men are supposed to do. But have you ever noticed nobody ever talks about what a real woman is supposed to do is stand down?
Mm-hmm.
Because last time I checked in nature, unless you have sexual dimorphism, where spiders, female spiders, and female anacondas are bigger than the males, but that's rare in nature because most males are bigger, significantly bigger than the females in nature, right?
Mm-hmm.
When that male roars or gets aggressive, what does that female usually do? Stand the fuck
Backs
down
down.
for her safety, unless she's defending the life of her cubs. That's
Mm-hmm.
usually when you see them the most aggressive. Now, let's take this in the female. She jumping out and she's hitting me. First of all, I don't know what you have on you.
Exactly. That's what I said.
I don't know what you know.
Mm-hmm.
Because guess what? I could come across you with a marker and that'll simulate a knife strike. And how quick could I hit your jugular or your carotid artery?
Really fast.
You could bleed out before you hit the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm a 5'10", 280-pound dude, that's not a small man, is it? At
Mm-mm.
all. I'm bigger than most NFL players.
Mm-hmm.
So if a female jumps on me and she comes out of nowhere, I'm going in survival mode. Hell yeah. Because if you're just beating up bitches because you bully, you're an asshole.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're defending yourself, that's a way different shit.
Yeah, but then when he said, but then that's when he was like, "But you're a man." Oh, I was like, "What? Am I supposed to sit there and just take it?" Well, you're just a man. You're a man. I'm like, "What do you mean by man then? What do you mean?"
So
Well,
if I'm a man, I'm supposed to take abuse. See, people
he's
like
like,
that, they
"No,
just
no, that's not what I'm saying, man. That's not what I'm saying." Then what are you saying? You're a man.
See, people like that, they just gaslighting. He got it from his mama.
Oh yeah, no, that's why I checked him because, and then he got mad at me. He come like, "Dude, first of all, you a bitch because like you're like, first of all, we're blood. If we're out together, blood is supposed to be over all of this shit. If somebody come and attack me, I can understand. I was like, if somebody come and attack your family in front of you, you're supposed to defend your family, and that's what it is. I'm sorry. What the hell else is this? And
So
he's like, well, other dudes around me wouldn't do. I'm like, okay, you want to say that? I go ask his twin brother. Twin brother was like, yeah, I'll pull you off of the chick. I asked his other brother. His brother was like, nah, yeah, I'll pull you off of the chick. I'll probably let you get a couple licks in. I asked my brother. My brother's like, no, I'm beating that bitch's ass with you. And then it's
exactly.
like,
Let me tell you what it says. You know, I'll mention a couple of my ex's names: Cherie, Sharon, even Sandra. You know what rule we had when we went out, and we never went anywhere where it was super violent or nothing like that. But we had a rule: if a dude jumps on you out of nowhere, we banking that hoe. If a bitch jumps out on you out of nowhere, we banking that hoe. And if you're not familiar with Baltimore terminology, please ABM let everybody know what the vernacular bank means.
That's a double team or a jumping.
Yep. We're gonna jump the fuck out of you. We're gonna jujitsu Kaisen that bitch. We a fair one. We bank niggas. We, matter of fact, me and my ex actually had to do that to a nigga. Nigga tried to swing, I ducked. She came in, kicked him right in the back of his knee. Nigga went down. I elbowed him in the back of his neck. Bow. Next thing you know, you thought we were a hee haw. We was stomping that motherfucker. Every time he got up, all you seen was soccer kicks and stomps. Fuck that. Because number one, if a female's getting upset and boisterous, oh yeah, you know what this means, loss. One thing I love about Jujutsu Kaisen, them niggas don't fight fair. One thing about it, if a female gets loud, I tell every man, put your hands up in a defensive posture. Put your hands up in a defensive posture. Back away slow. Don't turn your back to her because you might find a bottle up your head. And then back out the door. Watch the surroundings. Get the fuck out of there. But if she just jumps on you, start attacking you, she gets what she gets.
I was like, the
Because
only person in America that's supposed to sit down and take shit is a nigger. And I'm like,
Mhm,
do I look like a fucking nigger to you? He couldn't even
mhm.
answer the question. I'm just like, yo, what the fuck do I look like? I'm not gonna sit here and just be disrespected or be attacked, and you think I'm gonna do like just take it because she's a woman or something? And he's like, well, you're not a real man. I'm like, dude, who wants to be you as a real man? Look look at the
Not, not,
position you
not,
put
not.
yourself in as a real man.
That's when you check the fuck out of him. What's a real man? A punching bag? A real man's a conqueror. A real man is somebody who does the work that needs to be done, regardless if he likes it or not. A real man's not a punching bag.
Once again, it's the women who want to rule. So they force feed you these rules, and then you grow up believing this shit.
Mm-hmm. Nah, nigga, you gotta go in on that one. We
And the
got Billy
same
Channel.
fucking women, and the same women who talk that shit, they don't respect you.
Hmm.
Nope.
Because here's the fucking thing about it: they're not gonna tell their sons that shit. Let some mother see some woman hitting on her son. I bet you it won't be that shit that day.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, and
No, they're
that's what
gonna tell somebody else's son that shit.
no, and that's what I
Mm-hmm.
asked. That's why I even asked him. I'm like, what about your son? Would you tell your son to do that? That he starts stuttering, and I'm just like looking. I'm like, dude, you a weak ass motherfucker. I start calling him a bitch, and yeah, I just call him a bitch and a faggot for this shit because I'm like, dude, sorry for using that word, my fault. And, I start calling him. I become like, dude, you're telling
We,
me to
we
do
don't
things
call
that you
we don't
wouldn't want
call
to tell your. Oh,
we don't
sorry,
call the
continue.
F word over here. We just call them British cigarettes.
British cigarettes.
Well, I'm just saying he might as well be because it's like, dude, you know what I mean? What's the point of that?
And then and
How
that's why I
how
look at
do
him like,
people how do
go ahead.
people ever learn? How do people ever learn if they never get punched in the face?
That's what I'm
How many,
saying.
how many times have I said that? You know what my father did when I was little? This was in preschool. I kept telling him, this boy keep bothering on me. And he showed me how to throw a punch and a kick. But I don't want to hurt him. So you know what my father did? He chuckled. He said, boy, there's going to come a time when you get tired of the ass whoopings. And guess what happened? One day that week, later that week, that was Monday, he said by Friday, you saw all the nursery school teachers in the back coming to get me off this motherfucker. Because I was introducing Optimus Prime to his fucking face when I had him by his throat. Cow, 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 cow. And my father laughing. And like, hell, it's the fault of your son. He's just like, he's going ballistic. He's going crazy. Nah, he just got tired of ass whoopings.
Hmm.
Now, I had to stop women. Think about it. And the first day of the police academy, you know what was said? For all you guys out there who have a thing about hitting women, that shit's gonna go out the window the first time you get kicked in the balls, scratched in the face, spit on. Man, I remember this one chick. We were looking for this dude on a warrant, and I was in field training. I swear to God, you couldn't make this shit up. You know how girls have all these stuffed animals in their closet? Mm-hmm. That motherfucker put a mask on looking like this. And I walked past, motherfucker, Undertaker choked that motherfucker. Bitch, get the fuck out of there. So we put handcuffs on him. His girlfriend grabbed us. Oh, damn, bro. By the power of Ike Turner. Man, that backhand came so smooth. She grabbed me, then hit me, and then hit by field. Man, John McEnroe couldn't do a better backhand. Wow. Oh, God damn. Now you going to jail too. I'm like, yo. People don't understand. Women can fuck you up.
Listen,
Mhm.
the lesbian domestic calls were the worst. That was the most violent ones, as opposed to the female men domestic calls.
That's like, for some of you who don't remember, Josh is a former police officer like myself.
Oh yeah.
You can't tell me that a female will take a brass lamp and wait till you sleep and hit an RBI with that motherfucker. A real bad injury. I've seen it.
That sounds like what's that chick name from the Parole and Probation lady?
Starts with an M. McMorrison.
She did that to her husband because
Yeah.
Terrell knew her husband. So she took he came home, according to her, was late, and I use that term very loosely.
Mhm.
And she hit him in the back of the head with a fucking lamp, and they charged him like departmentally. Ain't that a bitch?
And because it is a bitch, you get charged because she is a bitch.
Remember all that shit she used to talk in the parking lot? You work for me, bitch. Yeah.
But yeah, she trying to talk to me.
And me too.
Yeah.
She tried to get both of us ass. That was crazy.
Like, bitch, you married to a nigga with a gun too. I ain't in no shootout over no pussy.
He wrote something like that the other day. Like, we're gonna get cat busted in my ass because I ain't know him around the time she was doing it.
And then,
Remember we would go out to like the clubs and shit, or the bars and shit.
Yeah.
She'd be there.
yeah, you a married hoe. Notice I didn't say married woman. You a married hoe.
She wasn't ready to be anybody white girl because she was talking mad shit about that nigga.
Tell me how many black men are. I just stopped the time right there.
And you know what? You know what's funny? All these women know who they could put their hands on and who they cannot put their hands on and stuff. And I'm just looking at, even like what I was saying about my cousin and him. I'm like, dude, I'm sorry that I'm not like you that could tolerate a bitch putting their hands on you all the time. I don't do that shit. None of the women in any of all our whole entire family would ever dare even try to put their finger on me because I will knock them out. You will tolerate some shit like that. That's why all of the women in the family respect me and they fear me at the same time. They know never to cross a certain line with me.
Listen, that's what I made this story to me and my ex. I don't even remember. This was so many years ago. I don't even remember what the fuck we was even fighting about. But long story short, she thought it was a good idea to try to three-piece me in my face, right? Needless to say, she missed every single shot. And I inadvertently backdropped her through her own coffee table. I don't know how I did the shit, but I was all in defense mode.
My man went to Raw versus SmackDown when I got my special. He got a special.
And you know what? Because I get really offended because I look at it because I'm like, dude, I'm a 6'1", dark skinned black man. Big, you know, usually during that time I was weighing like 230 and everything like that. Well, I'm like, yo, like muscle and stuff. And I'm like, dude, I'm technically the scariest man in America. And like you are trying, what was it called? When some chick comes and hit me, a walking scarecrow, that's when I'm like, oh, you out of place. You don't know. You really think you about to get away with something, and then next thing you know, you get upset when I body slam you or something, and you get surprised. I'm like, dude, why are you messing with me? I am the walking scarecrow. Everybody is afraid of me.
You're like, oh, like, you know, I've said this many a times for brothers, man. The saddest shit is this. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I said the saddest shit is this. Is that a lot of brothers are not given their due respect of being a human being. Because you're a human doing. And if you're not just a burden, a beast of burden.
You want soda? Yeah, there's soda. Oh,
Who drinks water? And it's like this. I drink everything else.
When ice cream, there's ice cream. Oh, yeah, ice cream. No?
He's just weird. He's healthy and weird. But you got to think about it. You got to think about it. Black men have traditionally been looked at as beast of burden. So, as a beast of burden, you're supposed to do nothing but work for me. You're supposed to obey me. The biggest flex is to make the biggest, strongest Negro flinch when you come into the room. I remember my drill sergeant back at Fort Benning. told me you one of the biggest motherfuckers here, and I wasn't even as big as I am now because I was about 180. And he said, you one of the biggest, toughest guys. You need to act like it. You know, I told my drill sergeant, with all due respect, drill sergeant, does a lion need to roar to know he's king? Do you know? Do you know what I'm famous for? My father came to my basic training graduation, and you know it's family day the day before you graduate. So he's talking to my first sergeant, green-eyed black guy called Sergeant Whitehorn with a Native American name. They would talk about the old days of how the military was because my dad's a Vietnam vet with the Marine Corps. So,
Semper Fi.
so they talk about the good old days. He's like, "What's your name, man?" My name's Oh fuck him. Sorry. Where he at? Downstairs? Yeah. He about to go see. Oh shit. Mow it, mow. Good, good. Okay. So he tells him his last name, which is Faulkner. He said, Faulkner. Oh Lord. My father said, okay, what did he do? He said that crazy motherfucker, he take the biggest, strongest motherfucker in the whole company, beat his ass time and knots, and ask if anybody else wants some. We had to back off that motherfucker. We were fucking with him. After we saw that ass whooping he put on that big country big motherfucker, we had to back off that motherfucker. Everybody has a limit. And back in the day, we respected people's limits. Now, because people think that you're independent, you're all kinds of shit, we think it's okay to put your hands on people. We think it's okay not to adhere to the law of nature, live and let live, leave people the fuck alone. It makes for the door lock. And what happened was you have females and some males who think it's cool to do certain actions against people. That whole back in the day, that whole Corey and Anton shit, that would have came to blows.
Yep. As soon as what Anton said to Corey with the suck a dick thing, I'm like, yeah, nah, bro. You should get your teeth knocked out. Rot.
And even Anton knew if you look at his body language, I fucked up. I ain't gonna say
Yeah.
it. Oh, yeah. It's good. He good.
No, that's when his voice started getting high pitched as hell too.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say that, damn. Like, yo, dude, you really sound like a bitch.
Yeah. And you gotta realize, I don't care if it's the smallest motherfucker. And oh yeah, by the way, let's remove this. Let's remove this fucking nature. Let's remove this fucking stereotype. Uh, yeah, yes. Oh, you good now? Oh, my bad. I said, here's another stereotype that I can't stand in the black community. Don't think light skinned guys can't fight. For real.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the worst fights you could get, don't let that motherfucker be a pretty boy. Because he had to fight all his life. My sister's light skinned, attractive woman, right? Hold on, folks.
Are you on a different phone? Because I don't usually get angry and keep it tamped down. People get scared when I start ramping up. They see I'm going to another place. Well, oh wait, yeah, they can see I'm going to. Yeah, that's true. Oh shoot. Hey Charles, if you're saying something, or maybe it might be me. I don't know if I gotta go check my other phone real quick.
He'll be back in a minute.
Okay, okay, cool, cool, cool. Oh,
Because I don't usually get angry and keep it tamped down, people get scared when I start to ramp up. They can see I'm going to another place. Yeah, that's how it be. I always say, yo, never fight a quiet dude.
yeah.
Quiet niggas are the most dangerous people on the fucking planet. I done seen that shit too many times.
Hmm. I got respect for them because I'm like I can't. Because like I said, when I said before, like I'm a 6'1", I'm a 6'1", like 200-pound black dude and everything, and so I'm just like I'm always been. I have the what's it called? I'm like, hey, I could talk this shit and I could back it up. So I always been like the loud aggressive person. But then people be still trying to think like, oh, you just talking shit. I'm like, dude, I don't think you really want to mess with me. Like I might be loud and everything. You might think I'm just barking, but I will hurt you. And especially
Uh,
since I'm ex-military, I'm trained to hurt you, and I'm not playing with you. I'm not gonna hold back.
yeah, especially nowadays.
Hmm.
All this MMA shit, motherfuckers. Yo, like back in the day, it was just boxing.
Hmm.
Like, you know what I mean? You just dealing with a dude know how to throw hands. Like, you dealing with, yeah, you go out here and start some trouble. Like, I saw this clip recently, like the other day. It was in a bar. Two black dudes got a problem with each other. The one dude is one dude in a whole ass suit. He in a three-piece suit. He take his jacket off. He still got his vest and shit. And that motherfucker got like some type of karate stats. Then the other dude, he takes his shirt off and shit, walks over, take his shirt off, come back. Man, homeboy hit dude with a fucking front kick. Ow! Kicked his ass to the other side of the, literally, kicked him to
Hmm.
this the dude with the suit. Front
Hmm.
kicked the shit out of homeboy. Kicked him to the other side of the fucking bar. Like, yo, nah, yo, hey, that's why I carry. Fuck all that.
Yeah,
I
and
ain't
that's what
doing
I
all
mean.
that kung fu shit.
And this is why I got respect too for all types of men from whatever size and like height, wherever the hell they are, because I'm like, you don't know what they know. My little brother,
Yeah.
he's like a double black belt in like what's it called? Some kickboxing type of stuff. Like, black belt, like whatever the hell. He's like, whatever. He's teaching classes and all this other stuff. Once I was like, yo, I had to tell my little brother this, like, yo, honestly, if somebody's trying to fight me, I'm about to call you to help me whoop their ass. Like, screw this, and call my little brother. And I told him, like, honestly too, I'm like, yo, the way how you are now, like how we used to spar and fight and all that stuff, if I have to fight you now, I gotta really take you seriously. I'm gonna have to crack your skull on the side of the wall because I can't let you roundhouse kick me or some shit.
Yeah.
This dude be, love using his legs like his hands and stuff. I'm like, yeah, I'm terrified.
You
I
some
love it.
dude out here, you just got a couple fist fights before you think you know something. Dude standing across from you, this motherfucker is taking Muay Thai classes every day after work.
Mm-hmm.
He about to put you in a plum grip behind the back of your head and start kneeing the shit out your motherfucking ass, yo. Like, nah.
Yeah, that's why I even like what was it called? I started even what's it called? I carry pepper spray or carry any type of weapon around me. Sometimes I'm like, I don't know what you know, and I'm not taking no chances. I don't want to fight. I tell people like, look, man. I even say out loud, I'm a pussy and a bitch because guess what? Usually those things get to live to see another day. But if you push me, you're not gonna like how I'm gonna react to you. Because even my uncle, my cousin, I was talking about him because he got mad at what I was saying to his ass and checking him. Dude start getting in my face. And I'm like, bruh, first of all, I know you're allergic to air. You got asthma, and I got pepper spray. If you even touch me, I'm gonna spray this shit on your ass, and you're not gonna be able to live till tomorrow. And I promise you that. And then he start calming back down. I'm like, exactly. You better back off.
Dude, I am more nice and polite than I've ever been in my life to people when I'm outside, and I'm walking
Mm-hmm.
around strapped every day because I
Mm-hmm.
don't want to shoot you.
Exactly.
And
I
that's
have
my
the
only
weapon, so I
rule.
don't.
Don't approach me. Like, that's my only rule. Don't approach me. Call me whatever you got to, dude. I'm walking away because it ain't worth my trouble. If I shoot you, you're gonna be dead.
Exactly. I
Your
beg people
problem's
like to
over.
stop. I'm like, dude, I don't
I
want to
got a
fight.
whole new I got a whole new set of problems. You know what I mean? I gotta get arrested. I gotta hope these motherfuckers do justifiable homicide. If not, I gotta go to trial.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, dog, I'm not so my only rule is, yo, don't fucking approach me. Like I'm telling you, if I walk away and here you come running up behind me, dude, I'm telling you, I'm gonna light you up.
Like even
I
some dude at
mean,
the park tried that crap on me, and I'm like, I said it right in front of the whole park, and I'm like, yo, dude, calm down, please step away from me. He keeps stepping closer to me, and I'm like, okay, now I have to go into my bag. I'm like, yo, bro, please leave me alone. Get away from me, back away from me. And I said it out loud. I'm like, yo, I'm a pussy, I'm a bitch. So that everybody can hear me at the park. And one dude's like, you don't say that. I'm like, nah, I'm saying this so just in case if the dude do touch me, when I freaking let him out, or put him down, everybody will even point it out. Like, yeah, I was saying I'm a bitch and I'm a pussy and tell him to leave me alone. And he keeps coming towards me. So I have a legal right to put you down. I'm gonna legally fuck you up. That's what I always tell people. I will legally fuck you up. That's my main goal. If
yeah.
you're trying to fuck with me, I don't care.
Like I'm telling you, I go to the range. I'm seeing all these people coming in, like, cause the gun instructor always bring their classes to the range, and I'm seeing all these people getting their carry licenses. Like, dog, you don't know who you fuck with out here now.
Mm-hmm.
More and more people every day are getting their carry permits. You out here running your mouth to some random dude, yo, that motherfucker probably packing, and he's gonna legally light your dumb ass up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's one thing if you just say, well, all right, stay away from these neighborhoods here because, you know what I mean, the gang violence and all that shit or whatever. Dog, now all these people are walking around legally carrying.
Even
And
anime
you got
dudes.
people just running their mouths to strangers and talking shit to strangers. I'm like, yo, I'm telling you, like, you know what I mean? You're going to get lit up one of these fucking days running your mouth to the wrong person. Because everybody legally carrying ain't smart. Some of these motherfuckers, they looking for the slightest excuse to shoot somebody.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I say I'm more courteous and polite to motherfuckers than I've ever been. And it's like my grandmother used to say, I mean, respect don't cost you nothing.
Exactly. But disrespect might cost you everything.
Yeah, it
My
will cost you every fucking
my
thing. Go
primary
outside and play with
goal was
people.
to help people. And my thing is, I wasn't super cop. I wasn't Riggs off Lethal Weapon. I was a report writer. I was a ticket writer. And my thing is, I wasn't one of them cops that fuck with people like, I'm gonna give you a ticket today. No, listen. I let people talk themselves into it, and I try to be cool and cordial with them. As long as I was cool and they was cool, you're not getting the ticket.
You know how many motherfuckers I let smoke a cigarette if they had an FTA warrant, hey, it happens to everybody.
Nigga, I got sued. And in the video, because the guy said that I mistreated him and I beat him up. In the video, it shows none of that, and it showed that I let him smoke a cigarette. I gave him a cigarette so he could smoke, and they threw this shit out.
You know, I got sued for excessive force from a bitch who attacked me. And it was funny, right? Because remember the old 18 show when B.A. Baracus stole somebody? You see the overhead camera shot? That's how far I threw her ass. Bitch!
Further than Jazzy Jeff.
Because we had to go get the child, the daughter, who wanted to be with the aunt. Mama has custody, not you, bitch.
Let me ask you something. Did you in the Northern District? Did you ever deal with that EP that was off of York Road, like the lower part,
The
like
white
off
girl.
of by Cold Spring? She was like crazy.
The white girl.
Like, yeah. Yo, you know what I'm talking about? And the parents had like the little TV in the fucking fireplace.
This bitch was so crazy, right, folks? Hey, Nightshade, you listening? This bitch was so crazy, and her parents had so much money. They built an extension to the house with a drawbridge so she could stay the fuck away from them.
She was psycho.
She made Norman Bates look normal.
I think she even ate her own shit at one point. She was that crazy.
This chick was so nuts that she said that the Smurfs came into her room, felt her up, and stole her jewelry.
Get the fuck out of here.
I said, so Papa Smurf like him young, huh?
Mm-mm. And yo, calls used to come up for her crib every day. Every day, yo.
And that was 21 posts.
It sure what? Who was 21? Lamb? So Lamb already knew them.
If you're a sector 2, you knew them. Oh, bitch, get the fuck out.
Yeah.
I remember one time I was pissed. And I think this was the time me and Nightshade were together. I probably didn't get none yet, but
stupid.
There's something out there. She said alias.
I ain't gonna lie, I miss riding around with Lamb. For people who don't know, there was this Jamaican lady, this older Jamaican lady.
I mean,
she was my Jamaican mother.
She was the stereotypical Jamaican.
And instead of calling me Josh, she'd be like, Josh it!
Josh it!
Josh it! Come on, let's go to this car, Josh it!
Josh it! She was the stereotypical Jamaican, like all the Jamaicans you seen in every movie. This was this lady.
You notice nobody ever got frisky with her. Ain't nobody ever tried to punch her. Nobody ever cried. I've never seen nobody raise their voice at her because once they hear that Jamaican accent, they calm the fuck down.
Because they know she's gonna cut them. Even though I had to cuss Lamb out one time. When she tried to get all smart. I said, motherfucker, we gonna do this now. I'm your senior in this department. I don't care how old you are. Now you either gonna shut the fuck up, listen to what the fuck I gotta say, or you're gonna walk back from Greenmount and 33rd to the fucking Northern District.
And that's a long way.
Now after that, she got respectful.
Yeah.
Me personally, I always hated that people got disrespectful with me, and I had to be like, yo.
You know what? Did you ever tell the people that story where they dropped a signal 13 on your ass, and I was at the district writing a report, and Sergeant Cephas was like, Sergeant Cephas, he didn't say, well, he basically looked at me like, come on, nigga, get up. Like for me to run out the district, because I was like,
for those of you who don't know, Nightshade knows what a signal 13 is. Officer needs help now. Officer down. Officer needs assistance. It's not like backup. It means I needed help last week.
Yeah.
And by the way, just to make it a rule of thumb, if a guy like Jason Lee, who I respect to this day, if he calls for a 10-16 or a 10-11, that's a 13 because he don't ask for help from nobody.
Yeah.
If a guy like fucking... What's that dude name? The one who crashed up all the cars. Guy.
Oh my God! This guy,
guy,
he was an overtime guru, and he owns hotels in Rwanda. Oh, is that Jamaica? It's one of them shits. But he's
Grenada. That motherfucker. I was like, do you have the decency of changing your underwear? God damn. Get some dude wipes.
Yo, you know them niggas set up a tent in the back of the district, and they was sleeping in it to do overtime.
I ain't that way.
I didn't love overtime that much to be doing all that shit. I'm sorry.
Nigga be roughing it and shit.
Yeah.
Hey, Nightshade. You make it home yet? You close?
You forget when I got there for that Signal 13, going back to that for a bit.
Which
nigga,
one was it? Was it the pregnant lady?
Was it a pregnant?
Because you know
you
there's
was
a
on
world
the
star.
floor. You was on the floor and you had a nigga in the fucking Kimura
Kimura.
line. And that was on World Star Hip Hop.
Yeah.
I laughed so hard. I gotta go back on that.
That was perfect. But you gotta admit, that was perfect technique.
You was on the floor. You had your legs wrapped around the nigga, and you was just pulling them. I was rolling, bro.
I was gonna break. But you don't know what the motherfucker told me.
The funny thing is before you continue, but the funny thing is because I forgot what your number was. I think he was 24.
Yeah.
When the 13 came out, I wasn't quick to get up because I knew you were okay. Because look how big you are. When Cephas was like, "Come on, man, get up," and I'm like, "He alright, bro." He's like, "No, I'm not playing. Get up." I'm like, "Yo." You told me to do this report because I got chewed out that day for whatever the fuck reason.
I'm gonna tell you what was funny, right?
Yeah.
Because, like I told you, the rule of thumb: if certain people call for a 13, you have Scotty beat you down.
Yeah.
Well, they be like, the whole district told me.
He was all there.
The whole district told me. Matter of fact, 3 districts were there: the northern, the northeast, and the eastern. They all called 524. And I've noticed when they called it out, she accidentally said my name over there. Hey, fault. 524 fault the case. You know what all these districts told me? Fault. Oh, he only asked for help. We get the fault.
And that's what I'm saying. Yo, literally everybody was already fucking there. So when my supervisor was like, "Come on," I was like, yo, it's Charles. I say he good. It's just a crowd. They just trying to control the crowd. I said, but as far as whooping ass, he's not getting his ass whooped. Trust me. He's like, "Get your ass up." I'm like, all right.
They're like, no, I remember right. You listening, Nightshade?
Yeah.
You know one of the most pissed off times you could do to a cop? That's one of the names of my characters in my story I'm writing.
Yeah.
I'll send you a couple of chapters if you don't mind, Nightshade.
He's gonna be a best-selling author, y'all. Be on the lookout for that.
You're gonna like it. So
love it.
We get a domestic, and remember, we're working 11 to 7. Guess when this call comes out? 6:40 a.m. You know what
that's
this
worse.
call was? Baby daddy puts a knife to the throat of his 5 to 6 month pregnant baby mama.
Stop, yo.
And robs her for her purse.
What?
And her.
No, let me now give me 5 minutes for that.
All right. What'd she say?
No, I said give me 10 minutes with her. I bet she won't lay a finger or anything else.
Yeah, because Cherie don't play.
No.
I mean, I'm sorry. What's
Nightshade?
Nightshade don't play. She kick ass.
Maybe that was the attraction between us. I don't know. Maybe we got turned on by this shit. That's why we got together. I don't know. But let me tell you, I'm already pissed because I wanted to go home. So now she sends me a picture of this motherfucker. It's already a domestic robbery. She's pregnant. I'm pissed. So she texts my departmental phone, right?
Mm-hmm.
He tried to use my account at this place. What place was it? It was at a Sipco, like a gas station. So I swear to God, usually I'm blind as a bat, but my eyes, I must have been Kryptonian for 5 minutes. I had x-ray vision and telescopic vision. Saw that motherfucker in the gas station. So I moseyed on over there with my patrol car, got out the car. I took my gun out before I even got out the car. Walked in there, and I told him straight up on body cam, motherfucker, get on the fucking floor. But man, I said, if you move 1 inch towards me, I'm going to put 5 in you before you even drop to the floor.
Mm-hmm.
But if you will put a knife to the throat of a pregnant woman, you would do the same to me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to count to 5. 1, 2, 5.
Hey, yo, did you ever tell them about how we met or how I used to be seeing you and shit when I was a rookie? Listen, I'm going to tell y'all straight up, the Foxter, he crazy motherfucker. Because when I was a rookie, this was like 2013. No, I'm sorry, 14ish. I would be like, we was on opposite shifts. I was on day work, he'd be on afternoon or vice versa. And this nigga used to.
When you were a rookie?
Yeah, when I was a rookie, because I did my field training in the Northern. And the crazy thing is, I wanted to go to the Western, but that's a totally different story. But
that's a fucking bill.
This nigga used to walk in after his shift and rip his police shirt open, and they have the Superman logo, like he had a shirt under there. And I swear to God, you said
funny.
one time, I might be lying, but I swear, hey, and I'm not a timid motherfucker. But you said some crazy shit one time. You had this look on your face. You was like, you rookie motherfucker said something, I'm gonna fuck you up. And I was like, you know what? I'm not talking to that guy. me and this nigga didn't get close until me and my baby mother broke up, and I found out she was cheating and shit, and which was a couple of years later, because I left the Northern after I did field training. They kicked me out, and I unfortunately went to the Central District, which was like downtown Baltimore, like Pratt Street, all the way up to like Pennsylvania Avenue.
The biggest headache in the city.
Yo, that was the worst time in my career, and it wasn't because I worked Pennsylvania Avenue with McCullough Homes. It was because I had nothing but racist supervisors.
A bunch of white racist
bitch ass niggas. Once I got to the Northern District, that was like the country club.
You know, except, the massive crime. But
yeah. Oh yeah, the Northern's like the Western, because they redistrict the city.
Yeah, because when I was a sergeant for BCCC,
yeah,
that's kind of funny. Cheers to Leon.
That's right.
Cheers. I would have been Leon's sergeant. I would have been a shift commander.
Oh yeah.
If Leon was still living and I worked there, man, we would have got away with a lot of shit. Be like, Leon, ride with me, nigga.
I would have ended up joining y'all.
I'd have been like, I would have been like, yo.
And I keep forgetting he went back to BCCC. This nigga became a CO, left that shit, and went back to BCCC.
Normally, me and quote-unquote Nightshade have really good conversations, even if we agree or disagree. That's the one thing I always loved and respect about her. She's one of two women I can talk to and be logical. And she's not going to be biased towards women. A lot of times, she's the one calling the women motherfuckers more than me.
And I appreciate that.
And just like she'll call out men who are being bitches.
And I appreciate that too.
One of the saddest moments of my life to this day, and probably hers as well, is when she had to call me about Leon. I was in disbelief. And I don't think nobody knows the part about this story is that I called his phone after. I thought Cherie was lying. I thought she was pranking me or some shit. I didn't believe her. And because I just saw him.
You was the last one out of the group to talk to him. And to this day, it still hurt me because he called me that Tuesday. And I missed his call. I was actually at Mariah House. But I was going through all the shit I was going through at the time. And I just didn't feel like talking to anybody. But to this day, I'm like, damn, I should have just picked the fuck up. If I would have known it was going to be... Well, it could have been the last time I talked to him. I would have picked up. And the last time I saw him was the what you call it? Thanksgiving prior to that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And there was a lot of shit going on because I remember you was moving from Valley Street. And I remember you was talking about that. Like we was both going through hell.
We were going through literal hell at that time.
This decade has been hell and high water for niggas.
Has it gotten better? Yes, but it was rough.
Yeah.
And when she told me that, I had the unenviable task of telling all the boys Leon passed.
You called me.
Terrell's a tough dude. Terrell, he's a former officer, matter of fact, former lieutenant in the department. For those who don't know, his older brother, Josh's older brother. Terrell's a tough dude. He used to spar with heavyweight boxers, so he could take some and give some.
Was in the Golden Gloves and everything.
Golden Gloves, tough guy. When he heard that Leon passed, he bawled out crying. That shit hurt.
Leon was all of our best friend. Like, he was our best friend, yo.
That was the funniest motherfucker. When you can make a fucking prison laugh, you a funny motherfucker.
Yeah.
When motherfuckers be like, yo, hey, CO, what did Bernie Mac say? He said, hey, Lock him, you gotta get them. I can't do the fucking voice like him. Hey, you gotta get the.
Leon did it spot on, yo.
Leon was so convinced in his buddy Mike that he had motherfuckers be like, yo, it's Cat Williams on this motherfucker.
Mm-hmm. Let me tell you, that nigga, he give you the shirt off of his back. I remember one time it was Black Friday, and I took him to Walmart. He didn't even know what the fuck was going on. This is when the PlayStation 4 was already out, but he had a 3 for the longest time. Like he goes, I was like, we he's like, yeah, I can afford it. Man, I took his, got him a PS4, and
grateful.
he broke down in tears, and I gave him a hug at the register, bro. Like,
Yeah,
that was my nigga.
I remember like one of the funniest moments between he and I. You listen to Nightshade? He needed to jump for his truck, and that's when I had the Ford Explorer.
Yeah.
And I miss that bitch. My mother got a Ford Explorer just because of that. Like copycat ass. It's funny. It's funny because she's 5 feet tall and she got a pillow even though the seats go up. You short motherfucker. I was like, I bet you your legs swing, don't you? Every time she gets up in the car, I imagine the sound effects from Mario. So he needed to jump for his car, right? And he pulls out these little paper thin jumper cables. Luckily, I had the thick ones. I said, "What the fuck are you doing with them Fisher Press cables?" My first jump, shit, and we died laughing. So it was all good with that nigga, boy.
Yeah.
When he passed, I know heaven's rolling.
Yeah.
Rolling in his grave. You know what? I tell people, man, I'm a great cop. I'm a great soldier, but that man was a better human being than I was.
It's just thinking back on it, it just hurts bad because, after you called and told me, I remember crying about it and shit. My mom checking on me, and it's just like now I know that him and my mom, you know what I'm saying, they up there talking about it. And I'm pretty sure Leon made peace with his mother. And you know the crazy thing about all that? Leon's mother passed on my birthday.
Wow.
11 years ago. She passed on my birthday in 2015. Then that was like the connection that me and Leon always had.
Leon had the same birthday as my godson, Rob, June 2nd.
And then he passed. Leon passed on February 2nd. My mom passed on February 9th. I'm pretty sure Leon knows about that now, but it's just crazy to know how the connection. Like my birthday, his mother's passing is the same month, and Leon's passing and my mother's passing is the same month. Yeah. That's insanity.
And it's crazy because everybody loved that fucking black sectional because a lot of big, strong grown men crowd on that sectional. Where he made peace about stuff.
You don't realize it, but you was and you still are. You're a therapist for a lot of people. You got me. You're the reason why I'm still alive today. Because I'm telling you, if I would have let my own thoughts get the best of me, I probably wouldn't be here to tell that story about when the shit I went through with my ex. You know what I'm saying? And at least I can admit that.
It's like a meme I made with Batman, the Alex Ross Batman, where you see Bruce Wayne and you see the cowl in the background. And I put something up about scars. I said scars tell many stories. They tell you how much you went through.
Yeah.
They tell you how much you triumphed, but most of all, they tell you how much you healed. And a lot of stuff you went with your baby moms, I went through with my son's mother. And thankfully, Angie and myself are in a better place.
Yeah.
And hopefully you can get that peace of mind yourself. Even though I still say take that bitch to court.
Oh, I sure will. And for people who don't know, who know me, my ex, okay, so long story short, she joined the military without me signing off on anything, which is completely illegal. And now she took my daughter and went to Boston. So
without your knowledge.
Without my knowledge. So this is another thing that I'm dealing with. And I'm gonna tell you something. I lost my mother 11 months ago, coming up on 12. I'm dealing with a lot of shit mentally, but I'm just saying that all to say that I'm all right. And you know why? Because I ain't gonna lie, and I know this sounds fucked up, but Leon's passing, and I had another homeboy that passed like maybe 4 years before he did, Randy. Remember Randy?
Yeah, he was a good dude too.
Yeah, Randy passed from cancer, and it was like their deaths as well as my grandmother's death and my great aunt's death, which was my grandmother's sister. It's like all of that prepared me, as well as my aunt Elaine on my father's side. It's like all of that prepared me for what I went through recently with my mother's passing. Because she had stage 4 breast cancer for like 15 years.
Your mother, I joke about it a lot.
Man, it sound like she was
by the time death came to your mother, Death was out of breath.
Listen,
that motherfucker was bent
my
over.
mom fought so hard.
Give me some water.
Yeah,
Give me some
yo,
water.
my mom fought so hard that at the end she just opened her arms and just let God take her. You know what I'm saying? I remember the last couple of days, and this is the ill shit about life. This is why I'm gonna tell y'all God is real, right? The last couple of days she was living, when she was in she was right in my. She passed away right in my living room. She was in the hospice in the living room, and she would be looking up to the ceiling, but it wasn't like straight up. It'd be like in a direction where somebody could stand. She was that was my grandmother. That was my family. That was
her welcome home.
Yeah, that was my
welcome
grandfather,
home.
And she never got to meet a grandfather in the physical form, but I know she knows it now.
That was the welcome home, and you know a lot of people don't know Nightshade. She lost. How old were you when you lost your mother, Nightshade?
I believe I was 19 years old.
You weren't even old enough to train.
I'm so sorry you had to lose your mother that young.
Yeah,
I had my mother up until 33, and it still hurts.
You know, one of the most beautiful things my mother said. This is Nightshade, quote unquote, and Josh. We're on the mic. One of the most beautiful things my mother said at my grandfather's funeral. This man gave me 65 wondrous years. There's a special place in my heart for my grandfather because when my parents split up and divorced, I almost have a tear coming down now. Everybody else in the family refused us an open home. We just needed a place to stay for a few. My grandfather said, come on down. That motherfucker was the coolest motherfucker ever. Ultra athletic.
Let me tell you something. It's a blessing to have.
Don't you cry, because if you make me cry, I'll fuck you up, nigga.
It's a blessing to have people in your family that love you, and never take them for granted because you know.
Cheers
when my mother left my father years ago, we had to stay at my grandmother's house, and she didn't have to do that. So when I lost my grandmother, that was in like 2017, and then I lost my mother last year. Let me tell you, I've been broke all my motherfucking life, but having a mother that loves you and that will take a bullet for you, that's like being rich.
That's why when you and Terrell, were having your differences, the one thing my father always said to my younger brother, my older sister, his wish forever and a day, and I feel you on that one, my dude.
Yeah.
He always wanted us to be tight because we were the black sheep of the family.
Yeah.
Nobody ain't do shit for Charles's kids.
Word.
They ain't do shit for Charles's kids. They ain't do shit for Charles's grandkids. They ain't even do shit for Charles's great grandkids.
Damn.
I bought more diapers for my great nephews and niece than their fathers.
Yeah.
I was the one who had to go fuck one of their fathers up because they were in my house.
Yeah.
Choking her. I had to hold back from slapping my own damn niece. You picked this motherfucker when I told you better?
Right, yeah.
And it's fucked up, right? Because this is probably some of the most heartfelt shit you probably heard in this space. Because both of us got tears coming down. Shit.
Yeah, real shit.
Ain't no fucking shame. Men hurt. Okay?
Yeah.
Women hurt, men hurt.
Listen,
there's times I had Nightshade tell me, can I borrow your mother for a minute? When I gave her the phone to talk to my mother. Think about it. Her children have no memory of their grandmother. Am I lying?
No, not at all. And it's kind of sad, especially because they have a grandmother on their father's side, but she's never been a grandmother.
That
so
bitch.
I'm just like, how can you go through life knowing that you have offspring in whatever form?
Knowing you have descendants.
And I want to be a part of them.
At that moment, you have descendants. If you're a grandparent, well, technically, if you're a parent, that's your descendant.
Yeah.
But you really have descendants when you're a grandparent.
Which is crazy because my grandmother on my father's side, she really didn't give a fuck about us. But I'll put it to you like this: the last time I talked to her before she passed in 2015, and I actually went to her funeral, but I wasn't even close to her like that. But long story short, last time I talked to her was in 2003, right? And instead of her trying to catch up with me and ask me how I've been doing or anything like that, she just says, "Oh, maybe we could link up and have McDonald's." What the fuck, McDonald's? You would ask me how I'm doing in school, none of that shit.
Nothing.
What do I like?
Nothing.
Whatever the fuck.
You know, one of the greatest blessings I had to think. My grandfather passed at 92 years old, and that motherfucker in the casket looked so pretty.
Yeah.
Two things broke my heart. I wanted to be one of his pallbearers, but I wasn't, because his wife Diane, sweet woman, and my grandfather liked him young because she was a few years older than my mother. And and trust me, you see the picture of him. That's the only man I ever met that women didn't call him handsome; they called him beautiful. That's a beautiful man.
And I looked at the picture, word, man.
And I looked at the picture. Peanut doesn't know how blessed he is. There's a picture with him and Peanut while he's sitting down. That one picture is 4 generations apart.
Yeah.
He lived to see his great-great-grandchildren. He lived to see damn near almost 5 generations.
Yo.
He literally lived through Jim Crow, through a black president.
Yeah. Hey, Charles, before I forget, remember I tell you, like, when my mom was in hospital or whatever? Mm-hmm. I swear to God, she passed on Super Bowl Sunday last year, right? Mm-hmm. The day before.
She was probably upset because I had to make sure the fucking Chiefs didn't win. I'm gone. See, I made you laugh with that one, boy. Made you laugh. I just had to last long to make sure the Chiefs didn't win. That's it. Take it, Lord.
But you know what's crazy though? The eeriest shit about that, right? I remember I was in the living room. I mean, I was in the kitchen where we at now. I think I was Shanika might have been over. Somebody was over. Matter of fact,
you have a good woman, by the way. I meant to tell you that in your face. You have a goddamn good woman.
Thank you so much. But yeah, so there was I swear to God, TJ was in the living room, and all I hear him say, "Daddy, what is that?" Bro, a black bird flew in here, and so Rel opened up the door and it flew out. My aunt was like, "That means something," and the next day she was gone.
That means the spirit of death. See, people, I think DC's version of death, DC Comics' version of death,
yeah,
that's the truest form of death that I think of in religion.
Yeah,
death isn't this scary thing with a cloak, with a skull face. Death is actually comforting.
You talking about that black chick that was on?
Death is the person who comforts you on your way to going. People don't understand in most religious circles. I don't care if you're Jehovah's Witness, Catholic, Christian, Muslim, Jin, Shinto. Death is actually comforting. When you get into this Western ideology of shit, they make you fear death because motherfuckers got to fear the unknown.
Ain't no point in fearing it because my grandmother used to. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you a story. And people probably don't believe it. They probably call me crazy, but fuck it. This is what I saw. I'd seen it with my eyes. So, I got a lot of family in Alabama. We also got our own family plot. So my grandmother and my mother is buried on the family plot in Alabama. So, long story short, my great grandmother's house, my great grandmother, she passed away in her house as well as my great granddad. So, after my great grandmother passed in '95, but it's an urban legend that my great grandfather used to see her walking around the house after she passed. Nigga, I went there. My grandmother took me there in 2001 for a family reunion. Me and my grandmother was in the bed asleep in the whatever, and I opened my eyes and she was standing. My great grandmother was standing in front of me. I never forget that. She had like a yellow dress, and I was able to see through her. And I'm not bullshitting. I saw her in that house. But
grandma had fashion sense, even to death.
Basically, but needless to say, so I told my grandmother what happened the next day when we was eating breakfast, and she was like, "Don't be scared. They're like, this is coming to check on us. They're not gonna hurt you."
I'm gonna tell you what's one of the craziest parts. Actually, very sombering. Did you know where my grandfather's buried. He's buried on the family farm with 350 acres. He's buried next to his mother, his father, a couple of brothers, and a couple of sisters. My son asks, "Who owns all this land?" And all the cousins looked around him and said, "We do." Well, you know the funny thing about my grandfather, he had that thick North Carolina accent. Hey, see here, Charles. About time for you to get married, boy. Said Granddaddy, with all due respect, the women of my generation ain't shit. He laughed his ass off. He said, "I get it. I get it." I remember right. Me and my uncle, who's my grandfather's oldest child. My mother is the third oldest. He's actually named after my grandfather, Roosevelt, but we call him Bruh. Because you know nobody in black families ever call you by your government name, right, Nick Shade?
That is true.
So we sat out on the porch. One, it was hot as fuck, even though they had AC, but I enjoyed that North Carolina weather. And I always told everybody, and plus I inherited my grandfather's double barrel shotgun and 8-shot 357, as he used to say. Well, motherfucker, counting your bullets, they don't expect two more to come at their asses. So I told Diane, who's my step grandmother, she's like, "Why are you out here?" I said, "For two reasons. One, smoking cigars, and two, the man of the house is gone. The next man up's supposed to stay out here to let motherfuckers know this ain't a time to try us. We buried one motherfucker. You want to be next? Come over here and try some shit."
Yeah.
So when they see a man on the porch at different times of the night, you know this ain't a time to try it. And there's two people who influenced my music, right? One, I don't beat his name, Larry O'Neal Brown, my wrestling coach, aka Master Brown, for whoever's going to read that book and the story. And two, my grandfather. So why do you think I'm such a big Frankie Beverly fan?
There you go.
And by the way, Cherie, remember the Cadillac I used to drive? I mean, Nightshade. Goddamn,
Lord,
I'm fucking up.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
That's because the
indeed.
drinks are hitting.
The drinks are hitting like Tyson Foreman and goddamn
That's
Tech.
why
I mean,
that's why you see
and
my
your
black
heart is
ass
being
in
really honest
Yeah.
right now. So
So Nightshade. Remember that Cadillac with the all black tints that everybody used to say was a drug dealer car?
I miss that shit.
Yeah.
You know when my grandfather said that, he had the biggest smile on his face.
Did the car phone still work?
Yeah.
What year was that shit?
Was that a 2010 or 20? I forgot what year it was. That was a beautiful
And that wasn't
car.
just any phone.
Especially when the rims were shattered.
Bro, that car had a landline in it. You drove that bitch till the wheels fell off. Literally.
Literally, it did fall off.
Literally.
And I remember the first time Nightshade got in that goddamn car, her ignorant ass started ducking behind the goddamn seat thinking we were about to get shot up or some shit.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. When you lived up Valley Street, I used to be scared riding with your black ass in that shit. I thought you were about to do a drive-by.
Let me put it to you this way, folks. When we were together, she ducking behind the thing. I know that you Baltimore City, but keep it honest with me so I know. Are you doing any illegal shit in the drug dealer variety? Her words, not mine. I said no.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness! And I put like a Bluetooth speaker in the motherfucker, right? So I would purposely pull up on people at red light with the car phone, just talk to people, act like I'm talking, and just say, "And bitch, you better have my money," and hang up on it.
Driving around looking like Kingpin and shit.
I hated when I dressed up in it because motherfuckers used to like kiss my rings and shit.
That's when you was wearing them fedoras and shit.
And don't tell it what I want to do, what I feeling. Those were good times. It was funny because the one thing about my grandfather, which was funny, My uncle told this story while we were on the porch back in North Carolina. He said, you know, because he called him daddy, I call him granddaddy. When I become a grandparent, don't call me pop pop, don't call me grandpa. No, it's granddaddy. You earned that title. He said he was about 40 before, everybody in that generation. A lot of people in that generation suffer from drugs, unfortunately, because motherfuckers were partying because nobody partied like motherfuckers in the 70s and the 80s. Shit. So he just won a state title in track, okay? So that tell you you're a bad motherfucker. You fast. He said he was he was like, I told my dad, hey, I'm fast. I'm the fastest man in Maryland. Da 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 da. Once again, thick ass North Carolina accent. Yeah, let's see about that, son. He said we were on the block. I got tennis shoes on. This motherfucker had loafers, penny loafers on. He said in my words, man, he smoked me like a pack of Cools and Menthols. Stupid. They said if he would have, everybody who knew him from when he was young, they said if he would have went to the NFL, he would have been a Hall of Famer. Mm. That's how athletic he was. You wonder why I'm athletic. Shit. That motherfucker beat me in a race in the 60s.
You should have been a pro wrestler. You would have been better than Ahmed Johnson. At least you could talk.
I'm not a catcher, nigga. That was so funny when he told me. I said, don't feel bad. He did that 20 years later with me. That motherfucker hurdled a kid on a big wheel. What type of fucking superhero abilities does this nigga got? Like, goddamn country motherfuckers. I said, granddaddy, right? I could tell that you were part of the Underground Railroad because they weren't catching your ass. I bet you when you left the slave farm, the hound dogs was like, fuck it. Fuck it. You get a boy? Fuck no. That nigga fast. Fuck. The dog's looking for water. Oh, shit. How you gotta carry the dogs back to the plantation? Fuck. That nigga had the speed of light. God damn. God damn. What the fuck was that? Damn. Oh, Lord Jesus. What the fuck was that? I don't know. We got a lot of these motherfuckers now. That nigga died. He drowned or some shit. I don't know. That's when the dogs all congregated and said, we gotta lie about this shit. We couldn't catch that nigga. That motherfucker was fast. God dang. It was different about them because niggas that old, they had a different idea of fucking. Y'all talk about the boomers and the silent generation. That motherfucker had an 8th grade education and became a master mechanic. You know what Port Covington is, right? That's where Inner Harbor Ford used to be. I remember being 4 or 5 years old. He did 30 years there. Took care of 4 kids and a wife. And my grandmother, she worked at school 13. One of the most horrible motherfucking schools you could ever go to in elementary. But she worked there for 3 decades.
Where's school 13?
Patterson Park and Monument.
Okay.
It's the only school in Baltimore where you get complimentary nunchucks and brass knuckles before you teach.
The fuck is that? Lean on me?
It's called Lean Away From Me. It was the sequel. The fuck out of here. Shit.
The sequel, Lean Back.
Lean Back. Like you heard of this movie Get Out? That was the prequel. Get the fuck out. That school was so rough. My grandmother and my great aunts worked together at that school. Like they were like an international gang in that motherfucker. They ran that shit like the Yakuza. They used to have those kids fighting in school. Hey, y'all stop fighting there. She's from Windsor, North Carolina, too. That's why if me and Nightshade and Josh ever go to North Carolina, I can't date anybody there because I'm probably related to them 90% of the time. That's why when I see cute girls, I got to go to the next county to make sure nobody, like, I know nobody related to me.
It's crazy. You got family in North Carolina. I got family in South Carolina.
So, well, the slave shit made many stops.
Stupid.
It was so funny. She like, y'all go and stop fighting. And you could tell I had like a different grandmother, okay? This is how you know your family's different. And I mean different, right? My grandmother chewed tobacco and had a German Shepherd she boxed with. Nobody else in the world could tame that German Shepherd but her.
That's crazy.
German Shepherd named Bruno and shit. Hated my ass. My grandmother get around, motherfucker try to jump and bite her, she uppercut the bitch. Don't laugh. Tyson learned this shit from her. When you can set a fucking 100-pound German Shepherd in the air, you're a bad motherfucker. I see why my grandfather divorced your ass. She was the meanest sister out the bunch. I had to fuck with my grandfather one time. I love you both, but when you that horny, god damn, she mean as fuck. God damn. That's my grandmother. She gave up the tobacco smoking though, but god damn, you chew tobacco. And this is how you know you old as fuck now. If you could buy cigarettes and tobacco for your parents, you old as fuck now. You ain't supposed to agree with me, nigga. Shut up, Nightshade.
You a little bit older than me. I wasn't. See, growing up in the mid to late '90s, that's when they started snitching.
Yeah. That's when they put them laws in place.
Let me tell you something.
Nightshade, don't you say shit because you old too.
Listen,
well, not as old, but shut up.
Listen, bro, growing up in New York.
Me and Josh are about around the same age.
Yeah, listen, bro.
Well,
growing up in New York.
20, you're 30 what?
34. I'm going to be 35 this year.
Yeah. I ain't going to tell you how old I'm going to be this year. Fuck y'all.
Listen, growing up
I'll be 44 April 1st. Fuck you, motherfucker.
Listen, growing up in New York, one time I was
Nightshade likes them older. Fuck y'all.
Look, one time I went to the bodega and I was 10 cents short. This motherfucker threatened to call the cops. They ain't fucking around in New York back in the day. Mm-hmm. You steal some shit, they was fucking you up. They ain't playing.
You know, you had some Ricky Ricardo motherfucker come out there salsa dancing fucking you
I never go back to Georgia. I never go back.
Oh, you know, it sound like, how the fuck? You gotta be a creative motherfucker to make music out of the sound from pressing the buttons on the microwave. Ding, 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 ding.
Yo, I walk into the store and be like, the music like, I'm like, yeah, let me get some Fossing gum and a pack of Skittles.
This is how you know you're getting old. This is how you know you're an old motherfucker or getting old. When penny candy used to cost a penny.
I really miss them days.
I really do.
Remember back in the day, you could go to McDonald's and get a burger for $1.
What you say?
I miss them days because a candy bar being $3 is crazy.
Yeah, shit, they be $5 some places.
You know, motherfuckers give up sugar because we can't afford it anymore. I might have to start making corn liquor because this shit gets expensive.
For real.
Charles, you gave up drinking. Yeah, I can't afford it. Shit, I had to put out a second mortgage. You look so healthy. No, I'm biting at the cheeks.
Hey, so, Charles, I didn't hear your full cover, man, of
That's how you know niggas started being very economical with with their weed. They had to get a hoopty just to shotgun each other.
That's
You
right.
hear me?
Niggas didn't do puff puff pass. They just said let the shit spread.
Basically.
Niggas had to have COVID parties.
Don't remind me of that shit. Can you believe it's been like 7 years since that shit? Oh, 6, something like that.
I
Hey,
know.
Charles.
Damn.
You know it's
Hey.
so fucked up. Not only did I catch that shit twice, I couldn't walk.
Nigga, you almost fucking died of that shit.
I know.
And you know what's crazy? I believe I caught that shit before, like a month before it was on the news, because it was like 2 weeks where I was just fucked up.
Yeah.
I was on for. I think I called out of work for like a whole week.
You do know Nightshade and Josh where I caught COVID, right?
Uh-huh.
At the desk of the fucking department, and my then sergeant didn't say shit. I cussed that motherfucker out for 30 minutes straight. I kept count.
I don't blame you.
You bitch ass, punk ass, mark ass. I sound like the intro to a 3-6 Mafia and fucking and fucking UGK fucking music song. I cussed this at you bitch ass, mark ass, weak ass, punk ass, sissy ass, bitch ass. Man, I had so many adjectives and adverbs for every type of bitch he was.
I don't blame you. Who was that? McGriff?
No, some little young white boy. Man, I think he a lieutenant now. Funky
Really?
ass bitch. You didn't say shit to me. And I used to Lysol the air. I used to have libations with Lysol and bleach.
Yeah.
You ain't tell me this month. I was wondering why that motherfucker ain't come to work. I was so fucked up by COVID. You know how you normally have the 2 weeks?
Right. Yeah.
I had a whole month of that shit.
I remember getting it. Remember everybody named Mother got exposed to it, because there was 2 times where I had 2 weeks off of being exposed to this shit.
It was so bad that my parents thought about having last rites for me. To my son, I bequeath thee my comic book collection. Son, do not sell it sticker price.
COVID was hot ass.
And hot garbage.
That's right.
Then the fucked up part about it is, like, the best barber in the world, Blunt, died because of that shit. My old lieutenant died from that shit. Man, I was so heated. I lost some good people because of that fucked up disease.
COVID was bullshit.
And I tell people, I said,
You can blame the government.
this is the fucked up part, right? This lets you know how liberal your country is compared to all what is it called? Authoritarian countries. When China says stay your ass in the house, they would spray your ass with a fucking water hose. Get the fuck back in. Here, motherfuckers just, oh, you one of them relish eating motherfuckers, huh?
Hey, I don't have lettuce.
Yeah, that's true. And motherfuckers be like, man, get the fuck back in that. People want to talk about hard times. If you ain't got kids, you ain't dealing with a major breakup or divorce, don't tell me about your hard times.
That's a fact.
If you ain't had to go to fucking court for your kids, at some point you ain't had no hard times. For real. When people talk about some hard times, wait till you gotta go to the other motherfucker while you taking care of y'all kids. And they like, yeah, we gotta go to court for this shit. Motherfucker, I'll kill you. You had to contemplate like, you lucky I don't like jail. And then you pray to God your kids, at least, if you have 3 kids or 4 kids, you pray 2 to 3 of them motherfuckers are actually going to be successful. Because you always know it's going to be one. Peanut, don't you fucking fail me. The saddest part about shit being a decent black parent nowadays, you got to go through the bullshit. And I remember when Nightshade, hint, hint, nod, nod, was telling me about her son. How you gonna get some motherfucker from Park Heights up top Motherfucker talking like he from fucking Church Square, down the hill and shit. What that motherfucker called you?
He said, "Hey, little mama, calm down, little mama. It's what it is. You want to run that. I said, excuse me?
I know you start fumbling in your purse for your fucking knife and your fucking brass knuckles, bitch.
Now I prayed first. I'm like, Lord, I'm trying to be so good. Thank you, Lord. Thank you.
Lord, I know you said vengeance is mine, but I think you need a day off. Lord, please let me have this one. I owe you one. I wish a motherfucker tell me some shit. Just to give y'all context, some bitch ass African teacher tells her son, tells the hall monitors or whoever the fuck these clowns are. In DC they call them bammers. In Baltimore we call you a clown. Talk about rolling up on your kid. You gotta give us your phone. No, I don't. Then they call her. Talk about he. Number one, instead of saying Miss or Mrs., because you don't know if I'm married or not. Hey, little mama, he got to come off that shit. I don't know if he said shit. He might as well had. I'd have smoked a cigar in the fucking school. If y'all unprofessional, I'm gonna be unprofessional. I remember one time my son was in middle school. And he pushed the girl off him. Here comes some simp nigga, and they start going to blows. Instead of calling me on the phone, I'm waiting like, yo, because I used to pick up him and David at their schools.
Who was that? Mount Washington?
David went to Mount Washington. Peanut went to the worst fucking middle school in the world. The one off of Exeter Hall.
Yeah.
Ghetto ass fucking principal. That bitch. This bitch got me fucking. No, man. I wish one day I would have caught her with the Shawn Michaels super kick coming into her car. Bow. I'd have put that bitch in the sharpshooter and never let go.
Hey,
They get
Charles.
into a fight. You know how kids supposed to get in a fight, Josh and Nightshade and chat. Nobody called me. So I'm looking at the time. This is ridiculous. So I go in there. I'm walking in the building like Stone Cold Steve Austin, bald headed and pissed. What's going on? Well, your son got involved with a fight. That's funny. When the fuck were you gonna let me know?
Exactly.
And said it just like that. And then the administrator up there said some sexist bullshit. Well, the girl was being a certain way. You know how girls are. Don't you give me that sexist bullshit. And I said it just like that. Well, you don't have to cuss, Mr. Faulkner. I said, so wait a minute. You worrying about my vernacular, but you couldn't follow your own goddamn procedures and let me know what the fuck's going on. Where's the other boy and where's the girl? Well, their parents got them. So you let them leave the fucking school. Did their parents get them? Well, no. So why are you holding my son hostage?
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, well, you got to calm down, Mr. Faulkner. Let me talk to you. Man, fuck you, bitch. Said it just like that. And Josh and Nightshade knows that I'm a bit more professional than that, but guess what? That shit pissed me the fuck off. Because first of all, you fucked up on your shit. And that was a Friday. And I said, Monday, I'm going to be back here. You talk about they were kissing my ass like fucking the sunshine out that motherfucking Monday. I swear to God, man, I was about to fuck somebody's parents up. When people talk about black parents, boy, they don't tell the real stories.
Oh.
The E Hollywood True story. What they used to say on MTV. You think you know, but you ain't got no idea.
For real.
And
Hey
then God
Charles, what's up,
forbid
man?
you got a parent and the other motherfucking parent ain't shit. I ain't got no goddamn common sense about them.
Don't pray to them.
See, the saddest motherfucking thing you could have is a simple motherfucker, man or woman. That's how I know y'all from the hood. When you got a sliding door, you got that stick to just measure just enough so you can't get through my shit. Real shit.
Hey Charles, can you hear
And
us?
then you got a simple motherfucking parent. Thank God Angie was on Team Falk, boy. Thank God I could give her that credit. Angie's my girl now. We had some troubles, but god damn it, at least she was always Team Falk when we had to go up there.
Yeah.
But Lord knows if you got a simple ass co-parent, boy, you just look and be like, I can't believe I've reproduced with your dumb ass. And you be like, yo. And even Nightshade was telling me about her ex-husband, not naming names. And she like, these people rolled up on your son asking for his phone and they work for the school. And this motherfucker trying to be democratic about the shit. No, 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 no. That's when you're supposed to be a warlord. We getting the troops. You're supposed to turn into Kratos. Boy, what did they say? They said I had to run my phone. Okay, which one of you motherfuckers I gotta decapitate? And you trying to be like, well, the policy. Fuck your policy, nigga.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck your couch. I remember, man, when my son was in the ninth grade, right? I know everybody left the shit, but y'all probably still listen to us talk shit anyway. Y'all entertained. Are you not entertained? And my son got in a fight with this, little dyke bitch.
Oh wow, where she got the old leg?
Huh?
Where she got the old leg?
Because she was a little dyke bitch. To call her anything else would be disrespectful, wouldn't it?
Oh my lord.
Oh Lord. Is it Lord or Jehovah? Which one?
Oh my mercy. God bless me. He gonna be with you. Okay.
Well, I mean, it's interchangeable, right? See, what is it, Jehovah Jireh? Well, the Lord of Hosts is basically, you know what Lord of Hosts means. Lord of Hosts means God.
Proceed with your story. I have no more comments.
Lord of Hosts means God of War. I had to look that up.
Go ahead.
So, Peanut, he's a great kid. Gets on my nerves because he's my son. He's supposed to, at a certain point. He's not a delinquent. He's mischievous. I love mischievous kids. We play pranks with each other. Kids are supposed to be mischievous. You have fun with them. So, this little dyke bitch, just to let you know, I have nothing against the LGBT community, except you little dyke bitches and you little flaming motherfuckers. Even though I can say I'm cool with a lot of flaming motherfuckers as long as you're cool. I'm cool with lesbians too. But you irritating motherfuckers, fuck you. There's plenty of the LGBT who fucks with your boy Falk. Work with some of them. Some of them are like my sisters and brothers. See, we can make fucking fun of them because we like family. Some of the funniest jokes you have for people from the LGBT. I remember one of my sisters in the army who was a lesbian. I said, fuck you non-dick getting poor. Her comeback was, you mad because I get more pussy than you do. I'll come back to that and we'll see after we get the count. But anyway, Peanut is like his dad. He likes to de-escalate before he escalates. And him and his friends were, we're gonna go away from you because you're trying to start shit. What's one of the biggest violations you could do to a person? Spit on them.
Mm-hmm.
This chick said I spit on you, and Peanut said, and I quote, and Peanut really doesn't use foul language in front of me because he has that respect for me. I hear him in the house when he talks to his god brothers. I expect him to because you gotta talk shit and you gotta handle your shit. So he asked her, "You a nigga or you a bitch?" Because I'm gonna treat you like a nigga today if you spit on me. So she went. By the time what they said, and I asked the kids what happened, because the kids tell you the more interesting stories. You know that?
Mm-hmm. Blow for blow.
They said she spit, and remember, Peanut just started boxing. They said he gave him the quickest six hitter quitter. Bit, bit, bop, bop, boom. They said he hit her so fucking quick and hard that the Batman fucking sound effects came out that bitch head. Bing, 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 bong. I was like, well, bet you she won't do that again. Give me a second, folks. Your rent liquor. Hold on. I'm back, folks. Just to let y'all know, Josh's bathroom is so goddamn big that you got a wormhole portal to get to the other side of it. You ever been to a bathroom that got three sinks in it in your house? I had to make a where do I wash my hands? He had a whole bunch of Hispanic niggas playing soccer in that bitch. It was so big. Go! So I was like, yo, I had to pick up my son after he basically knocked the fucking dike out. I said, that's, huh?
I said literally.
I said, you know what? I said, you know what happens when you get in a fight. I know. Did you start it? No. You know what happens when you get in a fight, son. I know. Cookies and cream? Cookies and cream ice cream. Yep. Cookies and cream ice cream. People be like, Charles, you're one of the most ignorant parents ever. Yeah, but did I ever raise a criminal? No, so I'm doing right. The only reason I'm drinking this much because I'm near Josh.
Oh, yeah.
Let me stop lying. You're just my excuse. Shut up, Nightshade.
I'm out of my business.
Partially.
Out of my business. I have no comments.
I could be president of the United States, and I know your ass would blackmail me to get a fucking cabinet position.
Well,
I'm not saying that I'm gonna snitch, but remember that time we were drunk? When you threw me that surprise birthday party, how fucked up was I after the party?
I don't remember.
Oh, you were drunk too? I forgot.
No, I didn't. I didn't drink.
That much.
I didn't drink at all. I didn't have a time to drink. Cleaning up, running back and forth. I didn't have time.
You probably don't know this, but Josh is the last motherfucker I want to be around when I'm blindfolded. That motherfucker scared me coming across. All I felt was the breeze of fucking back trucks coming across my face. Yeah. Oh, what the fuck is that? Like, help! Like, all your senses come to kick in. Help! I'm screaming like a little white lady. Help! Nigga in distress. So, you know, people like, oh, well, it's a black guy. Fuck him. But, man. Mm-mm-mm. That was a nice party, though. I was actually pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, the party was lit.
So was I.
Me too.
Oh, my goodness. That shit was so classic. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, man. I tell you.
Oh, what did you notice? So yesterday, I just looked at the date. It was actually MLK's birthday.
Yeah,
Lord.
the 15th, yeah. That's his actual
I
birthday.
know. I know. Today's Leah's birthday.
I'm so mad that motherfuckers draw MLK with fucking gold fronts.
I didn't know that they did that. That's disrespectful.
That's respectful, but, you know, they say MLK had a great sense of humor, so he probably would have loved it. Do you know how much of a fucking genius he was?
I can imagine.
How the fuck do you graduate Morehouse at 15?
Crazy.
There's a lot of motherfuckers who just stop pissing in the bed.
Mm-hmm.
You graduate college at 15. Like, but you know it's a sombering, you know it's a sombering stat that really fucks with me sometimes?
What's that?
Did you know I outlived Dr. King and Brother Malcolm? Do you know what age they both died at?
What?
39. They both died at 39. And look how much both of these men accomplished before the age of 40. And you got the audacity to let white folks tell you not to remember your heroes? Wait a minute. Your heroes enslaved people. Our heroes liberated people. Matter of fact, the first American to die and kill for this country and represent freedom was a black man. Did you know that?
Can you give us the name?
Was it Christie? Forget his name. But he was a black man. They got a painting about it.
Crispus
So
Attucks.
when white people try to say some ignorant ass black people, this is a white man's army. No, 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 sir. This military was a black man's military before it was ever yours. Chris. Chris. So the first official person to defend this country was a black man, a free man. Because you know, not all of us were enslaved, right?
Crispus Attucks.
So when I bring this up to white people, and this is the beautiful thing about my time. You remember my training, both of y'all, when I was in Colorado.
Yeah.
The people I got along with the most, even I never had any racism or any trouble. Crispus Attucks. Thank you, Lost. Crispus Attucks. See, that's why you got the STEM degree, my nigga. Christmas Addicts was the first American to defend and die for this country. The first to kill and die for this country. So when I hear this is a white man's army, I get insulted by that. Because you cowardly motherfuckers sure didn't defend it. This black motherfucker said, nah, we ain't gonna have this shit today. Get off my lawn. So, and this is the problem with parenting today, since we're gonna get in that factor, is that Josh is 34. No, yeah, you're 34. Yeah. You're 9 years younger. Mm-hmm. Nightshade just turned 38 on the 1st. I'll be 44 on April 1st. One of the biggest problems we have is that we don't. The problem is we have too many ignorant people as parents. You feel me? Nightshade, you still there?
Yes.
And, thank God I have a good mind and thank God I have smart subscribers. Because people forget very closely that we have a lot of freedom. Come back up, ABM. That if we actually taught black history the way it was supposed to be taught, like my parents were disciples of the Black Panther Party because they're damn near 70. How old's your dad now, Nightshade?
He'll be 77 this year.
So he's even old. He's probably 10 years older than my dad, almost about 9, 8. So because my parents were in grade school, so your dad had to be damn near a teenager when Malcolm and King died.
Mm-hmm.
So think about this. Because they're internet babies, they think everything on the internet is true. And instead of researching and talking to people who lived it, do you know some ignorant motherfucker tried to tell me about how the Iraq War was? You don't know nothing about the Iraq War. I don't? Please tell me, nigga. Please tell me because obviously I'm ignorant of it. Well, you know that they said the Iraq War. Oh, trust me. It's not like I spent 18 months there. It's not like I had 354 missions there. You good, Joe?
Yeah.
Mm-mm. So, I think one of the biggest problems we have in this generation, which is Gen Z to Gen Alpha, is that the parents have a good history of ignorance. Because not only when growing up, you had a lot of flashcards growing up, right, Nightshade? Because your grandmother was a nurse, right? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
I
hear you.
said yes.
Your
She was
grand.
an RN, which was hard to do during her time, but she did it.
Well, she was an RN and a registered nurse, meaning she was degreed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and this is at least she was at least an RN for at least 40, 50 years.
44 years.
Yeah. And this is back when they didn't let a lot of black people into college for that shit, right?
Yep.
So education was a must for you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially being the oldest grandchild, correct?
Mm-hmm.
My parents had Black History cards in the 80s. People always say how proper I am and how articulate I am because my dad and my mom would purposely, what I did for my son, would not only have the flashcards, they would write flashcards for 3, 4, and 5 syllable words. Parenting has gotten to an all time lazy low that the reason why your children fail so miserably in school is because your parents don't want to embarrass themselves because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. I'm not the greatest mathematician, but when my son needed help, I said, we're going to get on this YouTube thing and we're going to learn together, nigga. And guess what? My son probably surpasses me in math. He's supposed to. Do you believe, Nightshade, that your children are supposed to surpass you?
They already are.
Yeah. Think about it. Both your daughters don't have kids yet.
Yep. On top of that, both of them started college way earlier than I had.
Yeah.
Both of them are in career fields.
So, aren't you proud of them?
Absolutely.
Sometimes you
Will
might.
they make mistakes? Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Do you always agree with them? No. Will there
Fuck
be
no.
conflict? Absolutely.
But you appreciate when they make conscious adult decisions. And as you
Yep.
know, when your children reach a certain age, you stop being their parent and you start being their guide.
Correct.
So, and there's times and moments your kids look at you and be like, how do you make this shit look so easy? And I'm pretty sure you do it the same way I would because we're both similar mindset, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you tell them it's never easy. You just get used to it. You do your duty. You do your due diligence.
Right.
And I tell kids, don't have children earlier than you can take care of them. Go be a mentor. And you're right, Loss. You have a lot of dummies raising dummies. Nightshade and I agree when it comes to raising children. I will kill you to be great. And here's the fact of the matter you learn patience, you learn poise because sometimes you got to laugh at the situation because there's times Nightshade and I will talk about situations with our children and we laugh about it because we'll be like, shit, they doing a lot better than we did because we made some stupid ass mistakes, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, last time I checked, Nightshade's 100% female. And when people say, oh, you hate black females, last time I checked, she's blacker than the Ace of Spades. Not in physical color, but she black as hell. She for her people. And when you actually go through moments of growth, there's an old saying. When I went to go seek God, I found myself. When I found myself, who did I find? I found God. Regardless of your religious beliefs. I got friends who are Jehovah's Witnesses, Catholic, Methodist, Baptist, Muslim, Taoist, Shinto. But what do I always say, Nightshade? If God gave you different heart rhythms, different heartbeats, guess what? Does the Almighty talk to us each differently? But what you know is this when you find God in whatever way you find Him and He speaks to you, have you ever noticed that the people that were never supposed to be in your life are the first people to question your beliefs in God? What about you, Nightshade?
First what?
Is when you find God, the people who used to be your friends or your so-called friends, the people who were just the party favors, question your beliefs in God.
It is. They question everything that you do, and they more are trying to tempt you to come back into their circle.
But a good friend, a good husband, a good wife, a good boyfriend, girlfriend, or a good person will be happy for you for finding that part of your life, right?
You would think that they'd be happy for you, but most people live a very lonely life. So the more people that they can get in their lonely circle, the happier they are. But once people start descending from that circle, they don't have any more like minds.
But what's the first rule about misery?
It loves company.
And God knows when you start finding happiness, those miserable people get what? Lonely.
And jealous.
Mm-hmm. And people say, how come you don't go to church? Because church is the body of you. Before it's any fucking four walls and a roof. Guess what? The first century Christians did not have too many temples, did they? They were so elated to spread the gospel. That's why I said, shout out to our childhood, Nightshade. There was an old Saint Percy Miller, about it. And Mr. Rogers ain't got shit up on my neighborhood. That is a classic line, by the way. I don't care what nobody say. That's a classic line. Law said isolation should be the time to look within, to tap into the divine in one itself. That's why you like my stories, because a lot of my stories talk about divinity. If you notice one thing about the stories I've been sending you, it has a key thing about the divinity within oneself that people have to confront. And because the world teaches you one way, the divine spirit is going to take you another way. And because you fight it so much, it's going to take you through what's called trials and tribulations. And a lot of people can't take that. Because when you find God, you got to break yourself. It's like if you find a good man or woman, you got to break yourself out of old habits. People don't like to hear the real shit. So you notice when I was talking about the Anton Daniels and the Corey shit, oh, my numbers went the fuck through the roof. But when I talk about real shit, you good there, man? People don't like to hear the real shit about me or anybody I associated with. If you look at Nightshade and Josh, these are far from dummies. If you want to save money, I'm surprised his last name's Hull and not Epstein. Hell, I give Josh all the credit. This motherfucker improved my credit in 3 months by doing his shit. And Josh is almost 10 years younger than me. So when motherfuckers say, oh, you can't learn from people, there's shit that I learned from Nightshade. There's shit that she learned from me. And by the way, for all you folks who don't know, this is the motherfucker who called BGS VHS. Because she went to her law professor and said, well, my boyfriend and this guy named VGS on a VHS on a live stream was talking about Roe v. Wade 5 years before this even came up. So she was proud to be around people who were intelligent enough to talk about higher level shit. There's no shame in the game. When people think I hate black women, no, I like intelligent, elegant, sophisticated, you know, black women, not the ratchet motherfuckers. Just like I'm quick to talk about the Pookie and the Ray Ray shit. But nobody wants to talk about that part. Oh, you hate black women. The black women I associated with are the opposite of what you see. I call myself Superman. Hell, I don't even have to call myself. Other people do. Because I know I'm not ordinary. Neither the people I associate with. I could go to Nightshade or Josh and get their opinion about something, and that opinion might take anywhere from 5 to 30 minutes. And I'm all ears. And even if I agree with it or not at that point, even after the conversation's had, I got to sit down and I got to take a recollect and actually go within my mentals and say, hey, that motherfucker had a hell of a point. Not everything is a debate. A debate is supposed to be two minds learning from each other. You should never be afraid of seeing different points of view. And I think that's one of the casualties actually in learning. Even the Bible says, lean not to your own understanding. Don't be afraid of having your life view challenged. Because if you don't, you'll miss something. Now, am I saying that something idiotic you should automatically listen to? No. And even then, you should listen to it. Because at some point, you got to be like, oh my God, you really don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And then what humbles you the most is like, yo, this motherfucker was really lost. All right. All right, girlie, I'll talk to you later.
Talk to you later.
I'll hit you up. Probably see what you're doing on the
All right.
weekend. All right.
All right.
But as you can see from quote unquote Nightshade, which is one of the code names of my characters in my story, and Josh, this is some of the most touching down hole shit that a lot of people ever heard. Why? Real people who go through real shit. The most interesting things about shit in life is that the time you're isolated from dating and other shit, you should be taking that time to invest in you, your body, your emotions, your mind, and your soul. The 4 points of a human being is the physical, the mental, the emotional, and the spiritual. There's a lot of retardation within all four that you see in modern day. Not just the black community, but most Americans, period. Anybody want to get up? Well, here's the link if you want to come back up. You know, let me try that shit again. 2 tears in a bucket. Oh my god! Oh my god! I got all these ashes on me. Hey Josh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna sweep this on the floor, but I'll sweep it up. Definitely gotta put that through the washing machine. Anybody want to come up? I'm gonna go back out. Here's a link. Anybody for anybody coming up? But you got to realize is that Law said after that no, that's the old one. He said after the situation with Shorty, I was like, well, back to the grind in the gym. Exactly. I'd have respected more Shorty. If I was in your shoes, and you probably said it for yourself, I'd respect Shorty more if she kept it funky and honest. But because she's conniving and she's trying to play you for Boo the Fool, and I'm proud of you for not playing the fool, she was the ultimate loser. You had the safe haven. She has to go back in her dumbass situation. Anybody want to come up? That's the link. And the real fucked up part about it is this. A lot of those young girls out there are turning down good men who would take care of them. But because they're on survival mode, these idiots are literally putting themselves in a trap box. Don't worry, Lost. You got to come to Baltimore when it's warm, especially the summertime. I'll show you where I'll be hanging out by the harbor. You got to realize men are not afraid. If you're looking for me for just sexual endeavors, at least give me the opportunity to say yay or nay. There's chicks now I haven't messed with in like 15, almost 20 years. Some 10, some 5, some 15, some 20. Hey, big head. But you're not smart enough and wise enough to take a man and tell him the truth. You're trying to connive and say I'm the only one when I know good and goddamn well I'm not. Exactly. You're not the only nigga. I've been there. You willing to give a hoe a whirl. And see, the fucked up part about it is, hoes aren't even smart. They can't even play their role right anymore. If you're not busy, click the link, whoever wants to come up. A lot of hoes don't even know, like, look, I got a good dude. I need to stop my horn ways. I need to fuck this nigga's brains out and be faithful to him. But that's the problem with the hoe. The hoe doesn't know when to stop being one. But people get mad with me when I said black men need to be faithful to their options like a woman is. Men date to their egos and wiles, women date to their options. Notice that was my ex. And we had a good old time on this channel, didn't we? We don't have to always agree. We have to always be respectful. But that's the problem with the world. When you look at the Corey, Holcomb, and Anton Daniels, I ain't got to have a pissing contest. I can be face to face with Anton. You're not going to challenge me to go outside. And it's not because of the physicality. It's because, first of all, we can have a conversation. Because I'm going to be too busy. And I'm going to confront you on shit that you said on years ago on Dennis Sperling's channel. And I want to know if you're mad enough to apologize or at least articulate what the fuck you were saying. When you said a guy like me is the reason why the black community's in a downslope. What's up, girl? Just Give Uncle Charles a dap and a hug. Thank you, girl. And stop being hard-headed.
I'm not.
That's Josh's niece, Terrell's daughter. She's like a niece to me too. Good girl. Good girl. Especially when somebody, a much bigger dude, try to beat up on her brother. She put hands on that nigga. I'm proud of her. Protect your little brother, even though little bro put hands on him. And then what happened? Their big brother settled the score and fucked that nigga up. Hey, Loss, if you can, hit the link. See, a lot of times people don't want to talk about the real. And I had to learn, even in the black manosphere, I'm one of the realest motherfuckers. Like, you look at guys like Art Newstyle, he real as fuck. He ain't trying to make himself bigger than what he is. But he's a uber talented motherfucker, is he not? He's a professor. And I felt him on that. You know, sometimes when you're tired, your brain fogs. Especially, as busy as he is when he got to deal with multiple classes, not just in high school, but also in college. Your brain fogs because of fatigue. Now, I might help a person along just like they might help me, just like Loss helped me with Christmas Addicts. Brain fog. I knew exactly what I'm talking about, but I just forgot the name. It doesn't mean a person's stupid or less than. It's just, hey, I forgot the name. And I felt them on that Tuesday when people tried to talk about, oh, you forget the motherfucker's professor. He has dual masters. Stop it. There's a oh, I need to be better than you type of mentality in this fucking community. That's why I always talk about Ronnie Laws. A lot of y'all need to listen to Ronnie Laws every generation and listen to the lyrics. Matter of fact, go on Google and actually see what the lyrics say. Have you ever looked at the face of age and lend your ears to what an old man has to say? Because every generation of us lie. There's shit that every generation, because guess what? Loss is a generation under me. As a matter of fact, I'm literally old enough to be Lost father. Not disrespecting his father, just talking about the difference in age. Am I right, Lost? I mean, yeah, I would have been a teenage dad, but
He's like 63, 64.
what's
So
up,
he's around.
Lost?
I'm on a
Hold on,
bus.
let me back out and come back in. I probably can hear you.
Am I
What's up,
coming in?
Lost? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hello?
I don't know what the fuck is going on with everybody's voice.
Am I coming through? Ah, shoot.
Can y'all hear him? Because I can't hear shit.
1 2 1 2.
Let me get off of this one. Hold on. They say something, Lost?
Am I coming through?
Now you are.
Yeah. Yeah, my pops is more around BGS's age.
Yeah, he's an older guy.
Yeah.
But you're 25, right?
Yeah.
And I'm 43.
I was the baby that popped up.
Yeah,
I was the redo.
yeah. I would have probably been like around 15. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, should I got the calculator at? Let me see.
Because I know
43
my pops
minutes.
my pops was born right after MLK was assassinated, or
Yep.
right before.
I would have been 18 years old if I would have had a kid your age. Matter of fact, if I would have got Shorty pregnant, who I was messing with at the time, I thought I had a 25-year-old anyway. My son's 18 now, so shit. That was about right. So you got to think about it. My dad's going to be what, 68 this year? He's 25 years older than me, and I'm 25 years older than my son. And what did you think about the conversation that was had between me, quote unquote, Nightshade, and Josh?
Oh, I was loving it. You know, y'all going back and forth and everything like that. I was just listening in, just taking it all in, just letting y'all live in y'all element.
That was one of the realest conversations in space, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. I always love it when it get really real. I was like, oh shoot, we this is real life.
Yeah. People hate it when you get real life.
Because I remember being at the conclave. I was literally out in the lobby. Jules brought like 2 bottles of like wine from like his hotel room, and I was just sipping with them. I was like, damn, I'm with Jules, everybody else from possibly from the chat, and then like Andre from Love Crossing Borders. He's like, he got a couple of drinks with him. He's like, talking and ranting. And he's like, oh, it's like, yo, it's like, dang, like,
You know, you got to come to Baltimore this summer.
yeah, yeah. I definitely planned out that. I definitely planned a trip to make it out there.
A lot of people be like, damn, every time when I met DC, when I met Dr. Dunbar, when Cousin T-Tall came out, people were like, God damn, you even cooler in person than you are on the fucking show. So yeah, what I got to fake for?
Yeah,
I said,
I gotta plan. Yeah, going out there, I gotta plan out a trip. Gotta get an Airbnb maybe. See, see how long I can get off of work. But yeah, I definitely would love to go out there.
especially summertime, take you where I be listening to music with the speaker. Great shit. And I tell a lot of people, yep, hey, Ray, you there? Obviously, Ray ought to change his name to Baki Harmon's great #1 fan. That's what he need to change his moniker to.
Hey, bro.
You know, the first time I watched Baki was subtitled in Iraq, right? That's what made me a Baki fan. Because I always loved the anime. I mean, shit.
You was watching in Iraq. Wow.
Because he ordered it from Japan that was subtitled. So my bunkmate had it, and I'm right next to him. So I'll be like, yo, what the fuck you listen to? What you? He's like, I'm watching Baki the Grappler. I was like, this some new shit to me. Because a lot of the fighters in Baki, especially the original series, they were real fighters they were based on, right?
No, what'd you say on the last part?
A lot of the fighters in Baki were based off of real fighters.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Because,
and the martial arts too, I believe,
yeah,
because I do believe there was like ancient martial arts back then that people are forgotten or whatever.
if you ever want to fucking challenge a motherfucker, well, they had the big Russian wrestler. He was based off of Alexander Karlin. Um, they had a sambo fighter, Russian sambo. He was based off of UFC 6 champion Oleg Tektarov. Uh,
They Muhammad Ali Jr.
yeah,
Then they had Muhammad Ali in the anime
yeah,
too.
yeah. And see, people don't understand Yujiro Hama because a lot of people think Yujiro Hama was evil. Some parts of him is. I don't believe in sexually assaulting people, so there are
I
some
mean,
parts of him
he
is
he
evil.
he literally when you read his story how he was given birth to, he literally he was born to conquer.
Yeah. And if you read my story, Notice the main character, not going to tell you the main character's name, but you already know Lost. That's based off of how I had to grow up. And
Well, yeah.
a lot of it is because of people I'm influenced by. People, even some of my teammates in wrestling, I give them the credit, which I'm going to put a post in if people are my Facebook friends. Just randomly, I'm going to give them a lot of praise. These are the motherfuckers that made me a monster because I had to dine with lions and the pride. I'm a big, strong 170-pound wrestler, but Gary Barkley was 130 pounds, and if I wasn't on my shit, he attacks my ass. Terry Hobson, probably one of the most technical wrestlers I've ever seen in my life. And I'm talking about from the Olympics on down. This motherfucker's fireman's carry was undefeated. How do you do a fireman's carry and don't touch a person's legs? And the technique was flawless. This nigga went to Greco, and he never wrestled Greco in his life, and came in second. He was so technical, so fast, so swift. Terry always made me laugh because he had a little stutter, and he called me the wrestling machine before Kurt Angle. Even though by the time I wrestled, Kurt Angle already had his world championship and his Olympic gold medal. But
I
he
was
called
about
me
to
the
mention Kurt Angle.
well, he said, "You're like a black Russian." He said, "You're just a fucking machine." Because believe it or not, back to those days when they say a bold man wished for younger days, I never ran for distance in my life, but when I got the basic training, I could run 2 miles in 14, 13 minutes. And never ran for distance before that. So that tells you how good a shape I was in. And I had to deal with Aaron Bradshaw. We used to be like Rocky, because that's when the Rock and Stone Cold were real big. And he would actually have the perfect Rock's eyebrow. He would do the people's eyebrow. But even though he only wrestled like 1 or 2 years, that dude had a front chancery that gave me problems.
Man, yeah, I done faced some motherfuckers in my wrestling days too, boy, that was strong, that got me. Especially one nigga, man, from one school. I'm like, man, like, but the second time I wrestled him, boy, was shit, I damn near got him, though. I was happy about that, even though I lost, but I was surprised. I was happy of the progress I made from the
Yeah,
first time. From the first time I challenged him.
that shit made you feel good, didn't it?
Man, yeah, because boy, for that bout, boy, man, I trained. I was shadow wrestling in the snow and all that shit. Yeah,
If people think it's corny, but when you dedicate yourself to combat sports, and it's this one guy, I forget his name, but I'm gonna put his name in my community chat. I'm a fan of his because there's a lot of shit that me and him agree on. I'm gonna try to do an interview with bro. He a black dude too who did combat sports just as long, if not longer than I have. Because next year make 30 years I started wrestling.
mm, that made me hit on a couple of things relating to combat. Um, would you with a show like I don't know how would you what would you have done like if Corey would have stepped up to you like that talking loud characters like Corey with that loud and hyper masculinity bullshit? What would you do to the motherfucker?
Number one, it probably wouldn't have got to that point because I know how to de-escalate shit. Number two, if he would have got in my face, I'd have looked him in his eye and I'd have my hands up, not in the ready to fight, but hey, yo, Shorty. Well, I would have told him. Lost is not a big guy, but guess what? Lost could probably be the most dangerous motherfucker you face. I would have been like, wait a minute. I'd have got back to my senses and be like, dude, I'm a guest on your show. Yo, if I offended you, I apologize. And that's not a bitch move. It'd have been like, that's how men are, because guess what? I'm the king of my set. Who's the king of my channel? I'm the emperor. I'm the king. Just like he's the king of his set. Kings don't swing, if you know what I mean,
Yeah,
unless we have to.
when people usually get into my face, I just look them straight and dead in the eyes, and I just start smiling, and that's when people start to get a little.
Yeah,
Uh,
because when you smile at people, they know when you're in the shits. Because when I had my first cage match, it was against one of my coworkers. We worked on the same shift. White dude. He was a college wrestler. And he would joke, be like, I'm a good wrestler, but I wrestled in college. And I used to joke with him, you know what? I would actually be a little shook if I wasn't an international wrestler. And he looked at me, he was like, for real? Yeah. And the promoter for the fight, because it was a charity fight for injured police and firefighters. And he said, y'all must be cut from the same cloth. I said, why? Because he said, when I asked him if you don't have a problem to face Faulkner, he said, nope. He said, you said the same thing. Y'all said the same. Nope, I don't have a problem going against him. It's competition to me. I thrive off of it. He won by points, but if it was professional, because amateurs and professional go by different rules in MMA. At the time in Maryland, I don't know if they changed the rules. You couldn't ground and pound. I'd have finished the fight in 30 seconds because I had the superior. He tried to grapple with me. I locked him up and belly to belly suplexed him and had him out. If I had a rematch with him, I'd have had somebody else managing my weight and not me.
That damn point system, boy. Woo.
The point system, because I like sports where I'm going to win just because of the violence. Okay, and I'm going to talk to homeboy. I'm going to put a message in his shit to say, "Do you mind if I don't interview you on my channel?" And he has a good amount of. I think he has like 20 to 40,000 subs, maybe more. See if I can interview dude. He sounds like a good dude. He sounds like he knows what he's talking about MMA, boxing, and wrestling. And I agree with him. Why don't you see a lot of black dudes, black American dudes, not Africans, in the upper echelon? But he made a point that I said, if you look at the goats of MMA, two of the goats of MMA is John Jones and Mighty Mouse.
Short man game alumni.
Yeah. And I told him, and he said something that I know we are the same ilk because I'm a big Randy Couture fan. I've been to his gym twice. You want to see me fan out? There's only 2 times I was a fan. Well, 3. Okay, I'll admit 3. I was a mark, pro wrestling term, when I had a seminar with Dan DeB Severin. I actually did a training seminar with Dan DeB Severin. I have an autographed picture on my wall of Dan DeB Severin, one of my favorite mixed martial arts. Dan DeB Severin in his prime was a motherfucker.
Hey,
Okay,
I'm not gonna say you lying, cause shit. After that interview you did with Orlando Jones, brother Orlando Jones, shit, I was in.
how do you like my interview skills?
Oh man, that was awesome, brother. That was awesome, man. Damn, man. Like shit, I wish y'all come across each other again, man. I think the numbers would be high.
Because that was when I didn't have as many subscribers and people loved it. And
Hey,
people were like,
repost that shit, man, for this year.
I'm glad you gave me the idea. I'm going to do it. Because I had to give him props because when he was a Nazi, oh my God. Do you know how proud he made black people, not just black Americans, but black people when he gave that speech?
Man.
He made you proud to be black with that speech, didn't he?
Hell yeah, boy. That's automatic 50 push-ups right there.
That's why they got rid of his character in season 2.
Exactly. And that's what he was alluding to. Old Star G, since you gave me that mission, I'm going to start that Patreon. There's a lot of shit
The
that I
folk
could talk
tales
about.
begin.
Folk tales. Woo woo. There's a lot of explicit shit that I could talk about, relationships, some of my wildest sexcapades, and some of my wildest letdowns. Like, even the latest sexcapades with a so-called, I don't like dudes, but she liked what I was given. Last time I checked, she was coming more than she was going. That's all I'm gonna say, but I'm gonna leave the rest on the Patreon. And oh, that cigar is hitting. A lot of people don't realize that if I was the emperor of black people around the world, I would literally go to Africa and I would turn Africa into a stronghold and black America when it comes to combat sports. Imagine Aaron Donald in freestyle wrestling. Who could fucking stop him? Did you see what Stevenson was doing when he was in the Olympics?
No, but the name sound familiar.
Go look at Gable Stevenson when he was in the Olympics, boy. That boy, he was losing what 3-2, or and he came back and won the Olympic gold medal. And he's in MMA with that type of speed, that type of fucking dexterity. He knocked out a guy and took him down before he fell to the ground. That type of speed, and I quote, what's the dude name? Who does the commentating? Joe Rogan. He said everybody in the heavyweight division is fucked when he comes to the UFC. And I agree. And the one black dude who I just became a subscriber
Damn,
of,
Joe Rogan said that shit.
he
Damn.
said everybody in the heavyweight division is fucked if he comes to the UFC. Anytime you have enough power to knock a person out, to take them down before they hit the ground, that's speed. That's explosive speed.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know Joe Rogan has a black belt.
Yeah. He has the
Man.
most he has the most powerful spinning back kick that you'll ever see. Even Michael John White said his back kick, man, will put you the fuck down. Let me put it to you this way. My man said two things where I know we have similar mindset. The one guy I follow now. The most underrated mixed martial artist of all time is Randy Couture, one of my favorites of all time. And this is what I don't like about Dana White. And I would tell Dana White to his face, I love you for bringing mixed martial arts to the world. What I don't like is how you disregard some of your past champions like Randy Couture. Do
Like
you know
basically,
Randy
you talking about how he conducts business?
how he will if you have an issue with Dana White, he'll try to erase your history. How do you make the guy who has the most belts in your company and you erase his history?
There
Do
was
you
shit
know
between
Randy?
him and Francis Ngannou. Like, yeah,
Exactly.
cause yeah, he did Francis Ngannou dirty, whatever. But realized like what he lost when he after he went to the PFL.
Do you know Randy Couture holds the record for most belts won in the UFC is 6. He's an interim light heavyweight champion, two-time light heavyweight champion, three-time heavyweight champion. To let you know how nice Randy Couture is, he won most of his belts past 40. Did you know Randy Couture, his first
I
heavyweight
did not
champion?
know that. I did not know that one.
Randy Couture, his first heavyweight title reign, which was his first belt, he never lost. He was stripped because he went to another organization for money, which at the time, the UFC wasn't making money like that. And they stripped him. Do you know he came back and he beat the monstrous, hallowed be his name, Kevin Randleman? Do you know who the fuck Randy Couture? You want to Lost, Ray? Y'all love combat sports like I do, right?
Amen. Amen.
Yep, I'm getting more into it.
You want to know the number one thing that got me pumped up for wrestling? This NCAA tournament, my coach played for me, and the rest of the wrestlers when I was wrestling at Blake Clifton Eastern. The most star-studded NCAA ever, in my opinion, was the 92 NCAAs. You had both Terry and Tom Brands, who I mimic a lot of my style of wrestling from, especially when I was younger. You had Randy Couture versus Mark Kerr. You had Kevin Randleman. You had Kurt Angle coming back off an injury. Do you know Kurt Angle has the record for the lightest heavyweight champion in NCAA history? Guess how much he weighed at the 175 weight class?
Well, I mean, he weighed what between 160 and 185.
He was 200 pounds in the 175 weight class.
Oh damn.
And he was tossing them big motherfuckers around. Back in the day when I was in high school and they were doing the Olympics, did you know this motherfucker had a 760 pound squat at 220?
Yeah, I believe it because I was squatting around that much. Yeah, when I was like 220.
That motherfucker, if you ever look at his legs, they look like tree trunks, especially in his WWE days, his prime days. His legs were huge. The Brands brothers, you had so many motherfuckers, and that's the most star-studded NCAA tournament finals ever. You had at least 3 to 4 UFC fighters or champions. You had three, you had 2 to 3 Olympic gold medalists or Olympic bronze medalists because Tom Brands won the Olympic gold. His twin brother, Terry, won the bronze, I believe. You had UFC champion Randy Couture, UFC champion Kevin Randleman. You had UFC champion Mark Kerr. Dude, that was one of the most star-studded fucking NCAA tournaments ever.
Dude, I gotta fucking watch the movie that the tribute that the Rock did. Yeah, I'm gonna show that on my Rumble.
For Mark Kerr, and he looked just like Mark Kerr, didn't he?
Yeah, I'm like, damn. I haven't. I still haven't seen it yet. I just seen the trailer.
Yeah, I gotta watch that movie because it looks intense.
And I'm gonna tell you, a lot of times, if you want to look at that, I forgot what movie it was. It was a movie that traveled with him, with Mark Kerr, because he had a lot of fucking abuse with drugs, not just steroids, but also painkillers. And there was a time where Boss Rutan was his trainer, and Boss Rutan knocked him out. Now people forget how badass Boss Rutan is. Boss Rutan was the heavyweight champion. Did you know Boss Rutan won 21 fights straight? After his loss to Ken Shamrock, he won 21 fights straight, which is ultra difficult to do in MMA, by the way. When I told people all the time, who's the greatest heavyweight champions of all time? And I would say there's two. I said it's Randy Couture and Fedor Emelianenko. Randy Couture was the definition of I take smoke anywhere. Win, lose, or draw. Win, lose, or draw. When people say who are the greatest boxers of all time, everybody knows Ray Robinson is the greatest boxer who ever lived to me.
now in heavyweight, I don't know if he was to transfer over to the UFC for a little bit, you know what I mean, to MMA. I don't know, but if he did, he might be devastating. And that's that white dude, that Usyk dude who beat Anthony Joshua and that other British dude.
I think Usyk is the I think he's the greatest modern heavyweight champion in the 21st century. Before that, I think it was Tyson Fury, even over the Klitschko's.
But was they supposed to fight or something like that next? Because Usyk defeated Anthony Joshua, who lost by that I think his name was Du Bois or something like that. That one
Yeah,
black British
he
dude.
knocked him silly. I
Yeah.
think he's supposed to fight DeAndre Wilder.
Okay.
He's supposed to fight Wilder, and I don't see Wilder winning that because the skill factor is going to be overwhelming. And then Usyk is swarming. That's why I love that when Usyk and Crawford, Bud Crawford, when they met and they were wrestling, and he was like, I know Khabib too," meaning he's he's um he's Ukrainian, I believe,
Yeah.
and that Russian because Ukraine used to be part of the Soviet bloc. So one of the mandatory things sports you play in there is wrestling. And I agree with the black dude who I follow. I got to think of his name. He said it best. One of the reasons why you don't see a lot of black guys in MMA is because of two reasons. Well, he said one, but I said two. Number one is exposure, because a lot of black schools don't have a lot of wrestling. Fortunately, mine did. That's why I got a bronze medal in Germany when I did international wrestling, because I was exposed. I was
Uh,
lucky
th-
to have an older coach um, who told you, well, AB, if you want to come up, the links in the chat. It's not the cost because really wrestling is one of the cheaper sports in history.
Dude,
It's only,
you wrestled in Germany? That's
yeah,
awesome.
I had a bronze medal in Germany. I did a tour. I wrestled against my first match in Germany was against a Russian,
Oh
and
man.
people were like the coaches there almost got kicked off the team for drinking underage drinking,
Oh damn.
even though when you're international waters, there's no drinking age, but part of the contract you can't do it. So I had to sit in front of the Sanhedrin. It said, "Do you want to waste the money that your parents and everybody and the supporters put for you? No, you better prove us wrong." So the first motherfucker they put me against in the tournament was against a Russian, and they were scared. He's good. He's a national champion. Man, I beat that motherfucker 12-4, and I had everybody's mouths dropped. They were like, "My God, we didn't know you were that good." I went what either 7-1 or 6-1 the whole tournament, so I came up bronze.
Damn.
So when people say you're not that good, I said, well, even though my homeboy was joking, he said, "Do you really think you're that good?" Because my female friend I'm talking to now, she's a double Hall of Famer. And even she said, I'll put it to you this way. I should go in and if my school had a Hall of Fame, we're not even talking about the city. Obviously, I should be a all Metro Hall of Famer and an all City Hall of Famer. I should actually be a triple Hall of Famer. My school does all Metro, which is county and city, and the city. From 2000 to 2010, right? I won it. I won 170. We'll just take one weight class. We're not talking about all the champions I coached, right? Had to take a sip for that. From 2000 to 2010,
Hmm.
I won it in 2000. So that means out of 8 of them 10 years, I've coached. If I didn't win, the other 7 I coached to win that one weight class alone. That's some Hall of Fame shit, right?
Shit, yeah.
That's just from that one weight class. We're not talking about the other people I coached. I've actually coached one dude to win my weight class, which is 171. That's why it was funny because when I went to this one tournament coaching my students, some of the coaches were guys I competed against, or if I didn't compete against them, they were wrestling during the same time period as I did. And I came in and I was in my police uniform because it has your name tag. And they looked at me and was like, Faulkner? Yeah. And he brought his team around. He said, remember that one guy we told the story about, Mr. 171? And his team was like, yeah. And it was 2 or 3 coaches who said that to their team. So it's 3 teams, including my team, when they gathered around. They said, remember this one guy we told you about, Mr. 171? Yeah, that's that guy. They were looking at me and was like, wow. They said,
Yeah.
we knew who was going to win. Everybody in his weight class was just hoping to be second. Because one of my things was, even though that's a higher weight class, I didn't wrestle like plodding. I actually could move. I was explosive. I was doing moves that you never saw a guy in that weight class do, like switches, sit outs. I was fast and I was strong, but anybody who had my strength didn't have my speed. Anybody who had my speed didn't have my strength. If you had my street and strength, you didn't have my skill. If you had my speed, strength, and skill, you didn't have my stamina. So I was in
Like
the
there,
goal.
yeah, my coach put me up against like strong like and aggressive but explosive guys that was like in the 160, 175, especially one brother. He had me get used to that. And then it's like, I don't know what they call like a muscle, tricking your muscles or something like that. Like when it comes to like lifting weights, like weight conditioning.
Yeah.
Um, and then after that, in the same setting that day, he will put up against me another guy who's like a heavyweight. This one nigga named Todd. Man, this motherfucker's like big as a damn mountain. Boy, this motherfucker's so damn big. But I managed to not get pinned by him though. Shit, after a while. But I got good with both of them. But my main ones to get used to was the 165, 175 because he was fast and aggressive.
You know, I went against some beast, okay? And this is just to my team, all right? We're not just talking about the competitors, we're talking about my teammates. There's people who were lighter and heavier than me. People was like, Charles, you're a takedown artist. You know who I learned takedowns from, Lost and Ray?
Yeah.
Master
I
Brown.
learned, well, yes, but who really enveloped my takedowns was Corey Dawson, my big bro. He was a senior when I was a sophomore. That motherfucker was 160, 170 pounds. He had to cut weight from being an offensive lineman to make the weight class. From 310 pounds, he made the 185-pound weight class. That motherfucker taught me how to do outside, inside, and double leg takedowns.
Uh,
He was that explosive. So when I started taking him down, what do you think? And this guy weighed 100 pounds more than me. What did you think it felt like taking down somebody 170?
shit.
I start plowing through people like,
Cause
like
yeah, I mean, if he was like not as big as you, but aggressive and fast too, yeah, and you was able to manage to catch him, shit.
and Corey was an aggressive motherfucker. Everybody
That
on the team was aggressive. Like
when you get it, it feels you feel the accomplishment. Never, you just feel it.
when I was taking him down, and when I went to competition, and Corey was not easy. Even when I took him down, he was not easy to get over. That's why, I give a lot of praise to a lot of which I'm going to do on my Facebook tomorrow. If you think I was good in wrestling, there's a lot of monsters that made me this way. I had to go through the lion's den, and these motherfuckers were full bearded, full mane lions. Okay, Harold Murdoch, Gary Barkley, Aaron Bradshaw, Clifton Bowens, Corey Dawson, Terry Hobson, Will Hobson. God damn. we battled. We made each other good. We would we would beat the living shit out of each other respectfully. Oh my god. Like, oh Lord. You like, wait a minute. I know I am a solid. Do you know what my do you know what my body fat ratio was at 170 in high in senior year?
Uh-uh.
3 to 5
I was at
percent.
huh?
3 to 5%.
I was at 3.5%. I was like a fucking anatomy chart.
Oh, wrestling would do
So-
that shit.
Solid as a brick. And you're having the 130 give you comp. I'm like, Gary had legs that were almost big as mine at 130. And he could almost twist his upper torso almost 180.
But the way we wrestlers cut weight though is said is known to be unhealthy though.
It depends on how you do it. Because we did it at a gradual. We didn't try to cut it the same day because that'll drain you. I wish you would try to drain that weight in 2 days. I'm gonna beat your ass. Beat you. I'm gonna beat on you. My thing was, I had a fear. Shout out to Mr. Brown. Shout out to Coach Maurice. Shout out to Coach Lewis. These motherfuckers. Even Lewis told me I had one of the most feared cross faces, and he wrestled in college. He said, I've never seen people duck your cross face, duck a man's cross face. Everybody knew if I got on top of you, I'm going to beat the fuck out of you with my cross face. It wasn't illegal because you can't swing it back like you're cocking back. You had to throw it with your body. So that means wherever your shoulder went, that's how far your crossface was. But what's the secret of a hook? You threw it with your body. So I threw my shit like a left or right hook. Boom, boom.
Yeah.
Ooh, so
Yeah.
you getting all my body weight with that shit.
But see, when I do that though, boom, I use my body, damn it, whip that motherfucker around like a whip, and then damn it, then use the force of my body, damn it, to turn your body into a curl and to make it into a curl. Then boom, and then I put you in the damn what they call it, the turkey
Cradle.
basket, where I
Oh
got
yeah.
your neck, I got your neck and your leg, and I got that grip on it, damn it, and I rock you back so your both your shoulder blades will hit the mat, so the ref will be like, blow that whistle.
Mhm. So I want to ask this for for not just the panel and also the chat. Do y'all want me to do a combat sports live stream this weekend? Just say woo if you want that. Because even when I did boxing, I went against really good people. Boom, boom, got rocked. I didn't realize even when I was starting out in boxing, you know what they used to tell people? They was like, look, he may be new, but that motherfucker has a hell of a right hand. Bow! I remember I hit a dude. I remember I hit a dude with the right hand, right? I didn't see him for the whole week. He said I had to take a week off and go to the dentist because you loosened my permanence. He said you hit me so hard with that, so fast and so hard with that right hand, you loosened my permanent fronts.
Yeah.
His dentist said, "What the fuck were you in a car crash?" He said, "No, it was boxing." The dentist said, "Stay the fuck away from that motherfucker." He said, "Tell me who he is so I don't piss him off." Oh, I got rocked before because it was God rest his biggest soul, Sylvester. Sylvester wasn't the most technical boxer, but Sylvester developed his left hook. And he had a hook very similar to Joe Frazier. And if you didn't
Oh,
block it, that motherfucker cracked my tooth. And if you saw me up close, I actually had to get it pulled out. I thought
oh
I could
man.
take it because he was a little bit smaller. That motherfucker hit me with a left hook. Bow! I had to circle out. I was like, whoa, boy.
Man.
He didn't drop me, but I felt every fucking pound of that shit. I was like, woo. I'm coming back home and I was living with one of my ex girlfriends at the time. And she said, "What's wrong? Give me that goddamn ice girl. That motherfucker got some pop." Shit.
Oh,
I'm not afraid to tell you about my losses and wins, boy. Everybody, that makes you a real man.
oh yeah.
One of the dudes I wrestled against, his coach is one of the members of my cigar lounge. And my birthday, shout out to Fire and Smoke. They gave me nothing but love for my birthday party I had up there. Um, he coached Minor, and he said the match was so good. You know how it is in tournaments for wrestling, right? Ray and Loss, where you have
Yeah.
you have first and second, third and fourth, and fifth and sixth. The referee stopped the matches on the side just so the referees and wrestlers could watch our match because we were the featured match out of any match in any tournament, any weight class. That was literally who was the best pound for pound wrestler in the city that time. Whoever won that match was the best pound for pound wrestler, and basically that was the match that decided who was the best pound for pound wrestler for our generation.
Yeah. You can't do none of that shit now though. Well, long as you all that time you've been smoking cigars.
Shit, people try me. Do you think I wasn't smoking cigars when I was coaching?
Yeah, but I don't think you was going like training your squad to go 6 minutes.
Oh, trust me, I had ignorant, I had ignorant black motherfuckers. Okay,
Look, boy, you gonna be tired, nigga. You gonna be tired like Andrew Tate was.
see the difference is I know how to get past being tired. I'm a lock onto you like a pit bull.
You seen that shit though. Yeah.
See, Andrew Tate is actually a good fighter, but
Yeah.
what did Vince Lombardi say? Fatigues make cowards of us. So if I actually wanted to compete, I would stop drinking and I would stop smoking, and you would see the mechanized monster. You would see what's one of the names of my guys on there. What's the moniker of one of my characters on there? Loss. He's what?
The main character,
Yeah. What's his two monikers he holds
Cub,
besides the Cub? That's the nickname. He's the god of what?
War, and then
Strength.
Strength. Yeah.
You haven't read the one where the team had to stop him when the God of War took over, did you?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Oh, trust me. And trust me, I might Ray. You got to put your You got my number right.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, but give it to me again in the down here because I called you like I think twice before.
I'm
So
gonna put it. I'm gonna put it in the back chat.
yeah, because that was
Uh,
like two phones ago.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in the back chat. I don't know if you got an iPhone. If you got an iPhone, it's easier. But if I
Oh,
send you,
fuck iPhone, man. Android all day.
I got an Android too, but I got an iPad and an iPhone and an Android. But I'm gonna
Yeah.
send it. Send me your email.
Okay.
This is how I know the story's really good because Lost 25. He's the anime generation, and then you got Artist and MC, who's the comic book generation. When
Yeah,
both
I
of them
was I was
motherfuckers
I was
said
part of the last group where anime was like considered uncool, and then it just exploded.
when Lost and Artisan said, "You got me curious," and what you got was they said the characters you build were so interesting. You could do a D&D fucking session with these characters.
Man, I don't know. Yeah, you may generate some ideas too from other projects too as well, like where it's not an obvious jock or whatever, but something to help you like generate, your own ideas. Sometimes you need that little push to help generate your own shit, your own ideas.
Ask Lost how original some of these characters are. Just go ahead, ask them.
Oh yeah, the original.
Oh yeah, like they like he literally has classifications of like the power levels, power skills. He has a whole power system and everything. He has a whole like literally he has a whole intergalactic system of like planets, different empires, different factions, different opposing, um, different teammates' backstories. They're from different planets, different circumstances, and they just all come together and they're like it's just he's created this whole entire world.
Now,
Oh boy, and when you adapt that shit with AI too, if you do, oh man.
oh, trust me, I got it on ChatGPT. I'm literally making 4 or 5 paragraphs, and ChatGPT just formats it for me. All the information is mine because they'll format it. If I don't like it, we'll go back again and I'll add more shit.
Ooh.
Let me put it to you this way. One of the times that made me fall in love with the characters, and I'm the motherfucker writing it, is when they sit down and they talk about their past.
Oh yeah, yeah. That was a good scene. That was like a centerpiece. That would be a centerpiece for one of the books.
I might make that a book by itself, The Vacation Time. And when you the interaction between Master Brown and the main character is a love story between my coach and myself. So I take a lot of that from personal experience.
Like yeah, Charles. Like if you whenever you start pitching your material, I would lead with that chapter because that would be like that gives like a full understanding of the characters and like them circumstances. And I think like no matter
You
if
mean
they
you mean like a trailer?
no like you know how like the you go like people will like financially back you or something like that.
Oh
And they'll be
Like
like,
the
yeah.
oh,
slice,
okay, like like show us what you got. Like that's what I would suggest he would like
like
pitch.
the slice of life episodes when the master character, because they have him as AI right now, when he tells when he tells the story of the main character and the nickname. What is the nickname of the main character?
Cub.
But Cub is cute, friendly, but it makes sense with the rest of the story, doesn't it? And why does he call him Cub?
Dang, it's on the tip of my tongue, but remind me.
He called him Cub because he's the lion heir.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. There you go.
So his main story was like he was a lost cub without what? A pride. And the reason why I made the master so high is because you always got to give your main characters a, a, a period or a level for them to either come up to or surpass.
I mean, think about it. Kenichi, the mightiest disciple, the master
Some
over the
bitch,
whole.
some bitch. I was just thinking about that. Ain't that so?
I mean, think about it.
That's
Like the strongest master. He's self taught. He created his own martial arts. He can literally shoot lasers out his eyes, and literally that last bit of the story arc, he taught Kenichi like one of his techniques.
and the slick part about him is he doesn't crave power. The main character doesn't crave power.
He's very playful with it. Like he said, like, oh, I'm just enjoying life.
Yeah, because the team made him not. They made him take off his mask, metaphorically and physically. And Shorty, if you notice what I call my ex girlfriend, that's one of the code names of the characters. If even though she was on the phone, I know when my ex is smiling because when I called her that, I sent her a part of the story and she smiled, and I could tell when she's smiling. And I based that character off of a lot of my ex's strengths. And if you notice, when they get together, they're flirty and she's doting off of him. She's not a Mary Sue because if you remember her shit at the fire pit, she tells her story.
Yeah, she's a hardened, trained assassin.
Mm-hmm. And each character is very interesting. The big black guy, he takes, he reinvents the big strong guy, Modest, because he's actually pretty intelligent. He has what you call the, shout out to Dr. Neil because Dr. Neil would be tickled by that character because
He kind of reminds me of Doctor Thunder a little bit.
he's, imagine somebody who's 9 feet tall with a PhD in, in theology. And when you notice his story, not telling too much because make a motherfucker steal your ideas, he had to learn how to be the shield and the axe. The wizard story was very interesting though, because he's the oldest and he tells his story on how he was a fuck up. That's why he's so wise, because he fucked up a lot. He was literally a drunken drug addict. He didn't want to go to school, he didn't want to learn, but many of us are great because of what? Because of our supporting cast, because people believed in us. The sniper character is even interesting because he's the quietest. Oh yeah, by the way, I just for shits and giggles lost, which is gonna make you very interested. You're gonna be like, when I tell you this, you're gonna be like, yo, send me that shit. Each character, I gave them each a solo mission where there's no team helping them.
Oh, yeah, that would be interesting. Because remember, I told you about, hey, I can see Nightshade, maybe going past that light speed and then, travel through time. And, I was like, hey, that would be a good little side story. So I
Because
could,
if you listen to quote unquote Nightshade, my ex, everything she told you was not a lie. We actually met whooping somebody's ass trying to steal out of a store where she was security for. And if you saw her physically right now, she's anywhere from an upgradable 6 to a 7. Put it to you this way, she has beautiful genetics because two of her daughters in real life have hazel eyes with green starbursts.
hey, I would expect nothing less.
Oh yeah. Like if you look at my eyes compared to hers, her eyes are lighter. Her daughter's father's eyes are hazel, and her daughter's eyes are like hazel, but the starburst around the eye is green. And depending on the season, they change colors.
Wait, we lost you for a little bit.
Ooh, I heard him. He said like depending on the eyes, the color changed by the season.
Yeah, so
Okay.
they get more greener, they get more hazel. So literally, there's times I look at her daughters because I knew her daughters when her daughters are around my son's age. One daughter's 18, one daughter's 20. So when the first time I met these little girls, because my son was little, I actually have all the pictures from the birthday party I bring them to. And believe it or not, we were the best of friends before we got together. And this is for years. We were best of friends for like 3 or 4 years before we got together. So of course there was physical attraction, but I had a girlfriend at the time. She had a boyfriend. So we were just cool friends. And one of her male best friends saw me and she said, "You ain't shit." And she was like, "What you talking about?" And believe it or not, my ears can pick up sounds very well. I can't see that well sometimes without my glasses, but I can still shoot 300 meters without my glasses. Easy. You just shoot the fuzzy teddy bears. But by hearing and sound, when I'm not mucus affected, I can smell weed 20 feet away. Even if you didn't burn it or smoke it, I can smell the weed on you. Matter of fact, I was so good that other cops couldn't smell it, but I could. So I picked up on it. She said, "You ain't shit." She was like, "Why? You got a fucking boyfriend and you bring a nigga here that looks like the second coming of fucking like this is the time when I had hair. I had waves." So she's like, "You bring this and this is a straight guy saying, you bring this handsome motherfucker around and you got a whole boyfriend living with you. You ain't shit." So
Yeah. Yeah, shit.
and
Yeah, that ain't shit.
even though we were just friends, we weren't. I was too busy doing me. So it's funny because we actually met each other whooping people's asses. Hell, we were about to whoop people's asses, and this is when we broke up. And this is how I know I have good exes because we were on Light Street, downtown Baltimore, about to make the left hand turn on Platt. So these three guys in the car, young dudes, and she's taking me out to Father's Day. I didn't have to pay for shit, and we went to a nice place she knew where you could eat outside and all the shit. So they like, "Yo, fuck you, and they cut us off, and we didn't do shit. They cut us. Fuck you, I'm gonna slap you in front of your bitch." So I had my gun on me. I had a metal bat in the front seat. I had a Bowie knife in the back seat behind her, and I had brass knuckles in the console. So I said, "If I get out this car right now, what we gonna do?" She said, "Whatever you do, I'm with it." So I was about to come out my car and approach these motherfuckers. So when they saw me, and I'm not the biggest guy, I'm only 5'10" and 280. So I was about to come out the car and be like, "Excuse me, young man, why are you being disrespectful to us when you cut us off?" So when they saw me coming out the car, these motherfuckers, when we got to the next red light, these motherfuckers wouldn't even look our way. They were quiet as church mice. And we went straight to the place where she treated me for Father's Day. Think about it. I don't have kids by her, but she treated me out. And we weren't even together. We broke up by that time. So this is what I tell people. I have great relationships with many of my exes. One ex, my father, another ex, she's a public notary, and she did some work for my father because he was buying a house and they needed a notary, and she was helping them with a case that my father had against one of my aunts. You know, basically trying to steal property from my grandmother. And she joked with my grandmother. He joked with my grandmother. "This is my daughter-in-law. My son didn't fuck up." And she was laughing. I said, "Wait a minute, come on, put my dad on the phone. Let me tell him straight." So I just, and it was funny. So a lot of my exes, I don't have bad relationships with. It's very few exes that I had to say, "No, I can't deal with this bitch at all." So when people talk about I hate women, my exes love me. Sucks to be you. And I just proved that just now for all my detractors. You hate black women. This is a black woman who got her degree in her mid 30s because she had children early in her life. And what did she tell you? She said, "My kids did surpass me. Two of my daughters, my two oldest daughters, went to college much earlier than I did. My son is about to be an engineer, a mechanic slash mechanical engineer when he goes to high school. And you had two hall monitors trying to muscle up on him saying, 'Give me your phone.' The first thing I said, 'Do you need me to come up there?' Because if I come up there, it's going to be feet flying, fists flying, people's bodies flying." Because I'd have asked them, I said, "Excuse me, you do know this is a formerly married woman, and you called her, hey, whatever the fuck it was, hey, ma, or hey, Hey, mommy, whatever the fuck that nigga said. You're not even professional. You're supposed to represent this fucking school. I
Yeah,
said you don't.
exactly.
I said you don't know. This is a good kid because first and foremost, if the kid didn't have the fucking phone visible, how do you know? And the teacher, it all started from the teacher. And I said, do you need me to come up there? Because there's plenty of times if I said, yo, I'm a few places away. Go up there to the school real quick before I get up there. You think she would have problem going up there for on my behalf? No, because we did it before. So when people talk about black male and female relationships, I'm not new to this man. I'm true to this man. If I could get this from women, including my son's mother, there's something I'm doing right that a lot of people can't do it at all.
Well, and also there's a number of factors to that too. Like one, okay, uh, they and we are not you. You know what I mean? And also with your accomplishments too, one will have to that a woman would have no choice but to respect. And and law and the law enforcement and the relationships too, like how you conduct yourself with these women, which built that, also to where they have no choice but to respect you, like to show respect to you and to try to build some kind of like to still keep a bond with you even after the fact because you're an awesome dude. But the thing is, it's also dependent on those type of females too, because other guys they may not be able to develop relationships like that with the women they came across in their life due to because those women were not as good as the women you have developed relationships with.
And I'm glad you made that point, Ray, because I'm the first person to say I'm not the norm. And trust me, it wasn't easy because it took time, like any other relationship. Because when I started telling a lot of my exes and even my friend who I talk to now, the shit that I told them years ago, they see now, and they like, remember that time you told me about how black women are? She says, God knows it. You're so right because they see it now. You got to realize something. The shit we talk about in these spaces, a lot of shout out to Stan Lee, a lot of true believers know this, but a lot of people who don't, it's going to take time for them to see it. That being said, when they see it, they hit me up and was like, even my friend who I'm talking to now, who I joke with her now, I said, I had to fight, I beat global terrorism, you beat cancer. So we're even. And she laughed about it. She's like, you know what? Thank you for not pitying me. Thank you for not making me feel like I'm broken. She's like, thank you for just treating me like a human being.
Amen. Ooh, and I know something that also come with you. Yeah, you was able to do that and establish that, and she's seen it in you that you did not carry this hatred towards women because of what other women have done to you. So, but you still
Yeah.
kept a good heart.
Yeah. I tell people, I don't blame, if I go into a relationship, every woman knows I carry a blank slate. I don't blame you for what the last. Now, I'm quicker to pick shit up, but I will never blame a woman for what the last woman did. That's the difference between me and a lot of people. And when you see this phenomenon, I'm not saying this is going to be a perfect equation because guess what? Just like men are assholes at times, women are assholes at times. And there's times me and these same women have debates. But what's the one thing I pride myself off of my channel? I'm not afraid of a debate. Teach me something I don't know. but make sure you can stand up on your square and tell me what this shit is about. Because if you're saying something illogical, I'm gonna pick you apart. Just like I expect you to, if I say something illogical, I expect you, Loss, Art New Style, AB Media, BGS, Dr. Neil, A Art News, like anybody to pick me apart if it's illogical. There's times when BGS was pissed. Y'all don't remember how pissed off BGS with me. He had to call me on my phone. Why the fuck you say that black men are the garbage men of the dating world? And when I explained my reasoning about that, you know what BGS said on the phone? He sucked his teeth and said, "God damn it, you ain't wrong." Why do you think in many of his recorded videos he says, "Shout out to Officer Faulkner, the black men of the garbage men of the dating world. We can't prove him wrong." Even Dr. Neil and Dr. T used that statement. Who do you think gave Kevin Samuels the "Hey Big Head"? We went on a live stream and I said, "You know how many "Hey Big Head" texts I'm getting?" And this is the part about growth. One of the greatest villains of all times in comic book history is Doctor Doom. And I use that quote since the 90s, the early 90s. This is
If
how
you
far I go.
if you
How
ask
far I go.
O'Shea, if you ask O'Shea about Kevin, he'll tell you, no, Kevin got it from him.
He didn't get that from him. When does O'Shea have a "Hey Big Head" moment?
Yeah, because he basically said he came into space by him.
No, he didn't. He came through BGS. Stop lying. I would tell him to his face, stop lying. BGS gave him his mission to make those dudes who were educated lames, so called,
Amen. I believe it.
because I've been in this space for 12 years. So he can stop lying about that. I'll call him out on that shit. Because first and foremost, there's times I was on live streams that I would show you the women I'm on dates with. Ask BGS, ask Art New Style, ask AB, ask Art of It More. I'm on dates and you can see the women I'm with. I said, say hi to the chat. And everybody's like, "Ooh, she's pretty." So
Shit. Yeah.
so I got physical evidence of that shit. I'm the nigga who gave Kevin "Hey Big Head" because I told him I'm getting these "Hey Big Head" calls from out of nowhere. So when people I'm not saying I'm the reason why for success, but there's key points I gave him. Hell, Kevin answered me when he said, "You know how many people from the department hit me up when he gave my name?" He said, "You want to talk about a fight? You know, motherfucker, I don't want to fight Officer Faulkner. 5'10", 280 pounds of muscle, can wrestle and box and do MMA. I ain't trying to fight that motherfucker. That's a motherfucker you don't want to fight." I got about 20 calls on my phone and 40 messages on Facebook Messenger. "You know, Kevin, I knew him for years, dude." Matter of fact, my boy, Jason Lee, still working in the Northern. Shout out to him and his beautiful daughter who's going to school for architecture. You want to talk about you want to talk about the big bros in the department I followed? That's Jason Lee. Jason Lee was married to a woman who cheated on him with another cop, and he had to foreclose on the house he bought. Do you know that motherfucker worked so much overtime, put so much energy into his daughter education, that he bought a $400,000 house? Tell me, is that not black man success?
Yeah, man. Amen. God bless him for that. That's great.
And and he got his daughter. He helped his daughter get a full ride scholarship. See, I'm not new to this. I'm
Damn.
true to this shit. Why do you think I'm not going to rest till Lost as a military officer? When Lost, you still there, boy? When he said, I want to be a military officer, what did I do for loss? Who did I put him in contact with? I put him in contact with a dude who was a military officer, Sandog. He talked to Sandog offline, and he said, you got to do this, that, and the fourth. And then once you do it, hit me back up and see your progress. See, that's how the space is supposed to be. We don't want to make you lesser than. We don't even make you want to make you equal to. We want to make you greater. You're supposed to reach places that we never went. I can't wait till Lost can become a military officer. You put a star. I want to be next to his dad because I won't take that from his father. I want to be right there on the stage next to his dad while his dad's pinning stars on him. And I'm
Yeah,
gonna fight back. And I'm gonna fight back tears in my eyes for seeing a young brother put stars on his fucking shoulders.
that masculine honor right there, boy.
I will fight back tears and salute him with a good glass of cognac. That's my journey. Just like when, to this day, when Anton tried to tell me, "Oh, you're the reason why the black community's in a downgrade because you didn't marry his mother." I said, do I still have a duty to teach and raise this boy to be the best he can be, even though I didn't marry his mother?" And Anton got stuck. And I respect ABM when he said I'm leaning towards Anton, but I know Anton because of our past experiences. See, Donald Sperling saved your ass because every time I made a rebuttal, he didn't let you answer. He saved you. And I was in your ass like a goddamn enema.
Well, there was people that was saying, that did their stream, as a dinner. Everybody covered this shit. Even people that don't typically cover this shit, this they was covering it. They were saying basically Anton got out of frame. He tried to intimidate Anton with the old hood persona and shit.
That ain't hood. That ain't hood. Anton's about 40 something years old. He's 42, 43 years old,
Now they were
right?
saying that they were saying that Corey was trying to intimidate him with the hood persona.
No, 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 that's not hood persona. How old are you? How old are you? I'm Ray.
39.
39. So we're in the same generation. Ray, if I was face to face to you and said you suck dick, would you be ready to throw hands?
Yeah, but then I'll, hey, lash it back at you. Ah. And then if
You
you,
probably could say
it,
some
it,
shit
it,
to me,
yeah,
but if
and
I
then,
kept it
and then if you jump, I'll jump. Ah.
exactly. Thank you, Ray, for being honest. Because guess what? Disrespect can only go, but you can only laugh off disrespect for so long, can't you?
Whoo, amen. Yeah, because then you gotta let a motherfucker know, like, hey, man, like this ain't gonna be that because if you continue to let it, then it's gonna turn into passive aggressiveness, and passive aggressiveness turn into doormats, and
And
nobody
what did I
respect
say
it.
years ago? Men
Yeah.
got three types of communications. We're going to talk it out, yell it out, then we got to fight it out. I'll be like, all right, dude. And I'm a peaceful dude. I don't care how small lost is compared to me and you. If there's a certain level that Lost has, he gonna be like, yo, we got to go out back. When he did that outback shit, it wasn't because he was ready to fight. It's because he knew that Corey was thinking about his money. He knows that Corey is still reeling off the Zoe Williams shit. And Corey's like, we just getting this shit big. Because if Corey falls, how many people falling off that 5150 shit?
Wait a minute, hold on. So what? He getting lawsuit because what? Zoe snapped some years ago on Ari Spears or something.
Oh
That's
yeah, yeah.
still,
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that still it still affects him to this day.
yeah. Because even though he didn't do it, because he's on your brand, that still affects you. Think about it. Think about it, right? How long did that affect? How long did it affect Cynthia G when I asked her that question? What's the opposite of a beta male coon? Because when she came up on BGS's panel years ago in the Coliseum, that one question demoralized her, didn't it? And then,
Oh yeah, yeah.
and then, what happened? You think I'm the prophet Samuel? Did it become prophetic when she ended up having a baby by Raw Dog? So who won that debate? Me or her?
Oh, you nigga.
So notice she will never bring my name up because guess what's going to happen? People are going to research. My name's going to come up. So sometimes, what's the one thing you learned lost in the story? How to combat some powerful motherfuckers in that lore. What's some of the most effective ways they said in the lore? There's some people you come across. What are you supposed to do?
Steer clear.
Exactly.
Don't engage.
Don't engage. What do you think? What do you think a motherfucker like me is to Cynthia G?
Don't engage.
Don't engage. I am literally. What's Naruto's father?
He's a Hokage. He's a former Hokage.
The fourth Hokage, right?
Yep.
And what's Sasuke's father? Wicked Hokaku or whatever his name is.
Yeah, it wasn't he the head of the village, or what?
Yeah, he was the head of the Uchiha. The same thing about Minato and Hukaku. These motherfuckers had a do not engage policy against them. You don't fucking fight them. You get the fuck out of there. They'll kill you. What would happen if she said, I'm gonna come back at Faulkner?
war.
It wouldn't be a war, it'd be a slaughter. Because all I gotta do is tell BGS, you know this bitch coming up against me again. And you know BGS is a researcher by trade, right? He will go into his own archives just to drop and clip that motherfucker for me. That one clip will destroy her. Y'all forget when I used to go to other people's channels and debate them and destroy them. Okay? I didn't stop debating because I lost. Shout out to G Gundam. I'm the undefeated of the East. Okay? I never lost a debate to Cynthia G. I never lost a debate to Mary Brown. I never lost a debate to anybody.
Lame A.
Wayne May, I never lost to him. These motherfuckers come looking for me. I don't think about them.
Shoot, yeah, Korean second and third accounts.
What did I tell them? You supposed to have 20,000 subscribers. What you thinking about little old me? I live mortgage free in your brain. Fuck rent. I'm about to buy the fucking house and the land.
But he be trolling like everybody, including Fantastic.
Yeah, right. The crazy thing is he be trolling like Theo in the class, and it's
He,
just because he's not allowed.
he can't. Let me put it to you this way. Me and Mr. Fantastic used to go at it. I was on Fantastic stream and we gave each other the ultimate respect. Do you want a motherfucker like me to team up with Mr. Fantastic just to destroy this nigga? You know how petty Mr. Fantastic could be.
Oh, yeah. Once he gets to going, it's
And you
hard to
know,
stop him.
when I go toe to toe with Mr. Fantastic, and me and him got the respect for each other, because you know he's a vet too. He's a Navy vet.
Yeah, he just retired a couple of years back.
And even when I came on his channel, what's up, sir? What's up, Officer Faulkner? We got nothing but respect for each other now. Because we went through the trenches. I said, dude, you don't want motherfuckers. You want me and Mr. Fantastic to join forces just to come at you? We will destroy you.
Yeah, because the thing is, like, I was like, damn, you got two vets who not only would they physically destroy you, but they can verbally and mentally and intellectually destroy you.
I will eviscerate this motherfucker. I've told him. First of all, you disrespectful going to artisan NC when we're talking about geek culture, and you're trying to bring petty shit up there. And I said, you know what? I'm not going to say shit out of respect for artisan. Let's get rid of him and let's go back to the subject. That's why I did that live stream. I said, first of all, out of anybody I respect's panel who don't be on no bullshit as artisan MC, how fucking dare you? See, I respect Corey because he was thinking about his money. But if I saw Gay Bay and we were face to face and he disrespected art like that, I'd have slapped him. If you want to sue me because I whooped your ass. I'm gonna break your fucking jaw. Because obviously you don't learn when motherfuckers let you live. You do your MMA training, Ray does his combat training. Guess what? What's the one thing about combat training? Leave your ego and body parts at the door you still want to keep. Because the one
Yep,
beautiful
that's right.
because the one beautiful thing about combat sports, you will get humbled very easily.
Yeah, you're gonna be in your. Remember my first Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu class? I was on my back and my ass a lot.
You will get humbled. I was teaching wrestling seminars to jiu-jitsu guys because let's face it, jiu-jitsu guys got horrible takedowns. So I was giving a seminar. I was teaching people how to do throws and takedowns. And this is from a dude who was a brown belt. He's probably a black belt now. And they went to a tournament. Do you know the lowest podium that each one of his people took after my seminar? Second.
Oh,
So everybody either got second or higher, which is only first, because they were taking everybody down and they had their way with people. So, and guess how much I charge people for the seminar?
well, like 100.
Like 50,
Free.
$100.
Free.
Oh, damn.
That's a
You know
steal.
why? You know why? Because
Why?
because him and his class were teaching me more submission holds. I even taught the class how to do leg locks. Because thank you, Mr. Brown, aka Master Brown. Because one thing Mr. Brown was good at was catch wrestling. Y'all didn't know I had an old catch wrestler for a fucking wrestling coach, did y'all?
Oh, okay. Uh-uh.
So a lot of heel hooks, a lot of toe holds, ankle locks, calf crushes. Mr. Brown knew and he taught me. So I was imagine if I'm teaching leg locks, which is rarely taught in most jiu-jitsu places, right? Imagine what happened when I was teaching these motherfuckers. They were submitting people left and right because they didn't even know how to fucking defend them.
Damn. Ah.
So so when I look at this space, I tell people when he says Faulkner fears me, the guy who fought crime in Baltimore for almost 2 decades, the guy who had 354 missions in the first 6 months of an 18-month tour of reconnaissance, direct action, meaning you taking the fight to the enemy, convoy security, convoy rescue, building and house raids, perimeter security, patrolling, humanitarian missions, and all kinds of shit. You think I fear you? Why would I fear you? I'm fear itself, nigga. So when we look at this altruistically, okay, a lot of people put themselves on a pedestal. Believe it or not, I can't wait to take Lost to the cigar lounge where I'm at because you're going to see some good old fashioned shit talking at the cigar lounge, old school shit. And don't worry, Lost, you might do a little bit of womanizing, depending on the season.
Nothing wrong with that.
Hey, if we at the harbor and some pretty girls hitting on you, I'm gonna be slapping on your ass. Good game, go get her. I'm gonna be like, look, I don't have to be bigger than what the fuck I am. I know who I am. I can literally, if I get my fucking 100% disability in the next 6 months, I'm retired. I choose when to work. Hell, I got 50% right now, and I can choose when to work. When I get 4,500 a month for the rest of my life, I choose when to work. I don't fear you. I've been through I go where angels fear to tread, my nigga. Do you know who's my patron saint in law enforcement and military? Do you know who's the patron saint of soldiers and police?
Who?
The Archangel Michael. The motherfucker who had Satan on his foot on he put a foot on the neck of the devil. You a bad motherfucker. You a bad motherfucker if you put Satan himself underneath your foot you put his foot on his neck and kick him and you put foot boot the ass out of heaven. Have you ever noticed anytime Michael gets involved, you goddamn right, All Star G. Charles goes where demons fear to roam. You gonna tell a motherfucker, oh, I hate women, I hate black women, but how many black women I rescued out of domestic violence situations? How many children I rescued out of situations? Niggas don't remember that. I hate women. What about this one call when the boyfriend of a girl, because it was only the mom and daughter living in the house, and the boyfriend said, I'm gonna come over here. So I took the phone from the daughter. You know what I told that motherfucker? Yo, what's your name? Such and such. I'm gonna let you know something. This is my new adopted family. You come over here, I'll come over here after work to fuck you up. I dare you to talk to them again. I dare you. You know they never had any more problems with that motherfucker. And you know what the beautiful part about that shit is? They lived on a very tiny street where, you know, the snow trucks didn't really get there. So my car got stuck because the city at the time didn't take my advice until years later, like now, got SUVs. So my car got stuck. So it was her family members who came out of state, and he knew that most of her male relatives lived out of state. So you know the motherfuckers pushed my fucking car out so I could get out that shit. That's love, isn't it?
Quid pro
Yeah,
quo.
yeah, real talk.
But I hate women, right? I hate women, right?
I mean, hell, you got your receipts, shit. So
Yeah, y'all heard my ex girlfriend on the fucking phone, right? When me and Josh was talking, y'all heard her tell her stories, and you can hear almost how she was doting on how we first met, whooping ass. When she told the story about her son, I was like, "You need me to come up there with you." See, there's a lot of love my son has from different people. One thing I taught my son was loyalty. Be loyal to people who are loyal to you. When he seen 6 motherfuckers try to fight his boy, he jumped in it. The next day, I was laughing to myself and to my son. I said, "How many did you knock out?" Because they went from 6 to 40 motherfuckers. What the fuck did you do? I started laughing because guess what happened, you know, when if my son would have got approached by 40 motherfuckers, you wouldn't have seen Charles Faulkner. You would have seen Frank Castle. And who was he?
Mm. The Punisher.
The Punisher.
Oh, you would have seen the Punisher come out of my ass. All Star God said, when Michael gets the call, situations get resolved. Does that sound? Hey, Lost. Does that sound like some of my characters in my chat in my shit?
Oh yeah.
Oh man, like
When certain
hell.
people show up, people want to start pissing their pants.
Oh yeah, I don't do that. Yeah, that ganging up shit. Yeah, man. Nah, like some motherfuckers
You
gonna be
gotta
like,
imagine.
hey, you took it too far. You took it too far. What you
You gotta
mean,
imagine. You gotta
boy?
imagine how much of a badass I raised if 6 motherfuckers jumped on his friend and he got involved. They brought 40. You can imagine what the fuck that kid do.
Well, I'm aiming for nothing but vitals. Ain't no kid gloves, none of that. Nope. All y'all get bones breaking, all that shit.
That motherfucker must have hit a nigga with the Shin Sha Ryu Kens. That motherfucker hit everybody with level threes. Boom, boom, boom. And my son is very humble like myself, but he's comical. And he'll be like, yo, tell me the truth. How many did you drop? So, the school wasn't even mad with him when the vice principal and principal understood. I said, look, when they said, Dad, you got anything to say? No. Okay, I do have one thing to say. I've been in enough bar fights with my buddies in the army that I can't fucking condone. I can't condemn my son for doing what I did. I'm not going to leave my boy out in the open. I'll let you fight 1-on-1. I've been in clubs when my boy Dern was handling his business with one dude and another dude tried to come back of him. Guess what happened? Dude tried to jump on his back before he could get on his back. I grabbed him by his waist and suplexed him on the floor. And I looked around. Anybody else? No, you let your boy handle it 1-on-1. But we got away from that masculine shit. You feel me?
Yeah, man. Because, dude, like, I'm tired of motherfuckers wanting to defend these Joker motherfuckers, man. These Chaos Goblin motherfuckers, man. Motherfuckers got to stop defending these Chaos Goblins and let them get the masculine principles they deserve.
Because to me, if I ran a school for all boys, I tell the parents, sign this waiver. Because if 2 boys want to fight, we're going to take them down to the wrestling room. We're going to give them a headgear. We're going to give them boxing gloves. You got 3 minutes to settle this shit out and shake hands. When my son got into fights in grade school, they were like, we will suspend the other kid. And I told the principal, no, you will not. You will not omit any black boy from getting an education. You and you will shake hands, and I don't want to hear shit about it. Go to class.
Yep.
I don't want. I was on the phone and I was physically with other parents, and they said thank you. They be like, why did you want them? The principal asked me because I think the principal was actually kind of found out the principal had a crush on me. I said, number one, black boys have a hard enough time to be treated like human beings. Boys will be boys. You got testosterone running through your nutsack. Okay? It's going to make you more aggressive. But what boys need to realize, look, keep your goddamn hands to yourself. Do you know how many times I offered to the school? Let me start your wrestling program and watch the aggression in your school go down. I have the head coach of the team when I was up Lake Clifton, my old high school, said we got a 96 percentile rate of graduating young black men, predominantly, and a few black girls to become contributing members of the society. Why hasn't Mayor Brandon Scott donated money into the wrestling programs, boxing programs? If you taught young boys how to use their hands and their grappling, do you know what goes down statistically? Shootings, stabbings, bankings, which jumping, because I'm Baltimore, we say bank. Look, do you want me to be on some Jujutsu Kaisen shit to be like, nigga, we don't fight fair, we jump niggas. Because if you pull a gun on my son or any or my godsons, guess what? I got a domain expansion called Second Amendment. Okay? You don't want a nigga like me to get involved. Even at BlurCon, when some of the young cats at the time, Padawans, now Jedi Knights, because some of them married, I told them when I was drinking, because 9 o'clock, I'm off, I'm playing music, I'm drinking, and I'm smoking cigars, and I'm playing music for the masses and myself. When they were arguing after the party, you know what I did? I shook my head, I took a good spit into the sidewalk, into the street, walked over there to them, and I pulled everybody to me. I'm gonna treat you like grown ass men, like I was in the military. Y'all got this argument. Number one, you don't argue in front of the masses we protecting, because the masses we protect are going to see that as weakness and they're going to try you. Number two, you solve this shit or I'll solve it. Which one do you want? Me to solve it or all of you to solve it? Guess what they did in that last hour, 30 minutes? They solved it.
Yeah, man. Man, boy, we need to bring these damn masculine principles back, dude, because I'm tired of these effeminate motherfuckers, man.
Why do you think I'm happy to see a guy like Law saying, I want to be a military officer? I want to lead. Joined by my fellow Baltimorean. I can't wait till his channel start popping ABM.
Yeah, I need 6 more subs, and then I can go live. And I can pop
Hey,
my
what's
shit.
up? What's up, bud?
Hey, hey,
What up? What
I
up?
know we I know we only got 11 more motherfuckers. I need 6 motherfuckers right now. 6 hardy motherfuckers, male or female, to go sub to ABM. Put your shit in the chat. Go sub to this shit so we can get that live Baltimore shit.
What's good, Avian?
What
You're
up? What
gonna
up?
get the You're gonna get the theory from from another Baltimorean. I don't give a fuck if he's light skinned, brown skinned, or dark skinned. Even though he got the deepest voice for a light skinned nigga I ever heard. Shit. But that's how you know how thorough Baltimore niggas are. Hell, I'm proper as a motherfucker. But guess what? I get my point across.
Well, like I tell people, I may be fair skinned, but I don't have green eyes and wavy hair. So
And
I'm mostly nigga over here. I'm not Christopher Williams
don't
and
with me.
Albie Shore and all that. I'm not them, unfortunately.
He he came back from the old school like me. He came back from the old school like me where you had to slap a nigga just to make sure.
I
He said,
remember them
"Fuck
was
Albie
fighting
Shore."
words.
He said, "Fuck Albie Shore. I'm gonna slap you to be sure."
Them used to be fighting words back in the day. Niggas call you light bright and shit.
Oh, well,
Like,
I
nigga,
didn't
I'm gonna
think
see
my.
you.
Let me put it to you this way: my sister, who's 10 years older, almost. Well, you might as well say 10 years, even though my birthday's in April, hers in December. Guess what? And she's still pretty in her 50s. Still pretty. Guess what? You know what my sister's nickname was back in, this is how old she is. She used to went to the old Northern on Northern Parkway. And you know how much of a hellhole that was. They used to call her Hands. Her nickname back in the day. What do you think about a chick called Hands Law Spray in ABM?
What was it? Was it because she's light enough that it was the
Sound like
underside of
she
the
can fight.
hands?
Oh no, because she was a pretty light skinned chick and she had my sister she had my niece at 16. And she was mad because she thought all these bitches thought that, oh, my boyfriend was talking to you. Your boyfriend was asking directions how to get to their house. So guess what? We had a see ABM knows because he's from Baltimore and club music is God. Hands up, thumbs down, hands up. She used to throw hands. Okay, you are not one of Charles fucking kids if you can't throw hands.
So she was nice with the 2-piece, huh?
Oh, she was nice with the 6 piece and a biscuit. Oh, trust me. If I introduce one day, I'm gonna get my mom. See, I'm not ashamed to say this. My mom was born with 2 thumbs. Okay, she had the thumbs amputated, but my grandmother, for some fucking reason, didn't get the corrective surgery to make her thumb straight. So people used to tease my 5 foot tall mom about her crooked thumbs. Guess why people didn't tease her about her crooked thumbs? Because she knocked the sound effects out of your ass. Guess what nobody mentioned ever again?
The crooked thumbs, because she would knock the sonic rings out of you.
Oh, she knocked the sonic rings out of you. She knocked the Mario mushroom out of your ass. I told people to this day, there's only 2 people that ever dropped me from a body shot. And I used to box and do fucking MMA. People used to kick me to my stomach. I would just walk through you and start throwing or take you down. It was the Puerto Rican dude Pimenta in Iraq and my mother. When she told me stop fucking with my brother when we were about to go to school, she hit me with a body shot and twist that motherfucker. Boom! Took me off my feet and I grabbed my fucking stomach like I was holding porridge. Don't tell me about growing up in Baltimore. I lived it. Okay? So trust me, when you want to talk about thorough ass women, I'm related to them bitches. My mother used to put the fear in God in ex girlfriends trying to disrespect me. Y'all lucky this motherfucker got older with age and calmer. I said, yo, this one chick tried to get real janky with me who I was fucking with. She wasn't even a girlfriend, just janky. And it was like a get together for my family. I said, you do know my niece loved me like I'm her father, right? You do know my sister loved me because I'm her brother. You see that short motherfucker right there? That's my mother. All 3 of them motherfuckers will form up like Voltron and stomp you out like polio. That bitch had to reconsider her thoughts. And the ABM will tell you, if I was a phony ass Baltimorean nigga, he would have called me out a long time ago, wouldn't you, ABM?
Yeah, I wouldn't be here if you was phony.
Yeah. I
Don't
even
do the
told
phony shit.
what did I tell when that the other time when I told niggas where I lived? What did you put in the chat? Hey, down the hill. Shit. Like if you lived in down a hill, Church Square, Eager Street, Patterson Park, Orleans, Montford Avenue? Valley Street? Shit. 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 Don't come to me. Don't come to me saying, oh, you lived a soft life. Oh, trust me. Oh, I'll tell you the times when I got my ass whooped. But guess what? The same motherfuckers who bullied me in grade school and middle school, I can tell you. Shout out to Charles Trusty when he was talking to my sister because we have different mothers. And she said to my sister, who's born in the same year as me, but she's like a month younger. I used to bully this nigga and tease him all the time. And I'm walking down to see my infant son from fucking Montford Avenue to fucking Robinson Street. I'm walking down Monument. That tells you how fucking city I am. I told the nigga straight up, you want to try that shit now? He like, no, you gonna beat the fuck out of me. I'm glad you know, and kept walking. Don't think that I'm some phony motherfucker. Oh, I tell you, when I was bullied in school, I'll tell you. See, even Jesus said when I became a man, I left my childish things alone, except my action figures and my comic books. I'm not gonna leave that shit alone. But the childish fear that I had, no. When you step to me like a man, I'm gonna beat your ass. Even if it's not a decisive win, I'm gonna make sure your ass don't get a fucking rematch. You don't want that shit. Even though I lost my first fucking cage fight by points, that motherfucker wasn't looking for no rematch. He said, fuck no, you were fucking me up. As a matter of fact, my first cage match, he won by points. I went to the bar to celebrate that fight. He went to the hospital to get 30 stitches. So who really won? See, unlike Anton and all these other motherfuckers, I'm gotta. Let's go out back. Really, nigga? I'd have told him. People be like, Charles, what would you would have done? Nigga, if you don't sit your shit down and drink and fucking have a cigar, fuck we arguing about? Let's make money. Nigga, I'm gonna
I
need
bet you
Corey to
have a
pick.
good time. I bet you have a good time with Corey.
Oh, we'd have been cracking jokes. I'd have brought my boy Josh and my boy Sean, who loves him, and they do comedy. Yo, put these niggas on. I'd have been networking for my boys who do stand up comedy to be with him. He'd have got my expertise in the military and police. They would have asked me some shit. What do you think about this shit? I said, yo, roll the film, and we're gonna give you the real nigga shit. And I'm like, hey, yo, Corey, can we drink on this motherfucker? And you know what Corey would have probably said? Fuck yeah. Because what's the old saying, ABM in Baltimore? Real niggas do what?
Real shit.
Real shit and recognize real. The fuck I need to be tough guy for? You trying to make your platform bigger, I'm trying to make my niggas bigger.
And if the question was brought up during the show, you won't be scared to crack down upon like how these white folks have messed up this country.
Oh, I would tell you. I'd have told niggas. I voted for Trump, just like I told my friend. The first time she told me to come visit her, I didn't know she. I felt fairly bad that we stopped talking when I found out she had breast cancer, stage 3. I'm glad she's battling that shit and she's winning. She asked me, did you vote for Trump? Fuck yeah. I'm going to tell you why. Because I'm a father. You're the mother of a son. Do you want if your son decides to have a get married and a chick want to leave him? Do you want the courts to fucking mistreat him? She was like, no, exactly. All the shit I told her 3 years ago, she's understanding now. When I said Black mothers coddle their sons but teach their daughters. Why are you more successful than your brothers? Because she coddles them, but she expects you. I want you to see how fucked up. I'm not naming names. Tell me if this is fucked up or not. Your daughter still has stitches and bandages from getting both breasts removed and implants in, and she has to get drained. But you ask your daughter, both her mother, grandmother, and her cousin ask that she's cooking fucking Christmas dinner. How fucked up is that loss, ABM and Ray?
Yeah, that
Extremely.
is, man. Yeah, that's heartless.
And guess what she said? She said, I used to be so offended when we first talked how you said of things about black women and black mothers. But she said, you know what? I got to admit this. You were absolutely right. I got to separate myself from them. She just had half her thyroid taken out Monday.
Well, God
Did you
bless
think
him.
her? And by the way, this is a chick who rides bikes 40 miles before she go to work as a PE teacher. This motherfucker is a dual Hall of Famer in college and high school. So it's not some overweight chick who out of shape chick. Cancer can affect anybody. But you telling me all the shit I told you 2, 3 years ago, you gotta prioritize yourself. All the shit I'm telling her, she said, you know what, you're right. I gotta do what's best for me. Y'all go ahead, talk for yourselves. I'll be right back. Gotta use the restroom.
Okay. Yeah. So ABM, what would you say, man, about the or did you ever talk about the debate with Anton and Corey? Or the little
Oh, I thought Corey was. I don't know why Corey pressed him so hard. Corey was really amped up. Like I don't know. Like I don't know why he was so triggered. You know.
Yeah, I
And
told
then it's
Charles
like,
yeah. I told Charles that some people, man, was saying like some content creators were saying that Corey lost, that he lost because he lost frame and he was trying to pressure her with this little hyper masculine hood persona up on Anton, trying to intimidate him with that basically.
I mean, ultimately, the man did ask you to come outside. So if you was worried about lawsuits and all that, what was the tough guy shit for?
Yeah, right. Like, yeah, so it was unnecessary then.
Like, and again, I just, you know what I mean? I just don't understand, like, what had Corey so triggered in the first place. Because it ain't like Anton was saying some overly wild shit, you know what I mean? Like, okay, I mean, if you want to call him a coon, okay. But he wasn't
Because
saying nothing that Anton
yeah.
is pretty consistent, no matter what you think about him. I don't really watch his shit,
Hmm.
you know what I mean? Because, like, the moment I saw he had Crystal and Carrison on his panel one time, I was done with Anton. Like,
Oh
no,
damn.
I don't do pink pill.
Oh, he had her on his podcast before? Damn. Huh?
Yeah, he had Pink Pill up there. He had Brick Lady up there. And I'm just like, see, I mean, that's you know what I mean, that's just the grift shit. Like you just want to get clicks and views with this shit. Cause there's no way neither one of them bitches would have been on my panel. I don't got nothing to say to you.
Yeah. Yeah, nah, yeah,
Who's
I don't
who's
either.
that? Who's that?
Anton.
See, remember years ago I exposed Anton and I told the space don't trust this nigga.
Yeah, I remember.
Was it this when I told niggas about Marilyn Mosby, how dirty she was I right?
Correct.
Every time I tell you I'm gonna expose these niggas look at me like I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
One thing Anton did say that was real coonish. I forget the question, but he answered, "I'm a Christian." I think Corey asked him, "Is he a black man?" And that nigga come back with, "I'm a Christian." I'm like, "Come on, Anton, like
You know what I
the fuck,
respect
nigga."
about my. You know what I respect about my brother in arms, Sandog. Everybody knows Sandog is a Muslim, right? Right, ABM, right, Ray, the right laws.
I didn't know. I thought he was atheist. Honestly, I thought he was one of the Hotep guys. Honestly,
No, he's
Yeah,
Muslim.
yeah, that's what I thought. I know
Muslim.
JB, Jet Black is Muslim.
So think about it. What's one of the most beautiful things when Sandog comes on this panel? Does he not bless us with military science?
yeah,
Articulate as a motherfucker, isn't he?
Yep, he sure is on that one.
yeah, he's a wealth of knowledge.
Straight from the projects of New York. Self-made man. But guess the one beautiful thing about him? He's black before his religion. Did y'all ever notice that?
Yeah,
When Loss told him, when I connected him with Loss, because Loss said I want to be a military officer, I had to humbly say, I can get you to the military, but what did I say? Loss, I don't know the first thing about being an officer in the military. I know who does. And I don't know if Loss is still up, but guess what he did? He gave Loss, do this, and after you do it, hit me up and we ready to go after that next step. There's shit that there's shit that guys like Sandog and myself are humble about. But have you ever heard Sandog ever put down another black man and say, I will not help you? No.
no,
He was elated to find a young black man who said, I want to be an officer. But Anton, I'm a Christian before I'm a black man. Bullshit.
yeah, that's that grift shit. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I mean. And I hate when people always gotta put the disclaimer in there, like, well, he's just trying to get the bag. Go ahead and get your bag. Like, yo, all right, we get that.
Brother Edward said
Like,
that's a
what is
coon
the?
move.
Yeah, it's a beta submissive black man move. It's kind of like Roland Martin when he was interviewing what's his name, Richard Spencer. Well, I'm a Christian. Like, Roland, shut the fuck up, dude. What's the point of having the dude on the show? Roland went more hard at Umar than Richard Spencer, and then
But
you
Exactly.
wonder why you got booted off TV.
there's dudes like Hotep Jesus was saying that Corey lost the debate.
Well, Hotep Jesus, no disrespect, but he comes out of Turning Point USA. So I really don't care. And I subscribe to Hotep, by the way. And I
He
watch his
comes
shit, but
he comes from
you know what I mean?
Turning
I don't
Point.
I don't take what he said. I don't.
I didn't know that. You said he come from Turning Point USA.
Yeah. You ain't know?
Yeah. There's a lot of people who I will listen to. That's why I'm gonna try to get the interview to the dude with the MMA because I know being an MMA fan, this is how far back I go to the UFC. VA tapes from UFC 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I can literally tell you who won the first 10 UFCs off the back of my head. Hoist Gracie 1, Hoist Gracie 2, number 3 was the dude who did ninjutsu. Um, Number 4 was Hoist Gracie. Number 5, Dan Severn. Number 6, Olaf Tektarov. Number 7, Marco Ruiz. The Ultimate, Dan Severn. Number 8, um, Don Fry. Number 9, Mark Coleman. Number 10, Mark Coleman. That's how far back I go. So when he said BJ Penn is a greater lightweight champion than Khabib. I said, I've been saying that shit for years. Do you know who the fuck BJ Penn was in his prime? Do you know who the fuck BJ Penn had to fight in his prime? See, Khabib, and this is just, I know we're going on MMA for a second, but it's going back to what you said about dude.
My dude wrestled a bear when he was young.
Let me
Stop
put
it.
it to you this way.
Khabib
Name
wrestled
me,
a bear when he was young, so I
name,
don't know
name
about that
me
one, brother Charles.
your bullshit. I'm going to tell you why. Name me the toughest wrestler that Khabib ever faced.
See, I vaguely remember, boy, but yeah, but I know that motherfucker, man. He had some battles though, and he dominated.
No, no, no. Name me the toughest wrestlers that BJ Penn faced.
Oh, man, yeah, he went up against some tough wrestlers. I'll tell you that.
GSP, Sean Shirk, Joe
Oh,
Daddy Stevenson.
George St. Pierre. Yep.
The first fight, in the first round, he was fucking St. Pierre up. If you look at the first fight, St. Pierre was lumped the fuck up. What happened when BJ Penn actually got his shape? He was beating Matt Hughes. When fucking BJ Penn, when they suspended the title for lightweight, he went against Matt Hughes, who Matt Hughes was dominating the fucking welterweight division. And he submitted and he choked Matt Hughes the fuck out.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that match, but yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, he submitted his ass.
So who the fuck? And he went up in weight class, almost 20 pounds. When did Khabib do that? Even though Matt Hughes won the second fight by ground and pound, what happened the third fight? He knocked fucking Matt Hughes the fuck out. He hit him so fucking hard, Matt Hughes thought he head kicked him. He said, I thought he head kicked me. No, he punched you. Oh shit. When a motherfucker thought he kicked you in the head, then punched you, how hard was that fucking punch? Look at the fight when he had Joe Daddy Stevenson. Did you know? Because CompuBox, for a lot of you fucking combat sports fans, not only do they tell you how many hits you've thrown, they tell you what your fastest punch is. What's Roy Jones' fastest punch? Anybody want to take a guess?
I would guess it's that body punch to what's his name? He knocked him out with the fucking right to the ribs. Damn, I forget homeboy name.
Yeah. Roy
Is that it?
Jones' fastest punch on record is that leaping left hook. You know what
Montel
BJ
Griffith
Penn?
made like three of them.
Yep. Do you know what BJ Penn's fastest punch is? It's the uppercut. Don't take my fucking word for it. As soon as I end this fucking stream, go on YouTube and go look at the fight with Joe Daddy Stevenson and see how quick he was hitting him with uppercuts and dropped his ass in the first few seconds of the first round.
Joe Stevenson. Okay.
BJ Penn remind me of my son's mother. I joke with people all the time about Angie. You know the one thing about my son's mother that always freaked me out? Ask me what's the one thing athletically that freaked me out about my son's mother.
What was it?
She has
No.
naturally thick, heavy hands, and she's not a big girl.
No.
She has BJ Penn hands. She has a naturally heavy fist. So even if she's playing with me, the bitch hurt. Why do you think? Why? I had to ask this question. Bitches didn't try you, did they? She's like, no. She's like, why? There's one time a bitch tried her, right? And I'm walking down because, sometimes I would just get my cardio in just walking to my son's mother's house because I lived on Mofford, like 2 blocks away from Monument Street, and she lived on Mofford and Robinson. So a bitch tried her. And this is the time when Peanut was in a stroller. He was about 1, close to 2. Bitch tried her. And I'm coming down the block, coming out of shit. She tried her. And he hit that bitch, and it looked like magic touched her face.
Yeah.
Do you know what that means? She hit her so quick and so fast, and it didn't look like she hit her hard. The bitch looked like she flew 5 feet. Because you already know she has her son with her. So you already know what's that about mothers when they protecting their cubs. They get very vicious, don't they? This bitch got mad with her, tried to yell at her, and she tried to swing. Angie ducked and hit her with a straight right. That bitch went to sleep like Nighthawk. I said, my lord. My lord, my lord. Why do you think I never worried when she was with Peanut? Now, if it was a dude, that's a different story, but even then, I already know if you with a dude, you probably lumping his ass up before he gets the better of you. So, you looking at a dude with naturally heavy hands. You know who had naturally heavy hands? Ernie Shavers, George Foreman, Joe Frazier, naturally heavy hands. It's like they had 15, 20-pound weights in their fucking hands.
Well, and for a woman with heavy hands, if she was to be, fighting with a dude, all she had to do is just hit the vitals, like, like the neck and shit. It was over with.
So you telling me Khabib's not that great of a boxer? And Freddie Roach said BJ Penn's one of the greatest boxers in MMA history. Right? That's
Mm.
Freddie Roach, a Hall of Fame boxing coach. He said 3 people at that time in MMA history: Andre Arlovsky, George St. Pierre, because he has a beautiful jab, and BJ Penn. He would have been hell on wheels for Khabib. People say, well, but Khabib would have took him down. George St. Pierre is one of the best wrestlers in MMA history, not just UFC, MMA history. Look how hard it took him to take BJ down, and BJ was doing full splits, sprawling. He'd have fucked Khabib up. And Khabib wouldn't have been on the ground with him because he would have submitted him. Khabib, tell me who's the hardest person Khabib ever fought.
I don't know, man, but hey, in his own dojo, man, he's training some boys, man. Who's looking like, man, some promising wrestlers. I'll tell you that.
Let me put it to you this way, right?
Some of those names, that I forgot, how to pronounce. I think that one of them was Megamenov or something like that.
Man, you're gonna make me go back in my archives. I'm gonna go to my history real quick because this shit pissing me off. I need to find dude's name. Rock Solid. Rock Solid. Go to his channel, subscribe to him. Black man, talk about boxing and MMA and wrestling. Rock Solid. I'm gonna try to fucking connect with Rock Solid. I'm gonna see if I can get an interview. Do me a favor. If I get the interview with Rock Solid, I need everybody. As my drill sergeant used to say, I need every fucking wet coochie and every swinging dick to be on this bitch. And we're gonna talk. There may be some things we agree with, but we probably agree with most. Khabib, Khabib ain't faced nobody that BJ Penn faced. Khabib would have never fucking stepped up to go save St. Pierre.
But he's undefeated though. He
Like,
retired undefeated.
do you respect Mayweather retired undefeated? Your
Mm,
last fight was against a nigga who was 0-0 in boxing. Fuck out of here. I get it. Make your money, Mayweather. Never will say anything about that.
they talking about Jake Paul.
Nah, fuck Jake Paul. Castillo beat him the first time.
Yeah.
Boy, don't like to talk about that.
Exactly. Because
He
guess
did.
what?
He did run the rematch back fairly quickly. I'll give him that.
You give him that. I give him that. But you telling me, right? You telling me you're going to compare his 50-0 against Ray Robinson when he went against a dude 25 pounds heavier, which was Jake LaMotta. Because you got to remember, Ray Robinson in the amateurs was 81-0, 64 knockouts. He didn't lose till Jake LaMotta, right? You there, Ray, right?
Oh yeah, I'm listening.
After he lost in early February, 2 to 3 weeks later, late February, he regained the middleweight title and went 91 straight.
Mm,
You gonna tell me that fucking Mayweather is better than him?
mm.
This motherfucker defended the middleweight title 5 times in 1 month and knocked out each opponent.
So
If
you're
Ray
saying
Robinson, let
so
me
you're
ask
saying he would have gave Mayweather some trouble.
you, trouble. He would have gave him nightmares.
Mhm.
And shout out to Showtime. Showtime, I forget what his name is on YouTube. Let me ask you this question, ABM. If Sugar Ray Robinson boxed in the modern era, how well do you think he would do?
Well, are we talking about 80s modern era or are we talking about today?
I'll humor you for a minute. 80s to modern era.
He would have had a tougher time in the 80s than now. But he still would have been dominant. Because here's the thing. The record speaks for itself. He got more knockouts than Floyd has professional fights.
That says it alone. No,
Like,
no, no, no. ABM, I need you to go black pill in about this one.
people today, they get too caught up in their era of shit. It's kind of like you talk to the young generation, they want LeBron to be the greatest ever so bad. They see LeBron is not going to catch up with Jordan in that six rings, six finals MVPs. So now they want to come up with, oh, well, hey, it's the level of competition. Oh, Jordan was playing plumbers and all this dumb shit. Like, yo, listen, fucking Dirk and a bunch of role players beat LeBron and Wade and Bosh in six. Was it five? Like, yo,
Exactly.
Jordan would have committed suicide before that happened.
Exactly.
All right, don't give me that shit. 6 for 6 with six finals MVP says exactly what it says. End of story. It's the
Let
same
me.
thing with them old fighters. You looking at old fighters like Ray Leonard. You looking at Archie Moore.
Oh, the
You
knockout
talking about
king.
200 professional fights. Archie Moore got over 100 knockouts.
He got 139. He has the most knockouts in history.
I mean, Floyd, if we being real, and we talking about a real top 10 greatest ever, Floyd does not make the top 10 greatest ever.
He doesn't.
He don't.
He's not better than
50
Hagler.
fights,
He's not
and
better
then
than.
you cherry picked. You beat Marquez when you came into the ring heavier than Marquez, and you know what I mean. You didn't even make weight. You had to give Marquez another $2 million. What's the point of that? You ducked the rematch clause with De La Hoya in your so-called retirement, and you rigged it all up because you went and did your time in jail. When really what it was is yo, you didn't want that rematch with Oscar.
And
So
Oscar,
Mayweather
if you
did
and
some
remember,
time in jail.
I watched that fight live. Oscar was giving him, and this is old past his prime. Oscar was giving him the work of God.
I scored it 7-5 Mayweather. Oscar is old and he ran out of gas in the late rounds.
And
I
even his
did.
father,
People don't like to admit the referee missed the knockdown against Zab Judah.
hmm
Mm, I didn't know
The glove touched
Floyd.
the floor. That's a knockdown.
I didn't
and
know
remember,
Mayweather went to
shout
jail.
out, shout out to fucking Michael John White.
Hold
Zab
on.
was faster than Mayweather.
Zab gave Floyd huge problems, but Zab always gasses. Zab is only good for 5 rounds.
Yeah,
It's always been his problem. What you say about you didn't know he went to jail or something? What you say
Yeah, I didn't know he went to jail.
on the domestic violence thing with the girl? When he caught, yeah, he found out that his girl had brung the dude in his house and they was banging. Yeah, I mean
yeah,
he smacked around the girl.
yeah.
He went to jail for that.
And he
So
purposely.
and De La Hoya had a rematch clause, but it expired. So Floyd caught the charge. He went and did his time, and then the contract ran out. Floyd could afford De La Hoya again if he wanted to. He didn't want to.
Because he knew De La Hoya would have trained harder.
He didn't want to.
So you telling me people like, oh, what would happen if Floyd would have beat Sugar Ray Robinson? I'm gonna tell you what would have happened. Matter of fact, I'm gonna give you. You could give me Prime Canelo. Prime Canelo. If Canelo in his youngest couldn't beat Floyd, who was a much smaller fighter than him, you're gonna tell me he's gonna fight 5'11", almost 6 feet tall, a stout, muscular 160 Ray Robinson who could give
Look,
you fucking 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 hit combos in
look,
round
look,
one to round
look,
15?
look. We talking all this Robinson shit. Floyd ain't gonna beat Sugar Ray Leonard.
Leonard was a nasty
If
motherfucker.
Zab Judah was too fast for him, what you think Ray Leonard gonna do to him? And
Ray,
Ray Leonard was a killer.
Ray Leonard. See, people don't say this about Ray Leonard. I'm a combat sports fan. I will tell you the killers of any combat sports that I follow. Ray Leonard would have annihilated him. See, people don't say this about Ray Leonard. Ray Leonard got a mean streak a mile long. He might have smiled on your Wheaties box, but that motherfucker was a nasty son of a bitch, wasn't he?
To go from middleweight to light heavyweight champion.
What did he do to that
You
white
can't
boy?
even say Floyd. You can't even say Floyd is better than that. Floyd loves to talk about. And listen, I'm not hating on Floyd.
No,
I'm
no
just
hate,
calling it
no
like it
hate,
is.
no
Just
hate,
calling it like
no
it
hate,
is. He
no
likes to
hate.
point to these titles, right? And he likes to point to all these so-called world champions. Floyd, you cherry pick shit. Come on, man. Let's be real.
My God,
You could have been fought Margarito if you wanted to. You didn't want to.
My godson tried to say, well, he said, well, Floyd fought the second most world champions to ABM. You know how I like to dick his brain? As we say in Baltimore, I'm a dick your brain real quick.
Look,
Who holds the record for who fought in the most world champions? You know who holds that record, ABM?
no.
Ray Robinson.
Well, here's the thing. You talking about again the modern era. Everybody has a belt. That don't mean nothing to me. When it's 5, 6, 7 different champions per division, and then you
Who
got
don't?
all of these divisions: welterweight, super welterweight, junior welterweight. You know what I mean? Light middleweight and all this dumb shit.
Yep.
That don't mean nothing to me. Oh, look at all the world champions I fought. That don't mean shit.
Think about this. This motherfucker fought the most world champions when there was only one belt in each weight class. You know who's a world champion? Modern fight fans never mention. You ready? You ready,
Go,
ABM?
go.
Henry Armstrong.
The only man in history to have the world championship in 3 divisions at the same time.
In less than a year. When there was only
And
7
arguably,
world titles.
and when you talk to the historians, it could have easily been 4. He could have
Exactly.
easily been a 4 division world champion. Some say he got jerked in that fight. Could have been a 4 division world champion. He's still the only person to do it.
When you had only 7 world champions in each weight class. And he was not. If you would have took the ring, remember when we used to buy the magazines for rings,
Yeah,
and they had all the world champions in each weight class, and there was only 7. He
yeah.
was 3 of them at once simultaneously. For all you motherfuckers who don't know big words, at the same damn time. Less than a year. Less than a year. 11 months, nigga. That's not even greatness. That's dominance.
I keep telling people this, yo. People don't know boxing. Everybody gets hung up on what they saw because you didn't watch Sugar Ray Leonard or you didn't watch Marvin Hagler, the longest reigning middleweight champion in history. I don't want to hear about Bernard Hopkins. Bernard Hopkins was a title holder.
Yeah.
He did win the tournament and then became undisputed. But when he had that IBF belt, nah, you can't tell me that that's the same thing as when Marvin Hagler was the middleweight champion.
And he
The
held the
middleweight champion. It wasn't 5 other belts. Marvin
middleweight.
Hagler was the middleweight champion. Fuck
The
that.
only
Marvin Hagler is still the longest reigning middleweight champion in the history of the damn sport.
The only other person arguable to middleweight title reigns is Ray Robinson. That's how great he is. The greatest pound for pound boxer is the only person we can even argue against you. That's how great he is. And still to this day, we still argue if he lost against Ray Leonard. And remember, when he retired, he was still in his prime. Am I lying, ABM?
Not at all. He fought them all. Didn't duck. He didn't duck nobody. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, Floyd could have fought Margarito years before Mosley destroyed him. He could have fought Margarito a long time ago. He didn't want none of Margarito.
Let's tell the truth. He could have fought Mosley years before they fought.
Yeah.
And Mosley was considered the pound for pound fighter at that time. Why no smoke? Why do you think I consider one of the greatest MMA champions of all time is Randy Couture? Go to the UFC. Tell me who the fuck Randy Couture duck. Randy won more championships post 40 than pre 40. He took on a dude who was 15 years younger, broke his nose, and pounded him out. Stopped him in the third round. Randy, do you know how big Randy Couture is? You ready for this ABM Ray loss?
Yes, sir.
Go for it.
Yes, sir.
Randy Couture is 6'2", right? He's never weighed more than two. He's never been past 230.
Mm, that's pretty good.
He came out of retirement to beat Tim Sylvia, who's 6'8", 265, but at the time of the fight, he was 290. Took him down and beat his ass for 25 fucking minutes. I watched the fight live. He came out of retirement to take on knockout artist Tim Sylvia. Beat his ass. Went against the dude who knocked out Mirko Krokov. Beat his ass and stopped him in 3 rounds. The dude who knocked out the greatest knockout artist in heavyweight history. Even when he lost against fucking Nogueira, he ain't duck fucking Brock Lesnar. He ain't duck Tim Sylvia. He ain't duck fucking Kevin Randleman. He ain't duck fucking Josh Barnett, even though Josh Barnett was on steroids. He ain't duck Tito Ortiz. He ain't duck Chuck Liddell. He ain't duck fucking. He ain't duck Rico Rodriguez. He ain't duck nobody. He may not have the greatest so-called record, but tell me who the fuck did Randy Couture duck? A real fighter ducks no smoke. Am I lying, Ray? Lost in ABM.
Nope. Amen.
And guess what he holds the record for? He holds still the record for most titles won in MMA history. 6 in 2 different weight classes.
Mm.
He's the first. You know what he holds? He's the first motherfucker to win world titles in 2 different weight classes. Not just in UFC history, but MMA history.
Damn.
And you telling me he's not on your Mount Rushmore? I'm a wrestler. I'm an MMA guy. I've done boxing. You respect the motherfuckers who don't duck shit.
Mm-hmm.
Put your shit on the line. If I lose, let me die on my shield. This is the reason why, like ABM said, you think you Showtime the kid said it best. If fucking Canelo couldn't beat Bud Crawford and he couldn't beat Mayweather, and he was the bigger guy in both of those fights, you think he's gonna beat a guy who's taller, better reach, faster, more powerful, Ray Robinson? That motherfucker wouldn't even beat Carlos Monzon. Oh, I'm going back in history in my ABM.
Hey, Floyd took Canelo to school.
Yeah, he did. And what the fuck do you think would have happened if fucking Canelo would have faced a Ray Robinson?
He would have got knocked the fuck out.
He would have laid his ass the fuck out.
Simple. He would have got knocked the fuck out.
Did you know? Did you know this shit, ABM? There's a rumor going around in boxing history that some of the film we see of Ray Robinson is maybe not even in his prime.
Mm.
Most of it is not. Most of his welterweight fights is not on film.
Hmm.
So to this day, are we still surprised? Do you know young folks? You know the shit that whole thing they got. He gotta go. He gotta
Yeah,
go. Do
I
you
let him
know?
shit.
I love him. Do you know that some of those majority of those fights, he was not in his prime? That's scary.
Well, people forget that he came out of retirement to when he went up to middleweight. He first retired at welterweight.
Do you know that Ray Robinson is undefeated at welterweight? No man has ever beaten him at welterweight. Who's the greatest welterweight champion in the last 40 years? Who would you say, Ray? Lost.
Let me
Yo,
see. The greatest welterweight in the last 40 years. So 2000, that's 26. 96 is be 30 years. 86. I probably would have to say Sugar Ray Leonard.
mm,
He would have gave Sugar Ray Leonard problems.
mm,
Think about that for a minute, fellas, and people listening to my shit. As great as Ray Leonard is, and I think he's one of the greatest. I think he's top 5 all time. Maybe even higher all time. And I do agree with Showtime the Kid. It's hard to say a heavyweight is the greatest all time. It's hard because the skill level is different. Please, anybody in the chat, please put your shit in. Please. I love audience participation. You forget,
mm,
I'm one of the people who love the debate. Prove to me I'm wrong. Ray lost ABM. Have I
mm.
ever been ashamed of being proven wrong?
Yeah, no.
Nope.
Not
That's
at
why
all.
people that's why people fucks with me because I love a good debate. Teach me something. Ray Leonard was probably the greatest welterweight in the last 40 years. And as great as Ray Leonard is, I wish I could, if God permits, and I could get a great heavyweight. Matter of fact, I wish I didn't have to work because do you know who I would have had? You know what I had? You know who I would have had the pleasure of doing a fucking boxing seminar with? If I could have made that date, Bone Crusher Smith. I did a seminar with Dan Severn, and his brain. And Dan Severn's hilarious, by the way. He is very comical. He is very funny, just naturally funny. Think about how great you got to be. There's no welterweight in the last 40 years that could have beat Ray Leonard. Am I lying, folks?
No.
Mm-mm.
Fucking Ray Robinson stopped boxing in the 1960s. Boxing's been around since the 1890s, officially. Marquis of Queensberry's. 1890s, 1880s. What year is this, folks? 2026. We have still not found a motherfucker who's better than Ray Robinson. We have still not found a brother. We have still not even found a person who's comparable, who would even give him competition. My God. Do me a favor, Ray. Do me a favor, ABL. Loss. Ask me who's the greatest heavyweight in MMA history.
Who's the greatest heavyweight in MMA history? I'll say it ain't John Jones.
Give me who you think is the greatest heavyweight in MMA history, in your opinion. We'll even go by loss.
Mm, mm, mm.
Give me one motherfucker. Come on, come on. We got 13 people still listening. I know y'all know some fights and some fighters.
Oh yeah, I do. Um, it's like a whole like bunch of them running through my head. It's like, damn, I ain't got a Joe Rogan brain with this shit and being able to keep up with them. Last time I seen some fights was like over what, 2 months ago.
There's only two people I can think of. Number two, Randy Couture. He's
Hmm.
he's the only three-time UFC heavyweight champion of. He's the only three-time UFC heavyweight champion, by the way.
John Jones.
Not even close.
Mm.
You ready for my answer? Number one, Fedor Emelianenko.
Mm.
Tell me what Fedor couldn't do. This is the same thing I look at Ray Robinson in boxing. Tell me what he. This is how you know you're great in a sport. Tell me what this motherfucker couldn't do.
Mm.
Could Fedor bang?
Oh yeah,
Could Fedor submit?
yeah,
Could Fedor fight off his back?
yeah. Last time I remember, yep.
What happens if Fedor gets on top of you?
Whew.
He's gonna beat the living shit out of you. Kevin Randleman suplexed him on his neck. That would
Mm.
have killed an ordinary man, and he ended up submitting Kevin Randleman with a Kimura. Randy
Whew.
Couture, Randy Couture didn't. I already told you, Randy Couture. Brock Lesnar had to cheat and grab the gate. Brock Lesnar was at 290 when he fought Randy. Randy was at 229. He wasn't even 230.
He said
Do
Brock
you
had to
know?
grab the gate.
Watch the fight. What did Randy do with a high crotch single? He picked that big motherfucker up off his feet. This ain't WWE where you're jumping to give him a good. He picked him up off his feet at 229, an almost 300-pound man, and was walking him. Yeah, Brock won the fight because he had a big suit bone. But what happened if he would have picked him up off his feet and put him on the ground? He'd have pounded him out.
Hmm.
People
Yeah,
forget
that
that
motherfucker.
part. When he picked him,
Yeah,
you're 229 against 290, and you're picking up a fucking defensive end, almost an offensive lineman off his feet and
you know that
walking him.
motherfucker heavy.
And you're talking about a guy who was at 43, 44 years old, picking you off your feet and walking you.
I think that motherfucker heavier than a Ngannou. Shit.
He's way heavier. So you telling me, what if we would have got Randy Couture at fucking 25?
Mm.
And Randy improved his fucking stand up striking post 40. People forget the first fight with Chuck Liddell, and this is Chuck Liddell, the knockout artist, he outstruck
Mm.
Chuck.
Oh
Did Chuck
damn, he
knock,
did.
did Chuck knock him out twice? Yeah. But the first fight, he was out striking him. He out kickboxed him. What the fuck would anybody would have done? Do you know how long his reign at heavyweight for Fedor was? He was the number one pound for pound fighter at heavyweight, which heavyweight is not known for its skill for a decade.
Because Tito, yeah, had hard times them facing up against Chuck Liddell and so on. Tito's a motherfucker.
Couture embarrassed Tito for 25 minutes. He literally, at the end of the fucking fifth round, spanked him.
Mm.
You telling me, name all your favorite heavyweights. Who the fuck was fucking with Fedor in his prime? And this is the time when Pride had better heavyweights than fucking UFC.
Mm.
This is the shame about it, right? I love Anthony Joshua. I love Usyk. But what the fuck would Anthony Joshua and Usyk do against fucking Imagine Larry Holmes if he boxed in this era. Go ahead, ABM. Go ahead.
He would outclass all of them. I've said this for years. The heavyweights today are too fucking big. They're big
Too
and they're
big.
clumsy. And Joshua not even clumsy. Joshua's
No,
more coordinated than all of them, but he's been exposed. Larry Holmes is too coordinated and he's too tough. He would outclass these dudes. They couldn't get around. None of these dudes would be able to get around Larry Holmes' jab.
who did they say to this day has the best jab in boxing history?
Larry Holmes.
Out of all your middleweights, lightweights, welterweights, cruiserweights, Larry Holmes. Remember when Larry Holmes was dropping motherfuckers with jabs? Remember when he got dropped by fucking Ernie Shavers and he came back to fuck him up?
Got dropped twice by Ernie Shavers. Because Ernie Shavers was big and clumsy. Got outboxed.
That's another motherfucker nobody gives a lot of props to.
Is Larry Holmes still alive?
Yep. Yep. He's still kicking.
Larry came up in Ali's shadow. A lot of
They
people hated him for that. A lot of people hated him because, you know, that fight with Ali should that fight never should have been sanctioned.
No.
You know what I
No.
mean? And you know, a lot of people didn't like that. So he never got his just due. I thought he got robbed against Spinks.
Yeah, he got robbed.
It is what it is, man. Larry Holmes, boxing fans, true boxing fans, respect Larry Holmes,
Oh,
not the casuals.
Larry Holmes is one of the greatest, not just heavyweights, but one of the greatest boxers of all time.
And another one who didn't duck anybody. He fought them all. You know, your boy George Foreman didn't want none of Larry Holmes.
Nope.
Rest in peace, Big George.
No. But even in his second comeback, do you know how much he was actually, even though Holyfield got some hits off of him, do you know how much fucking Foreman was fucking Holyfield up?
rest in peace, George Foreman.
The fucking legend. To
George
be
Foreman.
45, knock out a guy half your age, heavyweight. And
Michael
then
Moore's still pissed about that.
when you go and watch the fight, he barely clips him.
Boom.
George Foreman was a freak.
He had
Some
gifts from
fucking
God.
freak.
He had gifts from God.
George Foreman had an iron jaw.
You
Dog,
couldn't.
people in Ali's camp before the Foreman Ali fight, they was telling Ali like, "Yo, don't fight him. He gonna kill you." Do you see what he does to people?
What he did to
Walk through
Frazier,
Joe Frazier, who's one of the toughest fucking men you ever saw.
and then
Walked
went
right
against
through Joe Frazier.
and
Walked
went
right
against
through Ken Norton.
went against Black Hercules, Ken Norton, and put him down in 2 rounds.
Like, young people do not understand the significance of that fucking Ali win over for that knockout, by the way. You have to understand, George Foreman was demolishing people. He wasn't
Nobody.
just winning fights. He was
He was
crushing people. Ken Norton
he.
is a big man.
Kid Norton. Do you know what Kid Norton was famous for? Kid Norton was so athletic. I forget what state he's from. He competed in track and field in like 4 or 5 events and won gold in each one. They had to make a rule that you couldn't do that. Ken Norton, nickname was Black Hercules. Ken Norton never tested positive for steroids, but was cut like Colombian dope. Okay? Ken Norton broke Ali's jaw. People forget that. Ali had issues with Ken Norton. He walked him down in 2 fucking rounds. Foreman, I don't know. Some of y'all young motherfuckers don't remember classic boxing. I actually had it on my fucking cable shit when cable was hot. George Foreman was 40-0 when he fucking fought Ali with 38 knockouts. Do you know how devastating of a record that is to be 40-0 with 38 knockouts? That means every time a motherfucker hits your fist, he was being hit by magic. Ali beat that motherfucker with a knockout. Oh, you about to spark up again.
Oh no, I'm about to take this upstairs.
Think about that. That's why Ali is magical. Then people forget he was off the sport for about 12 years and knocked out Michael Moore, who beat Holyfield, one of the greatest heavyweights of all time, still hold the record for most heavyweight title wins, for most heavyweight titles, 4. And when he hit Michael Moore is still mad about that to this day. And cleaned his fucking clock. Michael Moore was looking at Little Bo Peep and counting sheep. Am I lying, ABM Ray?
Nah, he bust his damn mouth open. You can see the blood pouring out his mouth onto the mat.
That motherfucker
Split
was
his shit.
looking. That motherfucker hit him with Nitol. He helped him get his Z's. And you telling me, when you look at fighters today, have you ever noticed, compared to the fighters back then, how less of knockouts they have compared to the fighters back then?
Yeah.
And they're getting more money.
I told you the gloves are too big.
You think, and Shakur Stevenson fights at what, lightweight? Me and my son had this little debate, and we actually came to an agreement. When Bud Crawford retired, we both agreed Inoue is your best fucking pound for pound fighter right now. That little Japanese motherfucker is a buzzsaw. So you telling me what American fighter, and I do agree with this. You don't have, and this, correct me if I'm wrong after I make the statement. Y'all have the floor after the statement. The reason why you don't see a lot of black American athletes, especially in the heavyweight division, is because 1, they're undisciplined, and 2, they're too soft. Go.
Hold on, I missed it. What you say?
The reason why you look at combat sports, you don't see a lot of black American athletes in combat sports, which means wrestling, boxing, judo, jiu-jitsu, MMA, right now, is because they're too damn soft and too undisciplined.
You're getting a lot of black UK dudes into combat sports now. What I'm
I,
seeing.
what did I say? Black Americans.
I'm gonna say this. It's a little bit to that, but ultimately it's because boxing in America is not what it used to be.
Nope.
Boxing has fallen the fuck off, and that's why. I mean, you'll go around the country and you got guys in gyms and shit, but nobody really because it's not getting the hype like it used to. Kind of
And
like
and
baseball.
and if Anthony Joshua, damn it, would have lost, that would have been a big
He
hit for
would have never.
boxing.
He would have never lost that fight.
These kids are going to where the money is.
Mm-hmm. Let me put it to you
That's
this way.
basketball. That's football. It's not even really about the money because if they was worried about the money, all these black kids would be out playing baseball.
Or soccer.
They go to where the hype is. The hype is basketball and the NFL. NFL is king in America.
And
So
I'm gonna
that's
tell
where
you.
they go. And where else they're going online.
Mm-hmm.
These kids want to be streamers.
And I'm gonna tell you what also happens. Correct me if I'm wrong. A lot of your greatest boxing, especially your heavyweights, came from what type of homes? Two-parent households with a very strict dad. Am I lying?
No.
Yeah, nah,
You,
shoot.
you look at my son, Terrell, who sleep downstairs. I'm at Josh's house still. He started him out with boxing. I showed my son a few jabs and a few crosses, but Terrell got him started and introduced him to his trainer now. You know what Terrell said about my son? He said it's not fun sparring and playing with your son anymore because your son is 16, he's 18 now. He had grown man strength. Why do you think I stay in shape? You know the reason why my son wasn't a delinquent? I want you to tell me, Ray Lost and ABL. Why hasn't my son been a delinquent?
Oh, because you stayed on his ass.
ABL, go ahead. I mean ABM.
Same thing. Stayed on his ass.
Stayed on his not only stayed on his ass, I was physical enough to whoop his ass if need be. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
It was you was
Have you
able to
noticed?
deliver. You was able to deliver that structure and guidance and wisdom.
Not only to deliver the structure and guidance, I was also physical enough to fucking enforce it. Does that make sense?
Yep.
When Ali was boxing, who was his bodyguard?
His brother.
His brother wasn't a small dude either, was he?
Nah, and his brother looked like he'll fuck you up.
Look what he did when he came up with Joe Frazier on that interview.
Yeah.
Oh, motherfucker had a toothpick. Say, what's up?
And he was the little brother, wasn't
Yeah,
he? Yeah.
think about it. He said, I see why your son. I remember my son was like, Dad, you too slow. You know what happened, ABM? Right? I just picked I
What
just
happened?
flicked three jabs. I threw three jabs, two to the face, one to the body. What do you think happened to my son's fucking brain when he was like, "Oh, this nigga ain't slow"? Go ahead, ABM, then Ray.
I guess he just quit after that.
He stood down because he's like, "Wait a minute, that motherfucker fast enough to throw them fucking jabs, and my dad's a way better wrestler than me. So if he takes me down, there ain't shit I could do." Ray, go ahead, answer.
Like you couldn't. I'm like, damn. Like the son couldn't go ahead and try to choke you out.
He could try. He would fail miserably. Let me put it to you this way: when you look at the black community, because that's where your greatest there's how can I say it? There's no white boxer you can say who's one of the top boxers of all time. Can you say that? Top 10, right?
You can make an argument for Harry Greb.
You can make an argument. Maybe Willie Pep. Because Willie Pep, that motherfucker will stand in your face and you can throw jabs and that motherfucker will just, he won't even move his body. He'll just move his head. That motherfucker was sick with it. Y'all need to go to look at classic boxing. Who the fuck else? But if you notice, the top boxers had two parent households. Which is way different than any other sport. Why? Because shout out to my man, what's his name? Rock solid. Discipline. Discipline and exposure. What was one of the most significant fucking scenes in the Jackson miniseries that I always refer to?
When Joe had him out there boxing?
When the bullies came for his son, I forget which son it was, and Catherine came out there, Joe, my boys. What did Joe tell her? What did Joe tell her? Ah, he need to get his respect. So y'all remember that story when Michael Jackson pulled up on fucking Tupac, right?
Yeah,
No. Vaguely, what was? Oh man, damn, I forgot about that.
You heard about that ABM, didn't you?
yeah.
What happened? Tell the story. I'll let you get your shine. Tell the story.
Nah, go ahead, cause I gotta drive real quick. I can't talk with the wind blowing.
All right. Well, Barry Gordy's daughter was like a niece to Mike, right? So Tupac being, Mr. Braggadocious thinking he tough, thug life and shit. And Mike pulled up on him, said, "You can't disrespect my niece like that." So Mike tried to come up and pull up on Mike. So Tupac tried to come up on Mike, and Mike boxed his ass up and humbled his ass. And fucked
I
Tupac's
did
world
not
up.
know.
So
Yeah, this is the first time I'm damn.
yeah, you ain't see, let me ask you this, Ray. Could you be could you be Joe Jackson's son and be soft?
Oh hell no.
Who was Tupac raised by? His mama. You think you think his mama's teachings made him to be a man or made him to be a recluse? See,
Well, Michael John White, who knows him, said, basically all that hood shit is cosplay.
yeah, it is. First of all, where did Tupac grow up in? Ray? What city did Tupac grow up in?
Baltimore, Maryland.
Yeah,
Baltimore, Maryland,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah. I'm eating though,
Did,
so yeah.
did Tupac go to Northern City, Poly? He sure as hell didn't go to Lake Clifton. What high school did Tupac go to?
Baltimore School of the Performing Arts.
What is the performing arts known for? Having some of the softest motherfucking Toll House cookie motherfuckers you could ever think of.
Dog, he was in that motherfucker ballet dancing, bro. You go to the School of Arts, you're gonna be in a leotard and you're gonna be ballet dancing and shit, bro. Yeah.
You know, here's a little secret people don't know about me. I almost got into the School of Arts for drawing. You know, they say God is good and God is good all the time. One of the professors looked at me and said, "You like sports, don't you?" And this was a white dude, straight white dude at that, because most of your professors are not going to be straight in the School of Arts. Let's just say it. Let's just put it out there. He said, "You're talented. You like being a dude, right? Yeah, don't come here. You ain't gonna stay one. No sports here. Only theater. All this other shit." I might have been the second class of art new style, but I'm not trying to talk with a lisp. Not saying art new style talks with a lisp, because art new style is all man.
Yeah, you sound like a black Jorge.
Exactly. So first of all, this lets you know before the internet era that a lot of motherfuckers would have got exposed real quick if it would have been known that you came. Yeah, I grew up in Baltimore. What school you went to? Because in the 90s, if you went to Mervo, if you went to Lake, Northern, Emerson, Walbrook, you went to a tough ass school. If you said I went to the School of the Arts, niggas would have questioned you. What type of fucking Peter Pan and the fucking Lost Boy shit you on, nigga? You gonna tell me a 6'1" skinny nigga from Gary, Indiana beat your ass? But let's give it context. That's one of Joe Jackson's kids. Joe's kids ain't soft. When Mike found out, see, people forget how thorough Mike is. I forget who was like who one of his sisters was messing with, and they were getting a little handsy. See, people don't think about Mike Jackson. They think about moonwalking and he. They don't talk about how thorough he was when he protected his sisters. Mike will beat your ass. Have you ever noticed one thing in history you never heard to this day? Ain't no nigga ran up on Mike Jack. You notice that?
Uh-huh.
See, all that internet beef we seen in the last few weeks, shout out to Speed because Speed doing it the right way. If you ever notice, I respect Speed more than Casanet because Casanet was looking for love in all the wrong places. When Casanet should have came to the Manosphere where we would have schooled him. Shout out to Laws because Laws said, you know what? I need some more schooling, so I'm gonna go to men, including his father, to school me about these women. Casanet writing all these, oh, this girl only used me. You know what Speed doing? Speed's making Africa look beautiful right now, isn't he? Speed's the best thing to happen to Africa since they got rid of apartheid. So you're telling me all these people who in rap supposed to be the ultimate tough guys for the last 40 years, ain't none of you niggas ran up on Mike Jack. And that's the problem I have with masculinity in the black community. Shout out to my boy Josh. When his ex girlfriend tried to call him soft, and I asked this one question: how can my man be soft if he fought a nigga over a gun? That ain't no soft nigga shit. That's some of the trillest shit you could ever do. Not only did you get the gun from him, you beat his ass. Right, Ray?
Yeah, damn
Huh?
near. Yeah, damn right. What is that though? When you hear women say, "Oh, I don't raise no soft boys." What do you say about that?
You want my opinion, Ray? Do you really want it? Give me a woo.
Woo!
I'm gonna tell you my opinion on women raising soft boys. That's the only fucking thing you know how to do. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go black pill. I know we only got 6 people listening. We going late into the night before I shut this shit down in about another 15. But I'm gonna do it for you, Ray, because you're my boy. And I might even do a live stream tomorrow to go even deeper in this shit. Matter of fact, thank you, Ray, because you gave me something to talk about tomorrow.
Hey, man, not because they think basically that they can raise them tough, just as a man can.
First of all, black mothers don't raise tough boys a lot of times. A lot of black mothers, it takes a good black mother to raise a son tough. Because the majority of them abuse their sons, not raise them tough. White women train their sons to make decisions. A lot of black mothers raise their sons to be homosexuals and concubines or concusers. Shout out to Dr. T. A white woman will ask her 5-year-old son, "What do you want to eat?" A black woman will tell her 5-year-old son, "What you're going to eat." What does that mean, Ray, when your mother asks you at 5 years old, "What do you want to eat?" What is she training you to do?
Yeah, make decisions.
Make a
What's,
decision.
what's one of the worst things black mothers train their sons to do?
Follow directions of women.
Exactly. When I took my son to the fucking MVA to get his ID when he turned 18, guess what I told him? Read them and make a decision. I'm not going to tell you what to do. Read and make a decision. Well, my son said, "Daddy, I want a box." What did I say? "You sure?" "Yeah." "Do you have a passion for it?" "Yeah." "Do you love it?" "Yeah." "Are you sure?" "Yeah." "Go ahead." But what you're not going to do is cry about it. You get your first black eye, your first bloody nose, your first split lip. Guess what I'm going to do? Kick you right back out and say, "Go do better." Fuck him up. Give it back. Your daddy had to in wrestling. Your daddy had to in boxing. Your daddy had to do it in MMA. Go back and give him back what you owed him. In the black community, you don't teach black boys how to make a goddamn decision. This is the reason why they fumble. This is the reason why when I tell chicks, "Hey, what you doing Friday?" "Nothing. I'm cooking lasagna. Come over here, bring some liquor." What did I just do? I just made a decision. I told you, I'm cooking lasagna. Come here in an hour. Go grab a bottle. I just had this with quote unquote Nightshade earlier. I said, "You know how to make a woman pussy dry? Don't make a clear decision. Even if you tell her no and you stick to your guns, guess what that woman's going to do, even if she's mad? She got to respect you." But guess what they keep doing? "I'm going to prove myself to her." That's what a lot of niggas going to do. I'm not afraid to argue with a woman. Oh, a real man wouldn't put down a woman. A real man would.
I like it. I love
You
it.
know my friend. You know my friend told me, the one who healed her from cancer. But a real man wouldn't put down a woman. I said, you know my rebuttal to her was, I said, "Have you ever noticed everybody tells you what a real man is, but nobody can tell you what a real woman?" And she shut completely the fuck up after that. I said, tell me how it feels to be a real man. How much experience do you have in being a man? She was so hurt by that 2.5 years ago. She brought up the last text I texted her when I said, "You're a workaholic, narcissistic motherfucker." She said, I was hurt by that. I said, I respect your hurt. I know this is going to make Ray Lost and ABM laugh. I said, I respect the fact that you were hurt by that. Well, I'm going to tell you one thing about me. I'd rather lie for you than to you.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what she learned when she got breast cancer? I was right. You were so worried about motherfuckers not worried about you. Your own damn family looked at you to cook a Christmas dinner, and you still got stitches and fucking tubes in your fucking shit.
Yeah, and that's cold blooded right there, man.
So everything Charles told you 2.5, 3 years ago comes to fruition. If you would have had the smarts to be with me or marry me, you think I wouldn't cook for my woman if she was handling something like that?
Yeah.
I'd have told the whole family, fuck all of you whores. Stay the fuck away. If you ain't helping, stay the fuck out of our business.
While you cook, why? Because you would cook your wife a feast, amen.
If she fighting cancer and she's loyal to me and she A1, B1,
Mm-hmm.
I have no problem doing it.
Amen.
Because a man's prime directive is to protect and provide. I'm protecting you from people who are not helping you heal. And that may be your own goddamn family. That may be your own goddamn mother. And everything Charles told her almost 3 years ago, she's telling me, you know what? You were right the whole time. I said, you got two younger brothers who one's about a year younger, one's about 2 or 3 years younger. Are they in the same level of me of being a man? Well, my
Mm.
brother, I went to the house the other day and I played with my nephew and he went straight upstairs and he just dropped food off. What the fuck would I go do that to my young son? I got pictures of me and my son. Anybody who followed me for the last decade, where was my son? He was on my hip closer to me than my Glock.
Good shit, man.
I got pictures when the motherfucker was growing his adult teeth. I took out his baby teeth and we gonna go see Man of Steel. I took him out of school early to put Superman shirts on. Even my then girlfriend put a Superman shirt on. I took my son out to go play with me early in school. Hell, we saw Avengers fucking 1, 12 o'clock in the afternoon when I took him out of school.
And you just got one, right? 'Cause I thought you had what, two?
One, I have
Okay.
godsons.
Okay. Well, does him and your godsons and your other sons, um, how did they fare when it came to Black Adam?
Oh, they loved it
Ha ha ha.
because they got it. Because one of the Black Adam was a. Let me explain this to a lot of people because I got it.
Motherfucker said like, hey, and I kind of believe it too. They said it didn't do as good in the ratings because it was just too manly and shit.
Black Adam, y'all ready for this? Black Adam was a love song to his father, Rocky Johnson.
Mm.
Did you notice the one scene when he said, I'll teach the boy violence? And the
Yeah,
mother was like,
yeah.
no. What did he say? You're right. It's his father's duty to teach him violence. Do y'all,
Ah,
do y'all get that one fucking scene? What that one statement said? You wonder
man.
why. You go look at YouTube, fucking Facebook. Instagram, when you see these boys fighting in the hood and they swinging all these arm punches. How you swing all these arm punches and neither one of you touched each other? Because you fight like a bunch of bitches. But you go back to that Jackson story when Catherine, who the fuck's holding Catherine back? It was Joe. Joe said he got to get his respect. When Anton and fucking Corey were getting the thick of shit, what did Anton tell the shorty? Get out the way.
Mm-hmm.
I had to tell that to my mother. When my younger brother, my nephew got into it. And I told my mother, why you ain't call me? Well, ma, if they start throwing blows and one of them hit you, you be out cold.
Yeah,
It
women
was-
overseas who's not like staunch feminists and shit, who's been raised up traditionally, they don't. They was taught not to do that kind of shit.
When men get into it, women are supposed to get the fuck out the way. Because if one of them would have hit me, I'd have hit them. Matter of fact, all that aggression. What happens? What happened? Did y'all ever hear about this African reserve where all these young elephants were bullying all the animals in the reserve?
Nuh-uh.
ABM lost. Did y'all hear about that? I'm gonna tell you what happened. You know how they settled that problem? They brought an older, experienced bull elephant there.
Hmm.
One of those young male elephants, one of those young bulls, came up against that experienced elephant. You know what that elephant did? Picked his
Who?
ass up, slammed him to the ground. And he looked around at the other elephants, and guess what happened? They all fell in line.
Yep.
Does that correlate to the black community or any community?
Man, it's a battle too because we got cats who are against those true masculine principles, man. Like it's wild. Like they gotta get out the way.
Ray, how many, for over 20 years, let's say about 21, 22 years, I coached wrestling before I stopped. How many kids do you think their parents said, well, this child has attitude, especially because predominantly 99% of the guys, the people I trained to wrestle were boys. I did coach girls and they were successful as well. But 99% of my wrestlers were boys. Their parents said this kid has an attitude problem. They have they have an issue against authority. I said, no, give me a week. He gets mad because he gets taken down. He wants to fight. I said, okay, I'm your next opponent. Let's fight. Before he swings a punch, I'm throwing you. I'm not going to hit you. I'm going to crossface you, but I'm not going to punch you. And I'm throwing you all around the room.
Mhm.
I'm like Zangief in that motherfucker. I'm doing whirlwind punches.
He says, "Thank you."
I'm doing like, what's that one motherfucker on King of Fighters? The judo player. Foof, 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 boom. And I'm throwing you and I'm landing my shoulder into your chest. I'm damn near parallel. My feet are parallel to the fucking ceiling. I'm landing on you so hard. Get back up. I'm throwing you again. After the fifth throw, guess what he's learning? I don't like. I need to humble myself.
Mhm.
And guess what the parents tell me in like 3 weeks time? He's taking out the trash. He's listening. He's doing better in school. But guess what I have to do as a coach to sit down with the parents? Why didn't you do it? For 20 plus years, I had to check kids and I had to check parents. When Baki got too big for his britches against your Jero, what did you Jero do? He swung He slung that motherfucker with like a nunchuck, didn't he?
Yes, sir. Yes,
He may
sir.
be he may be an evil motherfucker, but he's still what?
Hmm.
There's
He
some.
still pops.
He's still your father. You need to respect me.
Hmm.
People forget that part of Baki when they were fighting.
That father and son fight. Yep.
Anybody who had a good father in their life or a good father figure, they recognized that fight. I looked at that fight and I was like, "Ooh boy!" I had three father figures in my life. I was like, "Baki, you cocky little son of a bitch. I hope your Gerald fucks you up for that disrespect. He may be
Hmm.
an evil motherfucker, but he's still your father. He's gonna put you. Did he not put Baki in his place?"
Yes, he did. And that's why I like this one anime, Kingdom, man, that I've been covering on Rumble. You got, man, it's to the max, man, with all those masculine principles, man. I'm telling you, it's just you'll be
Oh
feeling
yeah,
so much
I put your
glee.
rumble, and I put your rumble in the chat too.
Yes, sir. So, I mean, man, because right now I'm in the Great War. I think it was like 250, 256 BC, where the Kingdom of Ken had to face off against this coalition army. This coalition that consisted of six other nations.
Oh yeah, trust me.
Man,
If you read the story I'm writing right now, it's pure masculinity, and
man, I
it's
love it.
even though the main character has some divine lineage, there were motherfuckers who put him in his place.
Is there women in there basically just treating men like trash, beating them, tossing them around and shit? Little bitty
No,
women.
no, 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 no. The women in there, you'll love them because they're
Yeah.
doting, but they put in work. They're assassins, some of them. They're spies, some of them. But the main female character, you'll love her because you'll see why. It took somebody that she recognized to find love again. And with one thing, every woman, if you ever notice, there's a reason. It took me a while. Why do my exes still keep in touch with me? Because the masculinity was not fake, it was real. And the craziness about it is, I'm not a perfect guy. I never claimed to be perfect. I never claimed to be the best guy in the world. Hell, there's traits y'all probably have better than mine. But you can't say that he wasn't a man about his shit. Right, wrong, or indifferent. And when you have a story about masculinity, a good father figure, think about it. Some people complain about the Obi-Wan series. Obi-Wan was like the uncle, the big uncle, or the bigger brother, almost a father figure to Anakin, right?
Hmm.
Y'all
Are you
do
talking about
know
where at the end he fought Vader?
he fucked Vader up, didn't he?
Oh yeah.
What did Obi-Wan put in? Why do you think Vader never chased down Obi-Wan? Here's the
Well,
story that people didn't get from Obi-Wan's show.
hmm.
Obi-Wan could have always killed Vader. You couldn't beat me when you were more agile, faster, and younger. You're a clunky, noisy machine against the number one Jedi of all time, above Anakin. You do know, as a Jedi, Obi-Wan ranks above Anakin, right?
Well, yeah, that was his teacher.
You couldn't beat me when you were at your fastest and most agile. You're a clunky ass, noisy ass machine with an asthma issue. I'm gonna fuck you up.
But wasn't his first master Yoda?
No, Obi Wan's master was Yoda.
Okay.
Was actually Qui Jinn, but kind of Yoda was everybody's master at some point,
Okay.
a little bit, as a little bit. But Qui think about this. What did Palpatine say to fucking Anakin in the comics? Be glad you fought Obi-Wan, who still got some type of kinship to you. Yoda would have killed you.
Mm.
Yoda would have put you down. See, this is the part where if I wrote Star Wars, I would have gave you a Yoda series.
Mm-mm.
And I would have showed you when Yoda was thorough. Because Yoda would have killed you. In my books, you have this ragtag team of a black ops slash mercenary team. Each one of those people are not afraid to kill because they did in their past. They're comical about it because guess what? You had warlords come to them on a vacation and they embarrassed the warlords and said, "What if we take over this place?" You won't. What if we try? You'll fail miserably. And one character said, "You might die trying."
Hmm.
Think about what happened when Superman interacted with the Joker in Metropolis. Superman just told him, "Well, Batman doesn't kill." What did Superman tell him? "I'm not Batman." He says, "I choose not to kill." Even in Trinity, he says, "People call me the Boy Scout, but you know the difference between Batman and Superman is how they were raised." He said, being raised on a farm, you learn one thing. You learn when to put a mad dog down. What does that tell you? Superman's not
Mm.
afraid to kill, is he? He'll kill you if it's necessary. Think about it. If Superman was afraid to kill, he wouldn't have killed Doomsday, would he?
I mean, I'm like, when he fought Doomsday a second time, Superman the lowest, the newer. Um, I'm like, okay, you should have went on kill mode. Like you
No,
should
no,
have been
no.
fighting
That's
him
why
like as if
I
you was
love
on
the
kill
show.
mode.
I love the show. That's why. As a comic book fan, you got to read the books. After the death of Superman, remember when Superman fought Doomsday the first time, was he on kill mode?
Nope.
Yes,
Oh, you talking about like in the show?
on the comics.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
He fought him. He knew, "I'll kill this motherfucker. I got to give up my life if I got to do so," because he knew. See, what makes a great cop? A great soldier and a great cop. His first job is to save life. His second job is to take a life if it means saving lives.
Yeah, because he gave his goodbye kiss to Lois.
Because guess what? He said, "I got to kill this motherfucker. Because if I don't, he's going to kill everybody on Earth." So that means people who tell me about Superman don't know shit about Superman, especially these new comic book readers. Because here's the problem: you're bringing anime shit. Because I love anime. I watched it for 30 years, 30, 40 years. Comic books in America is not about power levels. Because at any time, the right situation, a lesser power hero could beat a much more powerful hero with the right circumstance, right?
Oh yeah, yeah,
Anime, it's I got to get more power. That's why all the other characters became boring in Dragon Ball. The characters in Dragon Ball only became interesting when they had to go back to their roots, which was what? The Tournament of Power, which was a love story to when they had the fucking the world tournament. That's when it became interesting again.
yeah. It really
So
did.
so what happened? Think about it. People be like, "Well, the Scarlet Witch is the most powerful. She could do this." Okay, think about it. Green Lantern has a thought-based weapon. Superman may humor you, but what can you do with a thought-based weapon if I can move 7 times faster than you can think? Fight's over.
Mm.
You got to maneuver past. You got to maneuver faster than that if you can. So ingenuity is supposed to be the mother of invention, right?
Hmm.
Necessity and ingenuity. So think about this. If I make these characters so powerful instead of making them so technical, like, hey, it's not about just how strong you are, just like I write in my stories, it's how you utilize it. Because guess what? You think in wrestling I was always the physical strong guy? No. I'm probably, let's go by 12th grade. I'm willing to say I'm probably the third strongest person in that weight class. But how many people were faster? So, am I supposed to go try to match speed to a faster person? No. You'll get blitzed. I'm supposed to stand my ground and watch your feet and your hips and time you. Because what kills speed? Timing.
Hmm.
What kills power? What kills strength? Leverage.
Oh yeah,
Stamina kills all that.
you're right
And
about
guess
that
what?
leverage part. You're right about that leverage, Devin. Because my coaches, boy, I was bigger than them, Devin, and they was folding me up.
Yeah. So you notice you don't see that in modern anime anymore. Notice you don't see that in modern because a lot of these. Well, this person's more powerful. Guess what? Some of the best comics you'll ever read is not about power. By the way, remember that animated cartoon Superman versus the Elite?
What? Mm,
Do you know how good
mm,
of a fucking movie that was? A lot of people
dude,
forget this. Superman versus the Elite was only one issue.
see, I'm gonna have to go back on that one and see. I'm like, damn.
That was voted the best issue of the decade because Superman versus the Elite was not about power scaling. It was about ideology. I keep telling people Superman is not just a he's not a power character. He's an ideological character. He's a philosophical character. It's not about if Superman wins the fight. It's about does he do the right thing that needs to be done at the time. Something that's missing in modern world philosophy. Just because I have the power to do things as an officer, do I need to arrest every person I see committing a crime?
Hmm.
Sometimes arresting you may make you a better criminal. Sometimes giving you a second chance may make you a better human being.
Right.
That's deep right there. Shit, that's bars.
Yeah, damn right. I'm glad I was
But see,
silent on that so you can clip it.
if I can't clip it, somebody clip it for me. See, a lot of people don't realize this. Why am I a Superman fan? Because he's a philosophical character. Superman is a comic book character for grown-ups. Because when you're a grown up, you have all the power in the world and all the freedom, so called, and so forth, right?
Hmm.
But what's the one thing you learn about freedom as an adult that we learned in the military? Freedom ain't free. Somebody got to pay the cost to be the boss. Somebody got to make the sacrifice,
Man, I gotta see what's up. What's going to be the end result of this KO tournament they having?
which is pretty good because if you look at the fight between him and Captain Adam, you see the difference in the character's mentality and ideology very quickly, don't you?
Uh huh. Yeah,
And
cause
look what he
uh,
said. Yes, jail is literally college for some criminals. You become a better criminal. Sometimes giving you a second chance make you a better human being. And see, this is the reason why most modern people don't like Superman. Because Superman challenges you. Superman is what you call one of those any generational characters. Because
basically he tries to see the
Superman,
good in people, and therefore that's part of the reason why he don't go just straight for the kill and take him out.
because Superman is the ultimate parent. He knows when to discipline and he knows when to correct. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Being a parent, if my son was wilding out, I got to be able to put my emotions to the side and say, does this need discipline or this need love? Even though, by the way, here's another bar for you, for anybody listening. Discipline without love is only abuse.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is one of the failures of modern parenting. When you discipline or punish your children, you're supposed to punish yourself. Because when my son was fucking up in school, I wanted to go to Baltimore Comic Con. We both didn't go to Baltimore Comic Con. You sat here, you finished all the work you were fucking up in school with me, and guess who sat with you?
Mm-hmm.
Because your parents are not disciplined. Guess what your time 9 times out of 10 not going to be? Disciplined. Why do you
Yep.
think my son will run 5 miles? Because he saw the discipline his daddy was doing early in his life. When you look at comic book characters are the metaphysical manifestation of humanity. Notice Superman is the test of time. Why do we call Superman and Batman the standard? Because
Mm.
in the 90s, we wanted darker, more edgier characters. Notice Superman and Batman still has comic books to this day.
Yep.
And the 90s is almost 30 years ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got Cable, but where's Cable's comic book? You got Deadpool, but Deadpool's comics are not like Batman and Superman's. Even
I
Wolverine, the most popular X-Men of all time. Guess what? The deeper you go into the philosophy of the X-Men, people respect Cyclops more now because you understand what a leader has to do. You have to grow up. Superman and Batman, especially Superman, is comic books for adults.
mm-hmm.
Notice the difference between Man of Steel versus Superman 2025.
Oh
Superman
man.
Superman had to become the Man of Steel despite of what people think of. Superman 2025 was trying to get people to like him. The quintessential Superman does the right thing to do, regardless of what people like him or not. He'd rather be the most
I don't
hated
think Joey
person.
Holcomb wasn't like that.
He'd rather do the right thing and be hated for it than to be the most liked person. That's
Mm.
called
Yep.
masculinity. That's called being an adult. See, the problem with the young people today, you care about who's the most powerful.
Mm.
Back in the day, it was about who's the most effective.
Yeah, Joey Holcomb, he wasn't his Superman didn't care about if people liked him or not. He didn't, yeah.
Because guess what? What was the old titles they said in the cartoons of the Fletchers in the 40s? This looks like a job for Superman. Take out Superman. This looks like a job for a man. Because
Mm-hmm.
guess what? A man had to go out there and work. A man, like you hear ABL, he's working right now. ABM, excuse me. He doesn't give a fuck if people like him or not. He's got to feed his family.
Mm-hmm.
You going to tell me that's not a respectful man? You think he doesn't want to be in the house with his wife and kids? He's got a job to do. You think you think when me and Josh were cops, when we had to deal with riots, we had to deal with murderers, we had to deal with robbers, we had to deal with thieves, armed suspects. You think we cared about being liked? No, we had a job to do because people needed us. That's what's missing from today's fiction. When I write stories, I write philosophical things. I challenge your mind. Well, this person is more powerful, says who? Just because you got the strength to move a planet does not mean you have the power to move the people in it. Bars.
Mm.
Deep shit, isn't it?
Mm.
Deep shit, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the story.
I never heard that saying right there. That was great.
Somebody put that in the chat for time immemorial, please. Mr. Sterling, can you put that in the chat, please? Just because you got the strength to move a planet does not mean you have the power to move the people within it.
Mm.
See, a lot of people don't think about this philosophical shit. Comic books were the reason why we went to war in World War II. Because something said if the superheroes were willing to go out and fight the war and we were not, what does that say about us?
Mm-hmm.
When 9/11 happened, Marvel and DC, there was an old picture, right? Where you had a kid and his dog looking at the superheroes and he said, wow. When 9/11 happened, you had nurses, doctors, firefighters, police officers in this whole mural where they redid the mural from the kid. It was Superman and Crypto, and Superman said, wow, looking at them. Think about it. Because my generation watched G.I. Joe, He Man, Superman, we fought global terrorism.
Mm.
Who does the kids nowadays follow in case there's another major event coming? They making girl power, but girls ain't joining the infantry. Girls ain't joining special forces. Girls ain't doing the welding and the technology. You got to motivate the boys. The boys don't even want to date.
Mm.
Okay?
Yeah.
See, when people come to my channel, I could turn comic books metaphysical, and I could go. Don't let me. Give me a woo in the chat. 9, 10 people left. Do y'all want me to do some comic book fucking ideological, philosophical shit?
Go
Because I could
for it.
get that. Because I'm
Oh,
gonna
hell
tell you
yeah.
what.
You need to
Because
start your comic book channel, Charles.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm gonna take your advice. I'm gonna start that motherfucker because I'm gonna break it down in ways other people hasn't done. Do you know why Batman always needed a Robin? Because Batman's childhood was always stolen from him. You remember Young Justice when Wonder Woman tried to check him and say, "You try to get Robins to make them to be like you." What was Batman's retort? I train Robins so they don't become me.
Mm. Oh, I
The
think I
most
remember that line. Damn.
the most
Oh.
manly shit a man could do for a son or a son figure or a nephew or a ward. Because that's the terminology if you're taking care of a child that's not blood related is a ward. Your job is to make that boy or that girl, not you, but better. The ultimate thing for a parent is not to become you, it's to become better than you.
Amen.
If you're telling me, he said, "Oh yeah, you got me thinking at 1 a.m." I'm
Mm.
gonna I'm gonna tell you this. Who's why is Wolverine on the X-Men? Do you know why, Ray?
Mm. I don't know. I have some guesses.
Give me one. Give me two.
Well, because he needed guidance and
No,
structure, which
no,
Xavier had.
no. He's a samurai. He doesn't need fucking guidance. He's guiding fucking Professor X many a times.
Hmm.
You know why he's on the X-Men? In my stories, this is a Black Ops team. And I gotta send you some of the stories to get your take on it, Ray.
Okay, I sent you my email too.
Yeah, I gotta send you some shit too, ABM. Wolverine is on a team of the X-Men because Wolverine understands this one lesson I had to learn as a soldier, especially in Iraq. When I was on that QRF team in Iraq, the question they asked you before that team, and the biggest statement they said, in order to save life, you may be called upon to take life, and you got to learn to live with it. Wolverine could take a life and take all the struggles with it. One of the characters that I write, I'm not going to say the powers, but don't say it out loud if you read it, because I don't want nobody stealing my shit. He's called the bear. He's called the burden bear.
The
He's
Burden
thousands
Bear.
of years old. He's thousands of years old, and he has to take a lot of burdens that others could not bear. What was what was what was Jesus Christ called? The burden bear,
Yeah.
the sacrifice. I'll
The
take on.
Prince of Peace.
Yeah, by my stripes we are what healed.
Hmm.
Think about it. What's the ultimate bravery statement in the Bible?
Amen.
What's the ultimate bravery statement in the Bible? You ready for this philosophical shit? You ready, Mr. Sterling?
Ooh,
I
go
wonder if
ahead.
y'all heard this, but I'm pretty sure you know it. You probably finished my statement. Though I walk in the shadow of the valley of death, I shall do what?
Fear no evil.
Say it like your chest out.
Fear no evil. For thou art
What
with me.
happens?
Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me.
What happens if you take a generation of boys and you preach that to them from preschool to 12th grade? What type of boys would you develop?
Ooh, but since you said that, then what do you think about people that are saying, well, if we can't have the Quran in the schools and stuff like that, well, we shouldn't have the Bibles, no religious text in the schools.
Nobody said we shouldn't. Because I'm not against anybody's religious beliefs because I'll tell them, number one, does each human being have different fingerprints, even twins?
Hmm.
Does each human being on earth have different brain waves? Yes. Does each human being have a different heart rhythm? So you're telling me the creator of the universe can't speak to us differently.
Hmm.
In a theological sense, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Neil, if the creator of the universe has made us all unique, though we are one of many, he forever makes us unique. You think he can't communicate with us differently? So I'm not against a religion, especially if it makes you a better human being. See,
Yeah.
remember, what's more important, the super or the man?
The man.
Because it's the man that makes it super. Because I'm gonna ask this philosophical question. If Superman lost all his powers and people needed him to help, if people needed him to do what? Would Superman put on that suit knowing he's not bulletproof, he's just as mortal as anybody? Will he stand in front of that bad guy to help people out?
Hmm.
Would he do it?
Oh yeah.
What is the most heroic thing you could do in the Bible?
Oh, give your life for another.
Thank you. There is no greater love than a brother lay down his life for his friends.
Hmm.
See, comic books are just modern mythology that makes us better people. You remember that title? What would Jesus do? All you got to do is say, what would Superman do? People would say, we have people who were former officers in YouTube, like Brandon Tatum, who said the police don't have to go in there and save those children. What would Sergeant Faulkner say?
Oh, he said that shit. Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
What would Sergeant Faulkner say? If I had the equipment and if I had my vest, if I have my rifle and my gun, and I'm by my goddamn self, I'm going in. The only thing I ask is tell my stories and build a statue and drink cognac at my funeral and smoke a cigar. If that kid's over 15, let him drink cognac and let him smoke a cigar in my name. That's all I ask. Build me a statue next to Ray Lewis and tell my stories and laugh. That's
Yeah,
all I ask.
yeah, right.
When you're in a situation, and there are some situations when people pray to God, deliver me from this chaos, O Lord. You never know if you're the prayer to somebody's answer. You're the answer to somebody's prayer. I don't know sometimes if Josh and Terrell were up, they probably tell you themselves. There's probably plenty of times we were the answer to people's prayers when they needed help. I'm going to ask this once again. This is the reason why the anime crowd don't understand philosophy. They don't understand ideology, and that's what's missing from anime. The greatest animes were philosophical. Samurai
Oh,
7, totally philosophical. One of the greatest animes of all time.
a lot of them are too
Attack on
soft.
Titan.
Attack
Attack
on
on
Titan,
Titan.
very philosophical. Hell, Project Echo is philosophical more than some of these animes out. Let me explain this. With Superman with no powers, would he still put on that suit to help people? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Does that make him is it more super to be a man or to have power?
To be a man,
And that's what's missing. That's what's fucking missing from people.
you can have powers and be bitch made.
Exactly. You could be powers and you could be a tyrant.
Yep.
What's the old saying in the Bible? Though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, though I offer my body to be burnt, if I do it without love and charity, it offers me nothing. It's the
Was
it's the
wasn't
man that
it,
makes
and
it.
wasn't he? You right. And wasn't he a tyrant in one of these universes? I think the he was a tyrant uh
And
for Dark Side.
he was a tyrant in he was a tyrant in Injustice, and he was a tyrant in Superman Red Sun. He eventually stopped being a tyrant in Superman Red Sun. But guess what? The quintessential Superman is not the quintessential Superman of Superman 2025. Because Superman's not gonna he's not a respecter of people's titles. He's a respecter of people's hearts.
Yep.
How far did we get away from that? This is the reason why when I tell my son and all these people who's more powerful, it doesn't give a fuck who's more powerful. Because guess what? Fucking Batman with enough prep time could beat a lot of people. Wolverine is actually one of the weaker mutants. But in the right circumstance, he's gonna fuck you up. Remember,
Ooh.
Wolverine is nowhere near the power of the Hulk. But how many fits does he give the Hulk? See, that motherfucker just won't. Even the Hulk said this motherfucker won't stop. Do you know how many people? Captain America or Ultimate Captain America put foot in the ass. Did you know Captain America took down the Hulk?
Bullshit.
When did this happen?
I'm calling bullshit.
He threw the fucking Professor Hulk. When Professor Hulk grabbed him, guess what? He's a master of all fighting arts. He threw a fucking 1,500-pound man just by leverage. Even when Peter Parker was being fighting the Hulk, and he said, "You can't give up, Peter. He's gonna kill you." And he took that shield and cracked him and kept going till he put his ass down. Even Ultimate Captain America, when he abused his wife, the Wasp, he says he smacked him around in a bar and said, "Yo, go giant, because I don't feel like smacking a bitch." He collapsed the whole building on him to say, "Hey, you call yourself a man."
Man.
What did Superman tell Ultraman when he hit him with fucking pressure points and all kinds of strikes? He says, "You know the difference between me and you? You kill all your opponents. I let them live because I know I got to be better the next time." So he hit them with all kinds of pressure points, groin strikes, throat strikes, temple strikes, chest strikes. He says, "I don't care how tough and how invulnerable you are. You're going to feel this."
But
Think
then again,
about it.
that's what makes Peacemaker's statement too funny because I seen all of that shit. That motherfucker boy, he was roasting Batman. Oh shit. He, he was like, damn it, he lets his he lets the criminals and evil motherfuckers free and then they come back and cause more mayhem.
He doesn't let them free. It's just Superman, excuse me, Batman is a representation of the criminal justice system. He's the cop. Notice the cops do their job of locking up the criminals. Who fails in the criminal justice system keeping them locked up? Marilyn Mosby, anybody? When you look at a lot of philosophy, Wonder Woman is the Justice League's version of Wolverine. Did you know that? Loss and
Makes
Gray?
Huh?
sense. Being they both do the dirty work. They're willing to actually kill.
You know why?
They had that gun hole. Uh, they had that gun hole spirit.
It's not gun ho because I'm gonna say this as a soldier and as a cop. If you're gun ho about taking life, you're a sick bitch.
Ooh.
Because number one, I know this is a unique time. I know we're 7.5, almost 8 hours in. I'm gonna give y'all an exclusive. Anybody who protects life will protect life until necessary to take one.
What did President Snow from the Hunter Games say? He said, "Taking a life just to take it would be wasteful."
Yeah. In order to protect life, you may be called in order to protect life, you may be called to take one. Meaning, Wonder Woman is a trained Amazon warrior. She's about 3,000 years old. She's not adverse. She will do everything in her power not to take a life unless it calls for it. Go back and read when she's going against Superman when he's mind controlled by Maxwell Lord. Superman was apprehensive when she snapped his neck, but she had to look at Superman. You're more dangerous than a nuclear weapon. You're my friend. He even said it. The only way I would stop him is to kill him. And when we realistically have to say this, she's doing a job that Batman knows he can't do because Batman knows that he's 1 foot where the Joker is. He's got one line. He steps on 2 lines. I'm where Superman is, and I'm 1 foot where the Joker is.
Same coin, different side.
Yeah. So when we look at people philosophically, I had to personally, this is a personal story. I'm the first one on scene. It's my post anyway. We had a call for boys fighting and one with a weapon, a knife. 3 boys in this yard standing against one boy. One boy had a knife. Guess who's the imminent threat? The boy with the knife, whether he was right, wrong, or indifferent. He's the imminent threat. I don't know whatever God you believe in, but he told me to speak because if he would have took 1 step, I didn't even have to warn him. If he would have took 1 step, I'd have shot him. When he was 14. Something out of the back of my skull, it was like an angelic voice, said, "Speak to him." I wish I could make this shit up, but it's true. Talk to him. I said, "You better drop it." I'm at such an angle that I would not miss. He'd have been dead if I wished it so. That boy dropped the knife, and the knife hit the ground before he did. That's how quick he dropped the knife when he saw me, when I said something. Those 3 other boys ran off. His mom came out. "What's going on?" You know the first thing I told his mom? I said, "Come here, man. Do you know how quick you were about to lose a son?" If And I told her, if anybody would have got here before I did, your son would have died.
Mm.
That's some deep shit, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true.
Any other officer would have not had mercy on you. It literally, when people say angels and gods and demons don't talk to you, yes, they do. God must have loved this boy because I had it in my mind if he took 1 step, I'd have shot him. Not because I'm a cruel person, it's because I am there to preserve life. I would have took all the lambasting from whoever said it. I had people in this space call me all kinds of names. When that young girl who was 250 pounds, that's just a girl. A 250-pound girl is not a girl, that's a threat. That's a large human being. You call the police and you try to stab another girl in front of the police, and that cop put 5 bullets in her, which was the most amazing shooting from that distance, that close of distance, and you didn't hit anybody else, you're a fucking hero. I had people in this space try to tell me I was wrong.
Hmm.
But yet, what you notice about black people, we don't like experts. We claim we want validity, but we don't want to listen to the experts.
They just want you to hold men accountable, not women.
Exactly. We don't want to listen to Faulkner, who's an expertise. I have expertise BGS don't even know. I have expertise Dr. T will never see. Dr. Dunbar, Dr. Neal. Why do you think they all interviewed me? Even O'Shea interviewed me. Even Angry Man interviewed me. I'm one of the most open motherfuckers from the military to law enforcement and private security you will ever find in this space who was just black pilled on a motherfucker who is not afraid to answer whatever question. Why do people challenge me? Because people hate to challenge their worldview. My worldview gets challenged daily. Okay? I don't fear that shit. I welcome it. You so why are you violent? You're so pro gun. I'll give up my guns when the government and criminals do. So that
Yeah.
day, I'll keep mine at my side.
Damn right.
Well, why do you believe in violence? Because there's some people in this world that's the only language they know.
Yeah.
Why do you?
Sometimes I was gonna say sometimes it takes violence though to get a motherfucker to see reason.
Guess what? If I got three people jumping on my ass and I gotta grab nuts and bite throats, am I wrong?
Hell no. But other people will see that way. This is
If
weird.
I'm getting robbed and a dude try to cut me with a knife and I punch him in his throat and his windpipe collapse, am I wrong?
Nope.
But this is the part. Your religion should not breed weakness. Your religion
Amen.
your religion should breed understanding and comprehension. If your religion goes against the natural order of life, then you need to reevaluate your religion.
Now they said if he's coming at you with a knife, you need to run around while you call the cops.
Well, guess what? I'll tell any Christian you need to reread Ephesians, like not Ephesians, not Ephesians, Ecclesiastes for a time of peace and a time of war. Even Jesus kicked ass and whipped people in the temple from gambling.
Yep.
If it's good enough for Jesus, it's good enough for me.
Amen.
So if you have a problem, there's a difference between violence with what's the term? Unwanted violence versus righteous anger.
Uh-huh.
This is the reason why the gynocracy make bitches out of men. Because you let people who haven't even read the scriptures dictate you instead of researching it for yourself. Every man and woman needs to go on the hero's journey, which means get out your life, get out your area of comfort. This is the reason why. What did Superman and Batman had to do before they became the heroes we know and quintessential heroes we know in today? They had to live among the common folk.
Oh yeah.
Any last words, folks?
No, sir. No, that was well
Good
said.
show, man. Hey, get that comic book channel up and running, man.
All right, man. I got you.
Yes, please get that up and running. And I will
I'm
be
gonna
hitting
be,
you up soon, man. Sometime soon. I will be alerting you, let you know whenever I go live too.
all right, because when I do my comic book channel, I'm gonna just let you know it's not gonna be a regular comic book channel. It's gonna be heavily philosophical. Woo! We out. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, share this shit with your folks. Woo! We out.
Woo!